Good morning, LA. So much to discuss already, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, you are listening to D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. You got Derek Fisher, the five-time champion right out of here in Los Angeles, California. You got me, Cody Decker, the three-time champion at much lower levels that you've never heard of. And of course, we got Raj, we got Eric, we got Crash keeping us live on YouTube. And of course, you can join us on YouTube at The Fan LA. And man, let's just get right into it. D Fish, how you doing, my guy?
I'm good, man. Ready to go this morning, get the week rolling. Day 2 of the week.
Dude, it's funny. Raj comes in, like I got here about 5 minutes before Raj, and he comes in here and he's just like, man, show's easy. Ain't it great? Football's back, man. We're past the dog days. Cause and by the way, how's that been for you, D Fish? Because this is your first 2.5 months into radio. And by the way, everyone did you the greatest favor ever by just throwing you into the deadest sports time. We finished the basketball season. We got dog days of baseball. Some all-star games. It's always fun. Dude, thank God for the World Cup and how awesome that was. But dude, 2 months into doing radio, how you digging it so far?
Yeah, the World Cup probably saved it. I mean, that that kept everybody talking sports for a while. And it's been great. The start with, I think, NBA playoffs was probably perfect, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because we were just heavy every day, breaking down the results of those games and the different teams. And, obviously the Lakers were into the second round in the Western Conference semis.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all good. But it's been fun. There's been some dog days for sure, where only baseball, as the sport. Tough to fill 4 hours of just Dodgers. But
easy for some, hard for others, man.
Yeah.
It's tricky, but listen, we got football and lots of it, and we still got basketball and lots of it, and yes, we got baseball today too. Plenty to discuss. Of course, later on in the show, real excited for a couple of our guests today, because one of which, the legendary Herm Edwards, joining us, ESPN analyst, and of course, former NFL and college head coach, and Tyrone Hill joining us today, also to talk a little bit about all of the LeBron news to Philly and what is that going to be doing for the city. And boy, oh boy, lots to discuss throughout the show. But let's just get right into it, D-Fish. Training camp's underway, and it's a real sweet time to be in LA right now, because just all things are looking pretty sweet. You got a new look for the Lakers. Still up in the air on what that's going to end up turning into, but still that new look is pretty sweet. The Dodgers, still the best record in Major League Baseball, and yes, they are back today for the series against the Seattle Mariners at home. Looking very forward to breaking that down and talking all that. But then you also got the Rams, obviously the sexiest team in town at the moment, with everything new. The defense completely shored up with Myles Garrett. You got McDuffie in the backfield now. Things are just looking different for the Rams, for a team that was already fantastic. And, you look at camp yesterday, and it's being reported a few things. It's very interesting. Ty Simpson got some looks yesterday, but not with the number one group. You saw Stetson Bennett getting a lot of first-team reps, so it seems like out the gate, it would look like Stetson Bennett is kind of poised to potentially be the backup quarterback for this Rams team. And why did Stetson Bennett throw yesterday with the first-team reps? Because they're holding off Matthew Stafford a little bit. They're going to be giving him, out of the 4 days a week, 2 days off throughout the beginning of camp, and kind of working in this rotation, hopefully giving Ty Simpson some looks, and of course Stetson Bennett, to see what the backup situation is going to look like. But it's very interesting how they're kind of working with Matthew Stafford, and I'm not going to lie to you, I kind of dig it. Guy's going into age 39 season, 38 season, and yeah, he had that non-contact injury last year before the season started. It was a back injury, by the way, in case anyone forgot. I think we did forget, because Matthew Stafford ended up not missing any time. There was a good chance he wasn't going to start game 1 of the season. He ended up doing it, and obviously the MVP season that was. But what are your thoughts on how they're handling Matthew Stafford just right out the gate? Because if you ask me, I think it's very smart, maybe overly cautious, but when you got an older quarterback like that who's kind of down to the end of his career, and he's said as much himself, I kind of like the handling of kids' gloves right now.
Well, I think it's, part of the alignment with where sports overall, the game of football as well. I mean, you see it with Ohtani. We've seen it in basketball for quite some time. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you should pay attention to how the player actually physically feels before you just throw them out there to compete. And as the level of investment continues to raise, for teams, player salaries, franchise quarterbacks, especially like a Matthew Stafford, there should be a plan for how to make sure he's available to play when it matters the most, and that's winning on Sundays. And so I'm all for it. I mean, I'm also reading, some of the other guys that are in camp, that they're kind of being smart about, how many days, how many reps, not practicing on certain days. They haven't put pads on yet. So I think they're trying to manage. I mean, it's going to be a long season, with the additional weeks that they've added in the last few years to the season, combined with the trip to Australia.
Oh, dude, the travel. And not to mention that, just how the schedule is different now. It's no longer, the Monday, the occasional Thursday, and then Sunday. We're getting football like 24/7 this year, dude. It's like every single day we're going to have another game. There's Wednesday night games. There's Tuesday night games. Obviously, we've complained about how bad Thursday night games have been for like a decade. And then the NFL's like, oh yeah, give them more. Give them more of them Thursday night games on short rest and weird-ass countries to be traveling to out of nowhere. It's going to be tough.
If the additional games on the added days of the week allow it not to be so many short weeks, I'm a fan of it, or I can be a fan of it. If it just turns it into more short week situations, that's not good. Thursday I would assume would be the shortest week of all. I'm hoping the Tuesday, Wednesday things outside of, Christmas or holidays or whatever would be like Sunday, then I guess Tuesday or Wednesday, but then they follow that up with a short week and play again on Sunday. So 3 football games in 2 weeks.
They usually try not to do that, but I also realize that the NFL has really stopped caring about how the players feel about these things, because they're just going to keep ramming in more games as much as they can. And listen, the Rams, I think they're doing a very smart job. I know it can be looked at as load management, but I got a question for you, D-Fish, on that load management aspect, because now that we're like, would you say load management in the NBA has been roughly a 10-year type of amount of time that we've been kind of using the quote-unquote load management type of thought process?
Yeah, I think in terms of labeling it what it is, yes. And I think the Spurs probably initially were best known for it, although there were probably some other teams doing it. But I think Greg Popovich was very deliberate about, when he felt the schedule just really wasn't allowing for the proper recovery, they had 3-4 guys that kind of made everything go between Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, et cetera. And so, there were a few nights per season where he would just rest those guys on a back-to-back type of situation.
Oh, hello, Raj.
What up, fellas? Well, to answer your question, I remember this because I was driving a car listening to sports radio like the nerd that I am, and it was in November 2012 where the Spurs had a big primetime game against the Heat, and Pop's set Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili. And it did it the day of, and that's when it was November 2012 is when load management starts. So we are over a decade in.
Over a decade in. And here's the thing, like we saw with the load management thing, and then I remember when Kawhi was the name that later on was really kind of straddled with the load management thing. But as time's gone forward, and I know a lot of teams have kind of used the load management thing, has that actually helped players when it comes to injury management? Has the numbers come in that the pulling back of guys has been good for them, or is it kind of a wash?
I mean, I don't have the actual data. My perception of it is I think some of the season-ending acute traumatic injuries have lessened. Of course, we still see, every now and then there is an ACL tear or a rupture. Or, we've seen some guys in recent years with some Achilles tendon ruptures. But overall, we're not seeing guys just blowing joints out every year, multiple guys especially. And so I think it has helped in some ways. And then in other ways, we've seen an increase in a little bit more of the soft tissue type of injuries. A hamstring strain, a groin strain, a ligament tear, like things that aren't necessarily season ending, but due to the frequency of the schedule and the games, the way the game has been played, it's still impacting some players' availability because of when you combine load management with a hamstring strain that, we saw with Luka Doncic last year. Like, hamstring strains are not, you can't rush those. You can't try to speed them up. And sometimes those things are going to happen. And it's not because of load management that it happened, but when you combine it with the schedules are different now, the windows, there's less practice windows. So other than the games, most NBA players, after the first week of training camp, there's literally maybe like a handful of practices the rest of the season.
Mm-hmm. See, my reason why I'm asking this is simply this, because, I understand this motion that the Rams are doing, especially with Matthew Stafford. Handling him with kids' gloves. He had that non-contact back injury. He is in his late 30s. You want to protect him in any possible way. But I always think about me in spring training. And maybe I was a very specific case because they clearly didn't care what physically happened to me out there, because they were like, all right, Deck, you got the morning with the catchers, you got mid-morning with the infielders, you got late morning with the outfielders, and then, of course, you're going to go hit, and then you have to play the game. So I was doing like 5 guys' jobs every spring training, and at the end of every day of spring training, like, everything hurt in a way I didn't know what to do with, and I had to do it the next day and the next day and the next day. And the idea of spring training is they almost overwork you throughout that entire process. Mm-hmm. So now your body's almost like calloused up so you can now do the 162. And I've always wondered, is this the proper way we should be really doing this? And I was always told, well, a body in motion kind of stays in motion type of thing. And I understand that in theory, but I also understand the load management in theory. But can you really build up that calcified, strength and body-wise to go into the season if you haven't had that exact reps and workload? I always just wonder about that. And I also wonder about the difference in, the NBA is different than Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball is different than the NFL. At the end of the day, these guys are going through 30 car wrecks every single game.
Yeah, I think in football, there would definitely be a school of thought around, if you're not actually hitting and tackling at some point, there's no way you're going to be prepared for that, during the season.
Yeah.
So at some point, you have to add the helmets, add the pads, and really get after it and mix it up. But I do believe teams are trying to be more mindful and responsible with how they do that and when they do that, not just due to the head trauma and concussions, but I also think the gap, two things. The gap has gotten wider in terms of, your impact players. The gap between their replacement players is so big now because of how good players are. You just can't afford to, have the wrong guys out. And so many more jobs are dependent upon Super Bowl, championship, playoffs, success. It's not like people are being hired and they're going to be around for the decade, and there's years where you can kind of figure some things out, and if it doesn't work out this year, we'll get them next year. It doesn't work that way anymore. Now your job is gone. So the pressure to win now for most people in most sports is also, I think, contributing to, hey, we need to manage this thing in a way that allows us to have our most prized assets available to us so that we can go out and perform at a high level. And then I think the second part of it is the investment itself. As player salaries have increased in all sports, you're paying more money for the athlete. And to pay more money for the athlete and have them sitting out 60 to 70% of the time is also not the greatest approach in the world either. So I think it's smart personally to manage the workload of of pro athletes and athletes in a way that allows them to be available more times than not. Do you have to be intentional about what balance you strike? Yes, because they still need to go out and be able to perform well and perform at a high level.
Yeah.
But if he's not even out there, I think that finally people got to a point where it's like, you know what? Even if he's only 70% prepared, we got a much better chance with him on the field than not at all.
It's such a tricky dichotomy, though, because you don't want your guy to be 70% prepared. It's just, but I also understand the realistic nature of this entire thing. By the way, football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Your thoughts so far, though, on this idea? Because here's the thing. The Ty Simpson of it all is really interesting. We were getting reports last week. Oh, there's some issues with Ty Simpson. He hasn't signed his contract yet. We knew he was going to sign his contract. Same thing with Fernando Mendoza. Felt like a little bit of like a manufactured like talking point of people getting freaked out for no reason whatsoever. That being said,
We would never.
we would not. Other people, not so much. I'm just also saying, remember the look on McVay's face when they drafted Ty Simpson, and then afterwards the weird interviews that McVay doesn't give weird interviews all that often. And when I say weird interviews, I mean more like where he seems like there's no other way to say this. He looked pissed off that they drafted Ty Simpson. That was the look on his face. I'm not saying he was pissed off. I'm just saying body language for a guy that's always pretty happy-go-lucky when he's talking to the press and always got some sort of inspirational quote. That was the one day he seemingly looked like he was in a mood, and it was when they drafted Ty Simpson. And now you get your first team reps, and you don't even have Matthew Stafford out there, and you got Stetson Bennett working with the first team. You think anything there? You think this is just a simple thing of, hey, getting Stetson, he's already been here, give him the first reps?
That's what I think, yes. Yeah. I think it's more, Stetson Bennett has, a little bit of experience, and I think it's important that, similar to Fernando Mendoza in Vegas, like sometimes it's okay to have the player, start from the bottom, literally. And I think in football, probably, more than any sport, earning the trust and the respect of those other guys out there, battling on the field every day is so vital and so important. It's almost like you're putting the player in position to be more successful over the long term by having them start from the bottom. Mm-hmm. Because then, teammates and position coaches and other people get to see the work ethic, the commitment, that you're willing to grind and figure things out. That's what's going to actually get you the buy-in you need if you do get to a point where you are responsible for the offense. Like, if you're handed so much responsibility from day one, I just think that changes things. Back to Sean McVay being pissed off, I think as a coach, especially at that time, he's sitting there thinking, we're winning the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah.
So as a coach, drafting him a player that probably won't even touch the field this year, that's frustrating.
I can see that. I can see that being a little annoying. And by the way, it didn't even cross my mind that could be the case.
Yeah, and no disrespect. Like, Ty Simpson's a really good football player and will have probably a long future in the NFL. Mm-hmm. But if you're sitting there as an NFL coach of a team that has a chance, like you are 2 downs away from going to the Super Bowl, and all you're thinking about is we are going to win the Super Bowl in 2027.
And then you got me a quarterback for 4 years from now.
Just your natural human instincts are going to be like, what are we doing? So to me, that was the energy of it. It wasn't specific to Ty Simpson, quarterbacks overall, et cetera. But it's like, no, we got the MVP at quarterback. We're good there. Maybe slide me a young free safety, or slide me a outside linebacker, or slide me something that, and this is out, Myles Garrett and all these things, kind of ended up happening, but that's what I thought the energy was about.
I can see that. By the way, but speaking about that, it's very interesting. I wonder if Stetson Bennett is going to be the guy that's going to be ended up penciled in as that backup. Because here's the thing, you know that we have an issue with Matthew Stafford when it comes to health. And granted, he was healthy all season last season. That's fantastic. I hope we continue that. But because of his history with some banged up health, and of course the kind of the chronic back thing that he's still dealing with, I do wonder if having Stetson Bennett as the backup is the way to go. Last year they had Jimmy G there, more of kind of a more experienced guy that played in the Super Bowl. Like I almost think like there is a market out there for backup QBs like that right now. And I would wonder if Stetson Bennett is really going to be the guy just because of Matthew Stafford's injury history. And like you said, this is a win now team. If Stafford goes down, is Stetson Bennett carrying this team this year to the Super Bowl? I have a little trouble getting there. And with Ty Simpson, I simply have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think as of now, Stetson Bennett, is that second team guy. Just slightly more experience in terms of, having been around the league. Like offensive football and especially from the quarterback position, I mean, it's like a language. And so for a rookie to come in and not have spoke the language previously, even if he's picking it up fast, it's still a new foreign language. And a guy like a Stetson Bennett, of course, Matthew Stafford is super experienced, but even one additional year of understanding of the language, the terminology, what these things mean, having some backup reps last year or third-team reps that, like Stetson Bennett's been through an NFL training camp before. Mm-hmm. So he just has a better sense of how to speak the language that quarterbacks have to speak in order to keep everyone organized and ready to go prior to the snap. Most of the work for quarterbacks happens before the snap. Once the ball is snapped, they have their reads and their progressions that they're going to make, and those decisions are pretty quick. But it's the language before the snap in terms of commanding the huddle, calling the plays, making sure everybody knows where they're supposed to go, what count we're going on, understanding time and score. Like, if you've never been in those situations before the NFL training camp, that's a lot.
It's going to be a lot, and it's going to be a very interesting training camp for the Rams. Lots to discuss, of course. New players, new look defense, which apparently got the crowd kind of going a little bit yesterday. We will discuss that later in the show. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, Roki Sasaki has seemingly changed his entire year. But how did he do it? And what is he going to do going forward? Oh, baby, we got to talk about our guy, Roki Sasaki, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker. We got Aaron back there. We got Raj back there. We got Mitch back there. Everybody keeping us looking and sounding fantastic here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, you can check us out live right now on YouTube and get in the conversation. Live as we speak, and we already see some of our usuals. Welcome back to the show, and of course, we look forward to hearing from you guys all show long. D. Fish, this is a very unique time for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They're getting ready to start a new series here, finally, back in Los Angeles. I think it's been like 17 days since they've actually played a baseball game here in LA. But you got the Seattle Mariners coming in who have not been playing their best baseball. Mariners kind of on the fence right now on what they're going to do in the next week, whether they're going to be buyers or sellers. They're just barely out of first place of their respective division, the AL West, and they're not far out on the All-Star, the wild card route as well. But this is a team that was just like 2 outs away from going to the World Series to take on the Dodgers last year, and they just have not yet to get it together. Offensively, a little all over the place. Their pitching, which has always been statistically incredible, has not been what it normally is, but we stand in a world where the Mariners are coming in here to take on the Los Angeles Dodgers, and I want to bring up one particular name. A name that has had some issues with the Dodgers this season in a very unique stretch, because Roki Sasaki's time with the Los Angeles Dodgers to this point has been very Dickensian, very, very tale of two cities. We've had moments where Roki has been fantastic. Take a look at the playoffs last year into the World Series where he was coming out of the bullpen. Phenomenal work from Roki there. And there's been moments where he leaves a lot to be desired. His entire season last season, he's had serious ups and downs this season. But if you've been watching Roki Sasaki lately, Roki Sasaki has been pitching like the young kid that they were telling us he was going to be, like the phenom out of Japan who held all those records for strikeouts and consecutive strikeouts and the incredible ERA and whip that he had over there at such a young age in Japan. We have yet to really see outside of the flashes that from Roki Sasaki. However, lately Roki Sasaki's been pitching like an all-star, man. Roki Sasaki all of a sudden has figured something out, and I got to look over at one man and one man in particular, Mark Pryor, his pitching coach. Mark Pryor has identified something that is very unique, because I don't know if you noticed the other day, or really the last 3 games, Roki Sasaki is going out there with, how do I put it, a gigantic outfielder's mitt for his pitching glove. He is no longer rocking a normal size glove. He is rocking what, you know when you go to a game and people are wearing those like gigantic oversized gloves in the outfield? He's basically rocking, you ever see at Pac Bell Park, and yes, I still call San Francisco Pac Bell Park, the Giant Stadium, they have this giant glove in left field. That's what Roki's been using lately. He's been using just a gigantic glove to cover up just about everything. Why is he doing that? Well, the Dodgers have finally determined that Roki Sasaki, part of his issue is that they think he has been tipping pitches. Why do they think that? Well, let's take a look at the 5 starts before Roki Sasaki had switched over to a large glove. Roki Sasaki, in his 5-start stretch, had a really rough go before he switched gloves. 8.61 ERA, a 1.61 whip, 20 Ks, 12 walks, and he gave up 9 home runs across 23 innings. Not exactly ideal, to say the least. And the one thing that was really eye-opening for the Dodgers specifically is that hitters were routinely laying off a lot of his splitters that were just outside the zone. Now, that's a little alarming. If they're laying off the splitter, his splitter looks identical to his fastball out the glove, and then it dives out of the zone, and that's a chase pitch. It is a pitch meant for hitters to chase after, yet no one was chasing after it, which meant hitters knew it was coming. So, how do they know it was coming? Seems as though our good friend Roki Sasaki was tipping his pitches. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can do this. There's the guys a lot of times will tip their pitches by holding their glove here or maybe slightly tilt on an off-speed pitch. Maybe they hold their glove a little lower on an off-speed pitch. Maybe they step back a little bit on a certain pitch. For him, it appears as though people were able to tell how harshly he was digging into his glove with his finger work and his fingers in the glove itself. He was like fanning his glove, and you could see when he was going for a splitter, letting the hitters know, not going to go ahead and swing that. Now, here's the thing that a lot of people get confused about. This is actually not only very legal, it's very encouraged. There is nothing wrong at all with players picking pitches. And I want to say that again. There is nothing at all wrong with players picking pitches or stealing signs. I know a lot of people are hearing what I'm saying, like, well, the Astros cheated for stealing signs. No, they didn't. That's not what they were doing. So when pitchers are getting picked, every team's got like a whole dugout of like 4 guys. Those 4 guys are looking at the pitcher and seeing if they can find any type of adjustments he's made, any type of difference and variations in his motion, anything he does different when he's getting his signs, anything. Dugouts are also looking at the catcher too. Does the catcher do anything? Because you could pick a catcher just as easily as you could pick a pitcher. Third base coaches are on it. First base coaches are on it. If a runner's at second base, he's on it. There's a lot of different ways to do this, and you often see pitchers get really mad when they're getting picked. And I understand why, but here's the thing. If you are getting picked, it's because you are telling us what you're throwing, and it's our job to pick you. The Astros didn't do that. The Astros flat out used a camera system in center field that basically ran through an AI program that immediately told you basically 100% what pitch was coming. And that's what also always bugged me about like a lot. It's not just Dodger fans, a lot of baseball fans. A lot of baseball fans will always be like, oh yeah, the trash cans, that's so illegal. The trash cans are actually the least illegal thing that they did in the entire thing. Me telling you what's coming for the pitch is not illegal. How you obtain that information, however, can or cannot be legal depending on the situation. Now, the trash cans, we used to do everything. I used to be on the batter's box or like the on deck circle, and if I knew the pitch was coming, I would say, "Here we go." That might mean fastball, or "Hey, sit back." That might mean an off-speed pitch, or if a guy's blatantly showing which side of the plate he's going to be on, you might hear, "Oh, daylight." Might mean it's inside or outside.
That's what trash canning is?
That's basically what the trash can was. What the Astros were doing was they were banging a trash can every time a off-speed pitch was coming. And they would just not swing at the off-speed pitch. And everyone's like, man, this trash can thing. I'm like, guys, that part is actually legal. The other part, we have a very big problem.
I mean, I'm laughing as well because, I mean, you know, teams spend exorbitant amounts of hours, you know, in basketball trying to figure out, you know, the tendencies of the opposing team. You know, you're watching film.
Lots of video.
Yeah, you're listening for play calls. There's advanced scouting where teams send out, you know, personnel to games of the teams that you're going to be playing coming up to also try to get this information. So, you know, if we're coming to watch you play, and we play you next week. So then they send somebody out to the game to watch your game, get all of that information that they can get, and then try to put a report together and say, okay, hey, this is how Cody plays. This is when he's going to do this. When you hear him say, you know, play number 1, this is what they're going to do on play number 1. So a lot of this for me is, I mean, like pitch tipping is part of basketball, basically.
Huge
like
part.
You're not doing your job if you're not trying to.
Completely agree. and by the way, that's what always drives me crazy whenever I see a pitcher get all pissed off at like a guy on second base who's trying to relay signs. And by the way, they're not looking into the catcher's signs and getting the numbers. That we used to do it that way, but catchers had sign sequences, and we would change the sign sequence. Now they don't have to do that. Now they just press a button on their thing. It goes into the ear transmitter, no problem. The catcher doesn't even need to put down signs. So what do? They're picking the pitcher. They're looking at the pitcher, whether the pitcher might have his glove open to him. He might have a different thing where his hands are close into him. And yes, we're going to relay that sign. The reason why I love it when pitchers get angry about it is because you're doing it. Like, don't be mad at me because you're an idiot. And it's funny that it's like one of those unwritten rules of baseball type of thing. You can do it. You just can't make it obvious that you're doing it type of thing.
Got it. Okay. I mean, I understand not wanting, you know, to feel like the other team is, like, yeah, taking advantage of a part of the game that shouldn't be allowed. But if you're signaling, hey, I'm about to do this in a live competition, I don't know what else your competitor is supposed to do. Two boxers, if you're tipping that a left hook is coming, I'm getting out of the way.
No, shouldn't the boxer just stay there and pretend he doesn't know what's coming?
No, I'm moving.
Yeah, you think?
So I'm not sure, why it would be so offensive in a sense. Whereas like you said, the Astros example, that's a lot.
Yeah, the Astros. What the Astros did was very egregious. I cannot stress that enough.
Yeah, but my teammate sitting at third base, noticing a left-hand pitcher, has his elbow at a certain angle, which the based on the information we were given, whenever his left elbow is up high, that means the fastball is coming. Like, I'm going to tell my teammate, watch out for the fastball.
Guess what I'm doing? I'm grabbing a bat and I'm hitting a trash can and I'm letting him know what's coming because that's what my job would be. That being said, good job on the Dodgers and Mark Pryor for catching this, because since this, and they witched to that gigantic love for Roki Sasaki, 3 starts, a 1.93 ERA across all of them, 18.2 innings. July 17th against the Yankees, 5.2 innings, 0 earned runs, 21 pitches, over 100 miles per hour. So, listen, in that matchup, clearly not only was he kind of feeling himself because they weren't getting to him, he had the confidence to just rear back and throw a ton of pitches at 100 miles per hour. Then, of course, the matchup against the Mets, where 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, only 2 walks, 9 Ks. Guys, there might be a chance Roki Sasaki is back in a big way.
Let's
we
go,
will
Roki.
see in this next upcoming start. But good job on the Dodgers for identifying it. Good job on Roki Sasaki for getting through it. And here we are in a new world for the Los Angeles Dodgers, which, by the way, if you got a Roki Sasaki throwing like that, do you need another starting pitcher for the trade deadline? I don't know. We will discuss as time goes forward. But, guys, coming up, who said LeBron didn't love L.A.?
I thought it was the fans didn't love him.
I thought that too. Man, so many confusing things taking place right now, but we do need to discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, we just finished talking about Roki Sasaki, about his pitch tipping. And now we're going to get into something a little more interesting, because this is fascinating. One, let's start with this. It is according to the chat. Jeremy Jays-Winsky says, did you know that Derek Fisher is very popular in Australia? Not sure if you guys know that. D-Fish, you're popular in Australia, man.
I did not know that. Thanks to Jeremy.
Let's go.
For giving us the heads up.
Let's get you to Sydney.
What's up to all the boomers over there?
Let's get you to Perth. Let's get you to somewhere
Please.
else that's there. Let's get you to the Billabong or wherever the hell
On
is
the
in
bar,
Australia.
mate.
Yeah, let's get over there. I've seen Australia. I know how this works.
Yeah.
So, congratulations.
Thank
Popular
you.
in Australia.
Love to all Australians. Look, keep watching, keep listening, send us some love, shout us out.
Welcome to the show. And thank you for joining us in the chat
Yes,
on
indeed.
YouTube, of which you all can join us in the chat on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Listen, there was something very interesting, and a few people caught on to this, and I was listening a little bit to D-Mac and Reiter yesterday afternoon, right here on the all-new 97.1 The Fan. And D-Mac, Reiter started going in on LeBron James and started talking about the LeBron James of it all, and it was really interesting what he had to say, so much so that Awful Announcing even picked it up. Let's go ahead and play a little bit of what Mr. Reiter had to say yesterday on D-Mac and Reiter.
The point is, he never loved L.A. How do I know he never loved L.A.? Because he didn't love Cleveland enough to go back to Cleveland when they were good. And he's from Akron. He didn't love Miami enough to go back to Miami when they have Giannis and they have Bam. It just turns out, and it's okay, you can be this thing, he's an absolute mercenary. And all of this talk, and all of this hand-wringing, and all of this spin zone, which we'll get into later. Dan Wojcicki, I think, reported for The Athletic that LeBron, his tenure was over when they never informed him that Luka had been traded, that they were going to get Luka. You don't inform mercenaries. He's not family. He wasn't Kobe. He wasn't half of the guys who have represented people in this city. And so for me, as I process D-Mac, LeBron going to Philly, my takeaway isn't he deserves, he doesn't deserve, but it's he never loved L.A. for anything other than a vehicle to win and for his own glory and his own greatness, and that is totally acceptable, and he's an adult, and he's allowed to do that. But when you treat a place, especially Los Angeles, like it doesn't matter, like it only matters in what it can give you in that moment, then you're not a part of that place, and we have every right to go after that guy if we want to, just like he has every right to leave.
Strong take there from good old Mr. Reiter there on D-Mac and Reiter here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Interesting take, though. Let's start with the mercenary of it all. He refers to LeBron James as a mercenary. I don't disagree with that assessment. Here's the thing, D-Fish.
What is that in sports?
To me, a mercenary in sports, as far as I am concerned, is literally anyone that's a free agent. Literally anyone that hits free agent is by definition a mercenary. You're bringing in a hired gun to come and help you win. That is really a mercenary. So I'm not really sure why we're pinning this on LeBron, because if that's the case, there have been about 70 mercenaries in the last 2 weeks that have signed to new jobs. So I'm confused on that, but what are your thoughts on the mercenary of it all? I have no problem with any athlete being kind of labeled a mercenary. At the end of the day, when we're drafted, we're not even picked on where we go. So there is not like a whole lot of player empowerment in this. LeBron's just one of the few that absolutely has the power because his talent is just what it is.
I'm not sure what in terms of the mercenary piece and the not loving Los Angeles piece.
No, we'll get to that.
Yeah, it makes me, what comes to mind for me is like Shaq free agency in 1996 when he left Orlando.
Was he not a mercenary?
I thought Shaq came to L.A. for, one, I think Orlando kind of, there was some things that were later talked about in terms of, he and Penny Hardaway working through their relationship. And then also the way some of the contract negotiations and the timing of, like, I think Alonzo Mourning got paid and another center got paid that same summer that like ramped up the pressure and it reset the center market. And so then Shaq's expectations, increased with the market for centers being reset. So then Jerry West, saw an opportunity and got it done. but like Shaq also was in music and, films and a number of other things that, like, Los Angeles was a great place for him to come. And thank God he did.
Oh, thank God he did. Because real quick, just in case anyone forgot what this team was before LeBron came here, by the way, 2016-17 season, 26-56 record. That was a .317 winning percentage. They finished 14th in the Western Conference. I want to remind everyone, I'm talking about the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's go ahead and look at the following year, the 2017-18 season. Some improvement, 35-40-47, finished 11th in the Western Conference. So I'm confused here. These are two teams that wouldn't have made the playoffs or the play-in of that respected year. And LeBron comes over here and immediately makes them a contender overnight. 2019, 2020, they won a damn title under him. Now, everyone likes to complain about the validity of it, but I understand the mercenary of it, but I never understood the people yelling him coming here was ring chasing. Look at these records. If he was ring chasing, he was making the dumbest possible decision to chase a ring if he was coming to the well under 500 Lakers.
Yeah, I think also that I think it's more. I'm assuming the ring chasing narrative is more Miami and now Philly. I assume the people feeling like the choice to come to Los Angeles was about off the court and his branding and all of these business related things that he was interested in doing and was focused on doing, and that coming to LA for those things and kind of like almost like trying to take some of the shine of the Lakers brand and spread it on himself.
Yes.
Which I can't argue that if that's the opinion, and
I could see that opinion.
Yeah,
by the
and
way. I totally can see that.
I don't disagree with that in theory. The only time that to me rises to the level of like we're really mad and frustrated about it is when the performance on the court isn't aligning,
which was never the case.
Never ever the case. So that's my thing. If you feel like a mercenary or someone came to LA just for non-basketball things, just because it was LA, it was the Lakers, it was Hollywood, he wanted to do music, he wanted to do films, he wanted to start a production company, cool.
I get that.
If you're only still winning 30 games a year. But when the team starts winning 50-plus games a year, going to the playoffs 6 out of the 8 years, winning a championship, et cetera, then it becomes hard to say anything kind of took away from the performance. So that's my thing. I don't mind the opinions. I have my own opinion. But then if we get to like what actually happened, sometimes then it gets harder to understand where everybody's coming from.
Completely. And let's look at the other thing that he mentioned was the never really loved LA. I don't know where you're getting. The part you just said is the thing that makes the most sense to me possible. If you're a Laker fan, and this is actually really well articulated, I totally get this. If you didn't like him coming to LA because it was more about the LeBron brand than it was helping the Lakers, I can understand that. But the LeBron brand helped the Lakers as well. Like, this was a mutually beneficial thing. So I don't understand the concept of he didn't love LA. If you're basing it off vibes, okay, but it sure as hell isn't from numbers on the court or anything he has said. He spent 8 years here. That is the longest single tenure he spent with any team.
And let's go back through the list of teams that have won the title over the last 8 years. Mm-hmm. Okay? So
all different.
Yeah, all different.
Every one of them. Lakers on that list, by the way.
Which means the only way you were going to win an NBA title between now and going back to 2018 is if at least one of those guys was on your team. That's what that means. So if LeBron didn't come in 2018, you tell me at what point the Lakers would have been able to add Giannis, SGA, Steph Curry, Nikola Jokic, Kawhi Leonard. Where were those windows at? Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. So unless you have one of those guys, you have no chance of winning a championship over the last 8 years. Like, you just didn't. Now the Lakers have Luka. He took the Mavericks to the NBA Finals. Okay, now it's his turn to get the Lakers to that point. But Yeah, it's the part I always go back to the basketball part. I mean, as a former player, of course, that's the part that matters to me the most. It's kind of like the Sean McVay conversation from yesterday, like the external noise.
Yeah.
All this sounding off on what people think somebody was doing and what, like, that's just noise, bro.
Yeah, I have trouble with that. And I have
just
trouble with,
noise.
because it's like, okay, if you're basing it on vibes, okay, but at the end of the day, we can't base this particularly on vibes. So what is there any part of the take that you do agree with? There was that first part you do agree with, like that kind of feeling like, oh, if it was more about his brand, I can get that. Because even I can get there. I can get that entirely. Because yes, he built up a ton with his brand around this. But again, I still can't get past the fact that his brand helped the Lakers at a time where the Lakers frankly needed LeBron James way more than LeBron James needed the Lakers at the time.
For sure. And, I mean, he was courted, you know, in some ways. Like, that was a part of the conversation in that year of free agency was, like, the Lakers needed him as much as he needed the Lakers in terms of the opportunity. And, yeah, I can get there from a branding perspective and people feeling like he didn't really come just out of just pure joy and adoration for the Lakers brand. And so maybe even for Reiter, like him saying he didn't really love Los Angeles. Like, I don't.
What was he supposed to do? That's actually my follow-up
yes.
question. If Bill was sitting here, my question would be, what is he supposed to do
How do
exactly?
you show your love for LA specifically as a professional athlete?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Because he came here, he played amazing, he won a title, kind of handled himself as a pretty damn model citizen, and while he was at it, started a couple of movies. Like, built the brand, like built way more around his brand. Like, I don't know, man. I don't understand what else he could have done.
And we can finish with this if we need to go to break. The team sold for $10 billion.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
So
LeBron helped make Jenny Buss a lot of money.
So you tell me where their valuation would be without the success that the Lakers have had over the last 8 years. He gets none of that.
Boy, oh boy. And the Lakers sold for $10 billion. So, yeah, we may touch on this again later on in the show, but the mercenary, yes. Didn't love L.A., I'm not there. I'm not seeing where you're getting that from. And again, is it really up to players specifically that they need to immediately ingratiate themselves to the city itself?
Yeah, it depends on the player. Like, you want guys to be who they are. Like, you don't want a guy parading around town acting like he's Santa Claus if he's not Santa Claus.
Yes.
Like, be himself.
That's how everyone turned on Russell Wilson real fast.
And he was a free agent before this year, to my knowledge. So if he didn't love L.A., if it was all about the wrong things, I think he would have left Los Angeles a couple free agencies ago if it was that simple.
Yeah, well, lots to discuss on the show. Later on the show, we got Tyrone Hill joining the show, Herm Edwards joining the show to talk all things NFL, and coming up, we got to talk about them Rams. Rams camp is underway. New look defense, but also some new looks on the offense, too. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, you can join us live on YouTube right now at The Fan LA if you want to see our handsome faces. And, of course, if you're taking us around right now listening to 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, take us on the go with the Odyssey app anywhere you go. And listen, D-Fish, later on in the show, really excited. We got Herm Edwards joining the show. We got Tyrone Hill joining the show to talk about all things NFL. And, of course, with Tyrone talking about this great new move for Philly and everything around the NBA. But right now, we got to take it over to the gridiron, baby, because camps are finally showing up. And the Rams had showed up yesterday. Very exciting time for the Rams with everything under the sun. Very interesting moves that we see them making right now. A little bit of a preseason load management situation for Matthew Stafford, which, handling with some kids' gloves right now after last year, opening the year with that non-contact back injury, and something they're always going to be monitoring, especially at the age he's currently at. And also a new look defense with this team. The NFL is very, very loudly already kind of displayed these guys as one of the top 5 new defenses coming into this season. And how can you not agree with it? This team looks amazing. You have the Myles Garrett of it all. You had a completely overhauled cornerback room. I mean, the front line domino effect has taken place. Aaron Donald, if he comes back, it's just the scariest pass rush that's ever existed. And, looking over this offensive side, obviously, you got 2 of the best damn receivers in the league, both top 10 according to the NFL, in both Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, even though I think Puka Nacua numbers-wise should be higher. Granted, we discussed it last week, probably a little lower because of the entire off-season antics, so everybody's kind of waiting to see how he reacts to it, and if he reacts to it, well, we're talking about a guy who is likely going to reset the entire wide receiver market because he is just that damn talented.
Rams, a lot of storylines, a lot of things to, to think about and consider, man, and why people are excited around, this team having a chance to truly be Super Bowl champions in 2027. Football. All sports now are just, injuries are what it really all comes down to. You just have no shot if your best players are not available. And so, between Stafford and Nacua, and then, defensively in terms of, Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie, just really managing the season. It sounds like, there's just so much more of, the injury prevention and management of players that is now, it's okay now in football to talk about it. And be upfront about the fact that we're not just smashing these guys together like car wrecks, all season, and not thinking about their health and the longevity of their life and their careers. And so, it's gonna be a challenge, especially with veteran players. We know this, but I think Stafford, if he was able to win the MVP coming off of how things went for him last year, to think about them actually having now a plan to keep him healthy and fresh and ready to go. Last year it was a surprise, basically, the non-contact injury, the back stuff. So
it was actually also a surprise that he didn't really miss any time either.
Right,
everybody held with bated breath.
Yes, that kept being the story week in and week out, is that he might miss some time, but then every Sunday he showed up.
He was questionable going into every game and then threw 5 touchdowns.
And so, the fact that they have a plan this year is it's a positive thing. But, it's why Sean McVay, in his opinion, of course, feels like football is the greatest team sport there is, because as great as Matthew Stafford was last season and will be again this season, there's so many more guys that are going to have to step up and make plays and do the right things from a football perspective in order for the Rams to end up at the top of their division, first and foremost, and then to push through the NFC and make it back to the Super Bowl.
What do you think, LA? 855-975-2326. How do you guys feel about how the Rams are handling Matthew Stafford right now? Little bit of kids' gloves. He's going to be being used 2 of every 4 training camp days, giving him some extra time to rest, and also giving guys like Stetson Bennett, who yesterday got most of the first team reps, in fact, got all of the first team reps. And then you got, of course, Ty Simpson, the first round draft pick that Sean McVay looked at the time really thrilled about, like super duper thrilled about. Now he's in there getting second team reps. Any reads that you think you could surmise from that? Because my first thought was going into yesterday, if Matthew Stafford wasn't getting the first team reps, I was expecting Ty Simpson to get them. I think it's interesting that Stetson Bennett. Now things might, change and, jockeying for position as time goes forward. In those 2 days off that Matthew Stafford has off, maybe Stetson Bennett gets one of those days with the first team, or maybe he'll get some more looks with the first team. But I just thought it was interesting. I thought we were going to hear a little bit more about Ty Simpson with the first team yesterday rather than Stetson.
Well, I mean, again, Stetson Bennett has some experience in this league,
does.
and it's tough to, place those expectations on a rookie quarterback, no matter how good he is. And Ty Simpson's a really good quarterback. He played some big time football in college. I don't think he's going to be afraid of the moments when they arise. I think he's going to be capable of stepping up and doing some really good things. But Stetson Bennett's been in the league a few years, has some experience, been in NFL training camps before, commanded huddles before from grown men, and it's different. I just think, playing quarterback in the NFL is like you have to master the language of playing the position before you can physically play the position. And people have to really trust that what you're telling them to do, it, better than you know yourself. And so it's okay for them to give Ty Simpson some time to learn the language of being an NFL quarterback. No matter how much he's studied and or prepared for this situation over the last few months, it's, there's no book you can read to run an NFL team. And so, Stetson Bennett, I think just starting out right now deserves the opportunity as a guy that is experienced.
Yeah.
I just like in any company, you're seeing it a lot. Like a lot of promotions are happening from within the company before they necessarily go outside of the company to bring in a new person. Because you also need to keep the morale up of the guys that have been there. Like if I've been working my butt off for a whole year.
You got a bunch of guys in that backfield be like, hey, why isn't Stetson getting a shot?
Yeah, at least he deserves the opportunity.
Yeah.
And then if Ty Simpson beats him out, it's still NFL football. He will get the reps if he earns the reps. But Stetson Bennett getting them now, to me, makes a lot of sense. And Ty Simpson's going to get more reps than he would normally get due to the plan around Matthew Stafford. So even though he didn't get as many of the first-team reps, he's getting second-team reps that he wouldn't get if Matthew Stafford was in full-time. It would be Matthew Stafford getting all the first-team reps, Stetson Bennett possibly getting second-team reps, and Ty Simpson getting nothing.
Yeah.
So
odd man out.
As far as the coaching staff is concerned, he's still actually getting a great crash course of preparation that he otherwise wouldn't get if Matthew Stafford was in full boat.
That's right. Well, D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, talking a little bit about Matthew Stafford and how the team is currently handling him. But it's funny, we earlier were talking about load management, and we were the other thing that's very unique about the NFL, and we get a little bit about, we get it in every sport really, and I can't wait till I get to this age. I can't wait till I get to that age where I'm yelling, back in my day, we were way tougher.
We were
so much tougher.
In fact, start a sentence
we were better.
I refuse.
The game was better. It's not all this load management stuff. In fact, I'll go a step further. Everyone now is soft. I can't wait to get to that age. I'm really excited to get to that age so I can start talking about the current iteration of guys all being soft. I'm not there yet, but okay. I will get there at some point, I'm sure. What are your thoughts on this old school to new school, old school type of thing? Because I did mention that idea, the old school idea is, no, you got to get out there to get reps. You got to build those calluses to get that kind of thick skin. And I do understand that argument as well. The whole body in motion stays in motion. But at the end of the day, I almost feel like football's different in that all it takes is one hit. It doesn't matter if you're prepared or you're not prepared. One hit could end your career at any given moment.
It's just all the sports are just very, very different in how they're played. how they're coached, how they're officiated, what the barometers of success are compared to what they used to be. Now we remember everything that happens. There's digital content to confirm it for us and show us again and again and again what just happened. And not that teams didn't experience it in the 60s and 70s. There, one knee injury to Fran Tarkenton, that would have been a wrap for the Minnesota Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
But it's different now. One knee injury to Patrick Mahomes cost you billions of dollars.
Huge money. Like
not wins or losses.
Big deal.
Billions of dollars.
Like a really good example, like the Kansas City Chiefs are getting ready to build a multi-billion-dollar stadium in the state of Kansas side of Kansas City. Like billions. No Patrick Mahomes. Do you still get that funding?
Probably not, because the Chiefs would not have accomplished what they've accomplished over the last 7 or 8 years without his presence. And so when you consider all of the variables and how important it is to win at a certain level and establish a certain amount of success as an organization, you have to try and mitigate as much risk as you possibly can. Also, we've just learned more about health and performance and science and data and sleep performance and the guys wearing the padded helmets to protect some of the
Guardian
additional head traumas. Like there's nothing wrong or soft about us being smarter with how we do things. I don't think that makes guys less tough. Now, do they have less callous? Sure, but to me, then that begs the question of like, was the callous making us tougher, or was it just
a callus?
Just callus. Right? Like there's still skin under the callus that isn't necessarily getting tougher. It's just callus.
Yep.
And so, I think we get ourselves in trouble when we do start to try and name it as better or worse or harder
tougher,
or
softer. Yeah.
That's where we get in trouble. Like nobody's playing NFL football that isn't capable of handling tremendous amounts of physical pain and physical and mental toughness comes along with the job.
Absolutely. Well, guys, it is that time here on D. Fish and Decker, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Give us a call, 855-975-2326, because we are giving away tickets to a pair of Deon Cole tickets to the show. Deon Cole, he's going to be performing at the Yamava Casino and Resort. That you want to check that out on August 8th. Of course, you can get tickets at yamava.com. But give us a call right now, 855-975-2326. Giving away these tickets to the Deon Cole show. And a $50 slot play voucher all right now. Hey, Raj, which call are we going with in this one?
Oh, let's go with caller number 8. Let's go with
caller number 8 gets a pair of Deon Cole show tickets and a $50 slot play voucher over at Yamava Casino. You can get your tickets at yamava.com. And of course, caller number 8, 855-975-2326. Call in right now and get your hands on some free tickets and some free slot play right now. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Hey, there's another team getting ready to start camp. We got the Chargers getting ready to show up, but I thought this was really interesting because you and I have been discussing about how Justin Herbert is just the belle of the ball, no matter what happens. And we see it. We see the talent on the field. We see how he throws the football. We all get it. It's a beautiful throwing of the pigskin. But he keeps getting nominated or kind of, positioned as like one of the best quarterbacks in the game. Then, of course, January hits, and he's 0-for-3 in his career in the playoffs, and some playoff appearances were significantly worse than other ones. Now, he's got a new offensive coordinator this year. It's very unique in his offensive coordinator. What can Mike McDaniel bring to the table for Justin Herbert? But I'm glad that apparently someone, in my opinion, now I feel like we have overrated Justin Herbert quite a bit. Not that he's not talented. He's outrageously talented. Very clearly outrageously talented. But I've always had trouble putting him on the rankings the way they have, because we've seen the flashes where he kind of falls to pieces. Right now, Herbert was listed as the number 80 best player in the NFL, making him the 13th best quarterback on the list, and that's according to Pro Football Network's list. I actually found this kind of refreshing, not because, like, oh, finally somebody's bumping down Justin Herbert. I found it refreshing because I felt like seemingly we're starting to be a little bit more honest about Justin Herbert. It's not that he's not talented, clearly crazy talented. But if we're making lists, I'm having trouble putting him in my top 10, especially if we're leaving a name like Jalen Hurts off the list, which still, to this very moment, makes zero sense to me. What are your thoughts on Justin Herbert being closer to the 13th best quarterback in the league rather than 7th?
Yeah, I think the when we get into best, it kind of goes to some of the conversation we were having even before the show around, like, best meaning most talented or best passer or, pocket passer versus quarterback that can use his legs and all these different things that we could get into subjectively. I'm not completely offended at 13 necessarily. It's a stretch a little bit, but when you think about some of the guys that have a little bit more proven, like, is Jaden Daniels better than Justin Herbert?
I mean, he's certainly gotten farther than Justin Herbert has.
Question, right? You can have that conversation.
C.J. Stroud.
Is Sam Darnold better than Justin Herbert? Not saying Sam Darnold's more talented than Justin Herbert, but in terms of playing the quarterback position, could you have that conversation?
I feel like we absolutely could. Two seasons in a row with 14 wins.
About Jordan Love and Justin Herbert.
See, for me, I have Justin Herbert above Jordan Love.
Okay. Brock Purdy.
See, right, I have them very close to each other.
Right. So, to the point of the question, if Justin Herbert came out of 7, which I think he was number 7 on the ESPN list.
Yes, he was.
But if you slid him down to 13, the guys that we just talked about would be the guys sliding up,
yes,
which is not out of the world of possibility.
It's really not.
Like, if you slid Jaden Daniels or Sam Darnold up to 10 and 9, and you slid Jalen Hurts, Jalen Hurts wasn't even on the list.
Again, still can't fathom it. Still cannot fathom it.
So it's not, like, overly offensive necessarily that he's at 13. I think it's almost more of a wait-and-see position. I think people are excited. We're excited about Mike McDaniel's arrival as the Chargers offensive coordinator. I think all these quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts included, like, to have a different offensive coordinator, 5 straight years or, 5 different coordinators in 6 seasons, et cetera, like, that's tough, man. Like, that, you're asking these guys to learn an entirely new way of running the offense, from someone else, but then expecting them to perform consistently. And nothing around them is happening consistently. And so I think this is the year Justin Herbert can establish himself as that top 5 to 10 guy, no matter what list it is.
Yep.
Not just by what the Chargers accomplished necessarily even in the postseason. I think it's just more how he commands the position even throughout the regular season, just looking like a guy that can go out there and win games for his team every Sunday.
Dude, I'm really interested in that. I'm really interested to see what the Mike McDaniel brings to it, because hearing the reports that he's, like, been changing up his footwork has been really interesting to me. Mike McDaniel definitely likes to use a lot more dynamic type of gameplay, a lot more play action, and he's got a very good handle of the running game. And again, I'm using this as an example. Like, I'm really interested to see what he can get out of him, because I've seen what he can get out of Tua. And I've never been the biggest Tua fan on the field. I never loved the arm strength. I appreciated the accuracy early on, but I thought a lot of that was really well schemed for him, and he really found a way to kind of utilize Tua in such a great way that I can only imagine what he can do with the arm strength and athleticism of Justin Herbert. That being said, we're going to finally find out, hopefully, if Justin Herbert is really that guy, because he's also been hamstrung with the fact that he's had like 5 offensive coordinators in 6 years.
I mean, that was the point of, like, that mention. It's hard. The language of playing quarterback in the NFL is nearly impossible to learn regardless of who your offensive coordinator is. But then when you start saying every year I'm making some adjustments and tweaks to this language and I want you to learn it, I want you to master it, and then I want you to make sure everybody else knows it and can master it. But then, okay, again, in 10 months, we're going to change it again, and we're going to change it again. It's hard to play the position from a level of comfort and trust when you're still learning. And I think that's what the new offensive coordinator aspect represents for quarterbacks. Instead of them being able to just go out on the field and focus on what they need to do themselves, they're still learning something from someone else and then trying to go out and execute it. They don't have ownership of it yet because it's new. And so hopefully for Justin Herbert at least, even Mike McDaniel being there for 2 years, hopefully, even though he'll probably be a head coaching candidate by the end of the season and go somewhere else and get a head coaching job. Hopefully he can get some time where he can take ownership of the offensive system, which will allow him to just go out there with more confidence and believe in what he's doing.
Absolutely. Well, so much to discuss when it comes to the season for the Chargers and Justin Herbert. Is it kind of a make-or-break year for this cat, or do you think he's got a lot of rope to work with? We will discuss as the season goes forward and as training camps begin to open up. But coming up, boy, I think somebody might have broken Windy. I think it's only been a matter of time, to be fair. It's only been a matter of time before we all answer this question that somehow Windy had to answer. Does LeBron need 1 or 2 more rings? Oh, God. We will discuss here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, we got Aaron, we got Crash, we got Raj, making us look and sound better than we've ever deserved right now. And you can check us out and see our handsome faces on YouTube at the Fan LA. Get in the chat, join the conversation. We see our friends in there. We see Joanna in Arizona in there. We see Swing Timer 75 joining the conversation, and of course, we look forward to having you all joining this conversation. And listen, we talked a little bit earlier about the thing that went a little viral from D-Mac and Reiter from Bill Reiter when he was talking about LeBron James being a mercenary. And Aaron, I'd love to get you on the mic real quick. Do we currently have a poll going on that?
I'm not sure about a poll, but I know Crash over here. I'm sure Crash over here knows.
Well, then give me
Don't
Crash.
ask Aaron anything like that.
He's the
He
only
barely
one I
play
can
the sound
see.
for you.
I
Don't put
don't
him in
know
that
who's in
position.
there. You weren't in there, and I can't even see Mitch. Is Mitch here today?
Oh, best believe I'm here. I wouldn't
Thank
miss
God.
this for the world. We made a poll today talking about Bill Reiter a little bit. Do you guys think LeBron cared about LA? And the two options that we have are yes, he was a true Angelino, and no, he was a mercenary. We're 40 minutes deep in this poll. It's getting crazy. Talk about it, boys.
It's getting crazy. Is it getting crazy because it's 94% to he was a mercenary to yes, he was an Angelino? You guys didn't even give this one a chance.
We
did.
Oh,
Not a
you
chance.
barely gave that a chance.
Not a chance.
You said, was he a true Angelino? Something I wouldn't even say about myself.
Stop it.
We didn't ask if he was a true Angelino. We asked if he cared about LA the same way Bill Reiter posed it. And we'll play that Bill Reiter a little later in the show, guys, in case you didn't hear it. We'll make sure and we'll get reaction from D-Fish and Deck.
Well, listen, let's be real clear. It's been a very unique week when it comes to the world of LeBron James, and everybody has been reacting completely normal. Everyone has been treating this as it's absolutely, same thing as always, just another day, another dollar type of business, right? Everybody and no one has any strong opinions on what's going on with LeBron James over there to Philly. So much so that good old Brian Windhorse, was asked a question, and I think it finally broke him. Here he is.
What are we doing here? We're talking about him winning multiple more titles? What kind of preposterous situation? His legacy is established. It's set. It's done. What about 3? Why not 4? Why not 5? Why not 6? Why not 12? What?
They tried that in Miami. It didn't work.
I love Charles. He's such a value add to the sport. Talking about him adding 2 titles.
What can I say? Hearing the idea about LeBron's legacy needing more titles, I have to agree, kind of nuts at this point. I mean,
Yeah, I don't think he said need though.
No?
I don't think so.
no, I don't think Wendy said that.
I don't think Charles said need either.
No, really,
I think need in order to become for some people, Michael Jordan will always be the GOAT.
no matter what.
Charles's only
Serious.
point was, in order for LeBron to be considered the GOAT, almost to take over
From MJ.
some of the conversation around Michael clearly being the GOAT, he would need to add 2 more titles
To get to 6.
To get to 6, and then we could have that conversation.
Interesting.
But for some people, they're never going to have that conversation because Michael's got 6. He was 6 for 6 in the NBA Finals. He was Finals MVP all 6 times. His run in the 90s will never be captured in one bottle the way his was. I think that's what Charles was saying. Wendy, to me, was I agree with some of his energy around in basketball. I do think we tilt really heavily into the rings conversation when we talk about just how great players are in general. Mm-hmm. Not greatest of all. It should only be kind of part of a conversation around who do we consider to be the greatest ones of all time, without taking away from how great Charles Barkley himself was,
Who was amazing.
regardless of rings. Karl Malone, John Stockton, you could go down a long list of
Absolutely can.
I'm talking about straight killers. You don't take anything away from that. But then when you get into that smaller, more nuanced conversation around, okay, but the greatest of all time to play a sport, what's that list look like? And then that's when it narrows down to Michael, Bill Russell, LeBron is in that conversation. It's that's when it gets really narrow. I think Wendy's point was like, we've gotten so narrow in our conversation around the GOAT that like everything gets gobbled up into championship rings.
Mm-hmm.
But in team sports, I don't know what other, like we don't talk about Tom Brady being, I think, arguably the greatest football player of all time without the 7 Super Bowl rings. I think if he had only led his teams to 1 Super Bowl championship, there would be other guys that we would consider to be the greatest football player of all time.
Possibly.
So then it kind of then flips Wendy's argument on its head a little bit.
By the way, that clip from ESPN as no, you're not wrong. I hear what you're saying about that. I really do. But you mentioned the team sport aspect of it all. That's where it always mildly loses me. And yeah, the NBA, a little bit different. 5 men on the court compared to like Major League Baseball, 9 people on the field. NFL, same thing, more people on the field, a lot more variables taking place. And you can make the argument that one superstar player does affect his team more than, say, a superstar player in those other respective sports. Like, for example, we were talking before the show, when asked who I think is the GOAT in Major League Baseball, my answer is Barry Bonds. It doesn't mean I'm right or wrong. It's my opinion. Barry Bonds, no championships. In fact, only played in 1 World Series at all. Should have won that World Series, but
And had a hell of a historic World Series.
He almost won the World Series MVP, and they lost, but that was the thing. He was just so good on his own. He practically took them there. It's just such a weird thing that we can kind of ignore it in other sports a little bit more, but in the NBA, and I do think MJ possibly did this to us in the 90s.
Yeah. He set the bar.
He really set the bar. But I know
Magic Johnson
Same
set the
thing.
bar.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
Set the bar.
I'm not sure how else we have the conversation. If those guys established, it's like the 4-minute mile.
Mm-hmm.
Until you break the 4-minute mile, you ain't break the 4-minute mile.
Fair. But here's what I know will happen. Say he wins the next 2 titles.
Yep.
Say he now has 6. He's done it in 4 cities. Outrageous stuff. I know what the argument's going to be when this conversation comes up. It's going to be, well, how many did he lose? Jordan didn't lose any.
No,
and then we're going to be
100%.
dealing with that.
Yeah, no, 100%. But that's what I'm saying. LeBron's legacy is, as it currently is constructed. Remember, we talked about this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We have these legacy debates while people are still playing.
All the time.
Instead of like let the person finish their work product, and then it's when we look back on it that we're then able to say, oh man, that was, he accomplished this, did this.
Couldn't agree more.
Right? So now we're comparing someone to somebody that hasn't played basketball in 25 years to someone that's still currently playing, that it's not out of the question that the Sixers could win the title this year, assuming things go well. So then that could increase the possibility of it happening next year. So I get it. I don't disagree with. I don't think LeBron needs to win 2 more titles to be considered on the very short list of greatest basketball players of all time. He's already on that list.
Completely.
I think Will Chamberlain gets left off. He should be on it as well. You know, it should be probably a 4 to 5 person conversation. Mm-hmm. You'll never be able to pick just one. None of us should do that. But yeah.
I agree with you, man. We can go all day on this, and we just might. But let's get over to the calls. You heard what we said, because we can go all day. Can you go all day on this? 855-975-2326. Let's get to Jimmy in Lakewood. Jimmy, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
All right, a couple of things. You know, LeBron's always been a merc. He's always been about himself, and that's okay. He was about himself when he was in L.A., gave L.A. a championship. You know, get those roses elsewhere now. And as a Laker fan, if we made it through the Robert Sacre, Jordan Hill starting lineup era, we'll be okay. Number 2, Dodgers. Hey, they all got to be healthy. It's about October, baby. Number 3, the real GOAT. 97.1 LA the Fan, all right?
That a baby! Thank you, Jimmy. I agree with you on the Dodgers of it all, and yes, we will be discussing the Dodgers later on in the show, getting back over to them. But what are your thoughts on that? Like, I agree that he is a mercenary, but I agree that he was a mercenary, and I mean that in a very complimentary form. Like he's a mercenary in that, yeah, he's a winner that's going to go from place to place to win.
So, I didn't look up the definition, but mercenary is basically like somebody that was paid to assassinate and kill people.
A paid assassin.
Without any emotions or feelings attached to it, just go get the job done.
Yes.
Would we, even though Michael played for the Chicago Bulls primarily, would we consider him to be a mercenary?
I would.
What?
Yeah, I mean,
he was underpaid most of his career. That's the opposite of a mercenary.
We didn't ask about money.
Are you talking about the emotion aspect of it?
A mercenary is someone that is hired to annihilate whoever is over there.
Yeah.
Would we consider Michael Jordan to be that?
I absolutely would.
Okay. Would we consider Kobe Bryant to have those attributes in his personality?
100%.
So is it negative?
I think it's a compliment to call a guy a mercenary, personally.
Okay. That's why I'm asking, like, what? Okay, so we're coining it. So we're saying it's mercenary because he left one place and went to another place, but the mentality shouldn't change. The mentality is, if I go there, we're winning the championship.
I think
if I go there, we're winning the championship.
I agree. No,
that's all I care about.
I think the mentality they're trying to describe him as being a mercenary is that emotionless thing, like has no attachment to where he's going. He's just showing up to win and his glory and leave. Now, I don't personally agree with that aspect of it because very clearly he's got a lot of emotion wrapped around the idea of winning and losing. Whether it's for his own glory or not, I don't think that actually matters. He's a competitor, and I personally think the mercenary thing is more of a compliment than it is to the detriment of anybody.
Right. So then would some of the same people then say, when the game is on the line, LeBron's dribbling the basketball towards the free throw line in Toronto, and instead of shooting the last shot himself, he throws it out to Rui Hachimura in the corner and he makes a three. Now, does a mercenary pass the ball to somebody else at the end of the game so they can shoot the ball? Like a mercenary that only thinks about himself and nobody else matters?
No, he does not.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking for
I get
a
it.
friend.
I get it. Well, I hope your friend is informed now, and we are all informed, guys. Lots to discuss in the show. Later on, we got Herm Edwards joining the show and Ty Hill joining the show to talk all things NBA. But when we come back, there is definitely something Walker Kessler would rather do than a GW bucket. I don't even know what this means. I can't wait.
A game-winning bucket?
A game-winning bucket? Okay, here we go. Thank you. Now we'll discuss it when we discuss
went to school at UCLA.
Whether you're in or you're out, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Now we ask D. Fish and Decker, are you in or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
Let's go ahead and bring in Raj. Time to find out if we're in or out.
That's right, gentlemen. Let's start with a little bit of sound from the Dan Patrick Show. I'll let you listen for a second. Oh, you guys know what with the Kyle Shanahan situation in the car accident?
It is weird. It is weird.
Yeah.
It is weird.
So let's take a clip. Let's listen to Dan Patrick for a little bit. Here we go.
This came out on Saturday that Kyle Shanahan, the Niners head coach, had been in a serious car accident. It happened on July 14th. So the Niners kept it quiet for 11 days. I don't know how they did this or why they did this. The Niners posted a statement regarding the accident at midnight Eastern on Saturday. Adam Schefter posted his first tweet on the situation 1 minute later.
Mm-hmm.
The ESPN article about the accident published at 1 minute after that. So did you release this to everybody, this information? Why is ESPN holding the information?
So my question to you is, you in or out on ESPN withholding the information, if you will?
I mean, I think sports media has always held information that leans a little more personal to some degree. You know, like it's not like we're talking about sports news, not personal news.
Right.
So I do think sometimes, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I'm okay with it to some degree. In particular, you know, when there maybe are things that maybe something could lead to law enforcement or legal aspects of it later, that like as a sports network, you don't want to be involved in putting a stamp on it right off top.
Well, I hear what you're saying, because the lack of information is why I would be in on this, but I'm actually out on this, and I'll explain my point and why.
Talk to me.
It's simply this: the NFL and ESPN very much in bed with each other, especially with their TV deals. NFL owns like a 10% stake in ESPN itself, so the idea that they're coordinating efforts to actually release this story at the same time is one problem I already have, because it already shows by a trickle effect who's reporting the story. ESPN, then Schefter, then the team themselves. So this was heavily coordinated, and it was nearly 2 weeks after the actual incident.
Yeah.
So because of that, now I have so many more questions on why this wasn't reported. This is not just some guy. This is one of the most famous guys in the NFL, and no one knows nothing. By them doing it exactly like this is leading to more questions than if they just told us about it initially. Streisand affected this.
Right, but why wouldn't law enforcement or the city of whatever this happened at be responsible for that?
They also should be. That's the question. There's more questions.
Gets weirder the more you think about it.
I'm not disagreeing with that. But why is ESPN or the team or the NFL even responsible for reporting it?
Because they're because they're journalists. That's their job.
I understand that, but I mean, law enforcement, cities.
We'll chop this up later. We'll get deeper in this later. We're gonna keep it moving. We'll keep it moving. Hey, our new starting center, Walker Kessler, said he'd rather get a game-winning block than a bucket. Fish, you in or out on our defensive man stepping up for the defensive stats?
Yeah, no, I'm in. Yeah, I like this mentality. I remember the first game I started, I think. I got interviewed before the game, and I was like, man, I'd be happy if I had 2 points and 20 assists. And then the game started, and I had 20 points and 2 assists.
Damn. What a selfish player, dude.
Ball hog.
Dude, pass the ball.
And so, that like the mentality is the key part. Even if the game ends and you have to make a game-winning bucket, you just do.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember OG Anunoby for the rest of my life because of a game-winning block.
Yeah.
Period. Stop.
Word.
So I love this, and I hope he makes many game-winning blocks.
And speaking of more LeBron, as I know he loved to do in that final against the Warriors, the play I remember most is that freaking block on Iguodala, right? The chase down block, as we call it.
Classic.
Hey, speaking of rings and whatnot, you want to play a little more sound? This is from the Full Court Pass. This is our friend of the show, shall we say? Well, friend of the station, Draymond Green on, I'll just let you tell him what he says.
If there's something that I could offer to a team, and I'm like, oh, I'm the missing piece there, I can go help that team get over the hump. That's a totally different thing, right? Like, that's like I can go contribute to a championship. That's different than like, man, let me go see if I could just fall into one more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be able to contribute. And saying that
has like a big, like a big four. Phoenix, for example. Phoenix say, hey, we need you. Would you?
I think that would be a hell of an opportunity, but the Warriors will have to not want me anymore.
So basically, Draymond Green says he'd rather miss the playoffs with the Warriors than chase a championship somewhere else. Fish, you want to, you in or out?
Yeah, I like the nuance of what he said. Like, he's not going to leave Golden State or choose not to return, because I think he's a free agent. He's not going to choose not to return to Golden State unless they don't offer him anything to come back. At that point, he would then choose to go somewhere else and try to still, he wants to win at a high level. So I agree with this. I'm in on this thinking. It's clear this is not, he's not just randomly like looking around, where can I just go win 75 games and get a championship? The contribute part was what resonated with me the most. No matter how long you play, that's your barometer. If you still feel like you can contribute at a high level and you can go help somebody else do that, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, I like how he's kind of framing it. It's more or less like, listen, would I go elsewhere? But it would need to be better than where I'm at now, type of thing. If it's a lateral move, then why leave the organization you've been at your entire career and had so much success at? So it makes all the sense to me. I'm in.
All right, I heard that. Hey guys, a driver stops for gas in the middle of a California police chase that reached speeds of excess 130 miles per hour.
Stop for gas during the chase?
Yeah, man, that's what it says.
Did you get that far?
How ahead of them was he?
He had a little bit of a lead.
Clearly.
Okay.
So you in or out or stopping for gas, man, because you got to keep the run going. Turn your phone down, Cody.
Yeah, Yeah, again, I go back to what am I running for?
Well, I mean, clearly it's not that bad if you're stopping for gas.
Yeah, that's my point. Like, I'm like, okay, well, if I'm stopping because I just want to be
Did
on
he
TV,
call a timeout or something? Are you allowed to do that?
I don't know what.
That's awesome if he did that.
He had to be extremely far ahead to feel like he could stop for gas.
Man, it takes me forever to fill up my gas. It takes me 5 minutes just to get my card right.
The question is, did he push the button for he needs a receipt?
No, you can't. You can't waste that precious time. You got to get back on the road, dude.
And then it said, please see a cashier inside.
By the way, I'm in on this, by the way, only because I didn't know this was an option. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, when he had a lead, so I guess he built up a lead, so he stopped. But we're looking how soon they caught him after that. Hey, guys, Madden's coming out. John Madden, any of you still play Madden? When's the last time you played? Okay,
I haven't played in 2 years.
Okay, what about you, Fish?
It's been more years than that. I used to play a lot, but it's been a long
it's been a minute. Well, 2 Rams have made it on the Madden 99 club.
Yeah.
2 Rams. And can you guys guess which 2 they are?
Yeah, I definitely got this. You want to get the first one?
I'll go offense.
Okay.
I'll go Matthew Stafford.
I'll go defense. I'll go Myles Garrett.
That's right. So we got 2 guys. In or out on those guys being the all 99 club?
Should be higher. Should be higher.
I mean, I think the MVP of the league definitely should probably be a 99.
Yeah, and I think the greatest defensive guy in the history of the game should also be a 99.
Yeah.
I'm in.
I'm way in.
Hey, guys, how about this? When's the last time you've played Monopoly?
Ooh, honestly, 20 years ago.
20? Jesus.
Oh, yeah, more recent than that. A couple years ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Okay, a couple years ago. Did you finish? Fish?
No one's ever finished a game of Monopoly.
No, I think because, especially in the house with kids, the pieces end up missing. Some of the money ends up missing. So it's hard to.
Most people aren't following the written rules of Monopoly to actually finish the damn game. You in or out on altering the rules, Fish, or you can actually finish the game.
I mean, I'm in. I get it. It could literally last forever, and there, nights where. You want to have a game night as a family, but you don't have 3 hours of time to have a game night.
3 hours that'd be nice. I don't know if I've ever
You
seen
finished a game of Monopoly in 3 hours?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing out that number as any range of that. You don't even have that amount of time in your day to play, a game as a family. So I'm in on adjusting it so that more families can have more game nights.
I want to apologize for my initial answer. The truth is, I played it much more recently than like 20 years ago. I'm still playing it right now because that game never ended. The game is still on, and I'm in the lead.
Okay.
That being said, yeah, please, I hate Monopoly because there was no way to win.
I heard that. I say once you bankrupt, you're done. Once you out, you out. Forget all that mortgage and property and all that crap. Let's see how much time we got. Let's see. You're going to a fun story. Hey, guys, in 1972, on this day, the Dallas Cowboys beat the College All-Stars in Chicago 20-7. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you in or out back in the day, I believe the Cowboys won the Super Bowl in like the 71 season. I think it was against Denver or something. Maybe it was Miami. But anyway, the Super Bowl champ would play the College All-Stars the next season. In or out on that format, Fish? Kind of take.
I don't know. I felt the 72 was that the year the Dolphins were undefeated.
Right around that.
Yeah. So the previous season they played the Cowboys.
Yep. So I mean, I don't know if I would play any live football in the offseason.
they laying helmets.
I mean, it sounds awesome, but yeah.
Especially against that had to be so cool though. Imagine being a college all-star playing against the Dallas Cowboys, man.
Dude.
I think I'd pass.
Listen, it'd be a great way for me to die.
Right.
I think it's awesome. Obviously, this will never, ever happen again in any universe. But yeah, it's pretty sweet.
All right, speaking of universe, and this one's mainly for you, Deck, if you got something on this, Fish, find it. Ryan Reynolds went to Comic-Con dressed as Deadpool to hang out with unsuspecting fans in a costume may tease his MCU future. You went or out on this teasing Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds MCU future.
Very in. More Deadpool is a good thing. Also, he was wearing the X-Force black and gray outfit, which apparently, and this has not been confirmed, apparently he commissioned himself to get made, so he wore it at Comic-Con. And it looked great, by the way.
I thought it looked really cool. Yeah. You in or out on Deadpool? Do you know who Deadpool is, Fish?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in on this. Ryan Reynolds to me is one of those like guys that so innovative in how he approached just promoting projects and movies that he's in. And Deadpool was one of the first, like for me, like getting on board with how movies were even promoted. I feel like Kevin Hart and Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson with Central Intelligence kind of started some things that I noticed. But Ryan Reynolds is one of one when it comes to teasing and promoting projects.
Fun fact about Deadpool.
Yeah.
He's known as the Merc with the Mouth. That's right. He's a mercenary.
Got it.
You're welcome, D-Fish. Guys, coming up, the legendary Herm Edwards, live right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We got Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, Aaron right there making us sound good. We got Crash making us look good on YouTube, of which you can check us out right now at The Fan LA. Get in the chat, join the conversation, and momentarily about to be joined by the legendary Herm Edwards to talk all things NFL right here on D-Fish and Decker. And let's not keep you waiting. Let's go right over to the phones. You know him as a former NFL head coach, a college head coach, and of course an ESPN analyst, the one, the only, the legendary Herm Edwards. Herm, how you doing, my guy?
I am well. That is a fabulous introduction. I don't know if I'm worthy for all that. But I will say this: probably the most important part was the NFL football player.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the most important part of all of it when you really break it all down, because without that, nothing else really gets set in place as far as coaching and at the college level, professional level. It all had something to do with me playing professional football and being under a lot of really good head coaches and really gaining a philosophy and the things you needed to do to build a football team. I learned all that as a player, so that helped me tremendously.
Coach Derek Fisher here, man. We appreciate you hopping on with us this morning and spending some time with us. How excited are you for this NFL season, man? There's so many storylines, and the parity has been a part of football for a long time. Repeat champions are extremely difficult, but as you look out into this season, what's most exciting to you? What stories are speaking to you the most?
Well, I think every team has a different story. Whether you are a playoff contender, if not, I think what's really unique this year for me, when I look at it, and I've sat in that seat, I've had the privilege of being a head coach in the league. There's 10 new head coaches.
Oh, yeah.
10. There's only 32 teams last time I checked. Now, there's 10 new head coaches. That's a big turnover, guys.
Yeah.
And, with that comes coordinators on both sides of the football as well. So that's big. I mean, for me, when you see that many coaches, being replaced and new coaches, and some coaches, have been head coaches going different places. But, when you look at it, if I was picking the playoffs right now on the AFC side, I would say the Bills, Broncos, Texans. Watch this. If he can stay healthy, and they need to do this. He needs to do this in his career. The Cincinnati Bengals, the Patriots, the Chargers, and then all of a sudden, the Ravens. And all of a sudden, this is Lamar Jackson's Ravens. This is all on Lamar Jackson now. Coach Harbaugh's gone. They can't blame Coach Harbaugh, falling short in the playoffs. This is all really Lamar Jackson. Okay, you got it. It's your team. And that's how I look at it on that side of it. On the NFC side of it, if Seattle will be in the mix, Philadelphia's always in the mix. Chicago, can Caleb Williams repeat what he did last year? Tampa Bay, I think, is a good story. The Rams, who had the number one offense in the league. San Francisco, with all the injuries it had last year, they pick up Mike Evans, big-time receiver, and the Green Bay Packers. Right now, sitting at home, before I go to Bristol next week or two, that's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm just kind of throwing it out there.
Absolutely. Well, we're joined by the great Herm Edwards, ESPN analyst, former NFL and college head coach, and, of course, 10 years NFL defensive back. And, Coach, I gotta know the Rams. This has been – the excitement in L.A. for the Rams is through the roof. And with this new look defense, they were already shortest odds to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl before they added Myles Garrett and before they added McDuffie. What do you think of this new look defense that the Rams are throwing out there?
Well, I think it's going to help them tremendously when you think about new look. But really, it's this: it's the belief that they can play defense, and then you can hold people to 21 points or less. That's kind of important, because if you can do that, the one thing we know, Matthew Stafford, they're going to score the ball now. This is the highest scoring offense in the National Football League. And Matthew Stafford is coming toward the end of his career. he knows time is running. His clock is ticking. So I think with that defense being built up, the NFC West, I mean, there's 3 teams in that division all had 12 wins. That's a pretty competitive division, and one won the Super Bowl, obviously, in the Seattle Seahawks. But you're right. I mean, they're going to have to play defense. And look, even with that being said, I mean, this was the number one offense. They scored 30 points a game. As I said, if the defense could just hold them, right, at 21 points or so and right in that stage, which they kind of did last year, this team should be able to win a lot of football games.
Coach, speaking of defense, as a coach and the possibility of, Aaron Donald's return and so much noise and news around it, how are you handling that going into training camp, as a coach, keeping everybody focused on building the habits you need them to build today with the prospect of an all-time great returning to make the defense even stiffer?
Well, I would say this. They're in the one, and Coach McVay is telling them this. Look, we are a playoff team. We know that, but it's not getting into the playoffs anymore, man. We know what we're trying to achieve. And with that being said, we got to get this done. Our clock is running right now. We were a 12-5 football team, fell a little short last year. Matthew Stafford, I mean, I don't know if you can ask Matthew Stafford to do any more than he did. He got through 46 touchdowns, guys, and only 8 interceptions. He threw the ball almost 600 times and only threw 8 interceptions. That's crazy. Does that? He did last year. So if you're a defensive player, you're looking at yourself defensively and go, hey, we weren't that bad. I mean, we were, 17th ranked. I mean, I get that part. Gave up 20 points a game, but, they're going to have to make some big stops in big games, and they know that. And it all starts in their division. How do you compete in your division? And I think that they feel like, hey, look, we can win this division. We know who Seattle is. We know who San Francisco is. San Francisco's healthy this year. Seattle is dealing with the Super Bowl hangover, and they got to deal with that. Arizona's a little sneaky at times if you fall asleep on them. But the Rams are a team that, they got the making of winning this division.
Absolutely. We got the legendary Herm Edwards joining us right now on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And Coach, you mentioned when you were talking about the AFC just now, a minute ago, you were saying, the Broncos, and you mentioned the Chargers. And, you didn't mention the Chiefs in there, but we do have a healthy Patrick Mahomes in there. And the reason I bring that up is I, myself, like a lot of people in LA, are very big Raider fans. And it seems like the Raiders have gotten better. But what does that even mean with this division in front of them and that schedule ahead of them?
Yeah, the Raiders, look, I grew up on the West Coast, okay? I grew up on the peninsula here in Monterey. I went to Cal.
Nice.
I can remember when the Raiders used to play preseason games at Cal. And so I go way back with the Raiders. And the thing I've always said, and I truly believe, in sports, you always need a bully. That's how it works. There's got to be a bad guy, got to be a bully. That was the Raiders. The guys that had the patch on their eye. And they were in Oakland, and like when you went in there, it was named the Black Hole for a reason. I mean, you went in there and it was like, oh boy, we might not get out of here, boy, playing these guys. And back in the day now, they left their mark on you. Now, look, be quite honest, I still don't appreciate it. They beat us in the Super Bowl. The Raiders. Being a wild card team. I mean, with Plunkett. Plunkett resurrected his career. And they ended up beating us. And it's kind of ironic because we played them twice that year. We played them in Philly. We sacked him 6 times and just ran the Raiders out of Philly. And then they beat us, obviously, in the Super Bowl. But I think with this young quarterback they have, they have some offensive firepower. They got a good runner. The quarterback gives them some stability. They're in a division that's very, very competitive. As mentioned, the Chargers. I think Denver. I'm not counting Kansas City out. Patrick Mahomes, he's right there. But people have they caught up to Kansas City. And they caught up to them. And why? Because this is what you always do when you have a team like the Chiefs that has been so dominant for such a long time. You build your whole team and you draft your team around your division and how to beat the best team in your division. And that has been the Chiefs running away. I ain't counting them out. You're right, because they got Patrick Mahomes. But I think when you look at the Raiders, they need to be good. They need to be competitive because it makes the league better. It just does. When the bully is kind of good, everybody gets nervous when the bully comes to town. They go, oh, the Raiders are coming to town. You remember the day when the Raiders used to come to town? I go, oh, boy, the Raiders are coming to town, right? It was fun. So I'm pulling for them. I hope they figure it out and get it going.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the, in terms of the, better for the league and things that just kind of move the needle. Let's shift over to the Cowboys briefly and talk about their group. And obviously Dak Prescott had a phenomenal offensive season last year, but the Cowboys have just fallen short. And there seems to be some excitement. There seems to not be as much noise. George Pickens is locked in and ready to go. What are your thoughts on the Cowboys as we start this season?
You're asking the Philadelphia Eagle about the Cowboys. But I'm gonna put my commentator hat on now. Cowboys, they're an interesting team when you think about it. They're the number 2 ranked offense in the league. Scored 28 points a game. Dak Prescott in the playoffs in 10 seasons, he's 2-5.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. That's on his that's on his slate. Now, we could even go deeper than that with these Cowboys. Last time, the last time, Super Bowl, 1995.
Been a while.
Here's their playoff record. Here's the record in the playoffs since 1995. 5-13.
Whoo!
5-13 since 1995. Okay, so. You can. I love Dak Prescott. I do. I think he's a guy that they beat him up way too much, but he's wearing the star on his helmet. Jerry is good for the league. He's a promoter. Done a great job. He understands how to promote his football team. They had a bad finish last year. Down the stretch, they were 1-4. That ain't good. That's not good. So if they can just fix the defense, they've gone out. Caleb Downs, the big safety. They got Lawrence, the linebacker. Williams, they traded for. Kenny Clark, Rasheed Gary. So they're trying to upgrade this defense that was poor last year. Okay, it was flat poor. They'll have a chance. But then I get back to what I said before. Since 1995, guys, playoff record 5-13. I ain't making it up.
No, you are not. The legendary Herm Edwards joining D-Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan. And Coach, you mentioned that 3-5 Dak Prescott. Well, there's another cat in town here in L.A. who's 0-3 in the playoffs, yet we still see him heralded by just about everyone because we see the arm talent. We see how great Justin Herbert is. What do you think that Mike McDaniels can bring as the new OC to Justin Herbert's game to maybe get him over that January hump?
Well, I mean, he understands that. I mean, this is where quarterbacks have to show up in division games and in playoff games. This is where they make their money. This is where the quarterbacks make their money. And he's a talented quarterback. I can remember him when he was at Oregon, and we played him at Arizona State. Now, I had a pretty good guy, too.
Yeah, you
did. Daniels.
Yeah, you did.
And I can remember them coming down to Arizona State, and they were, I think, 4th or 5th in the country. And they were rolling. And he was the quarterback, and we beat him. We found a way to beat him. He's got to win big games as a quarterback, and he knows that. It's kind of like Dak Prescott. You got to win those games because they're going to be a physical football team. Coach Harbaugh, they're going to run it. The play-action pass is going to be, part of their offense. They got a good enough defense. They just got to get it done in the big game. I mean, that's what it boils down to, guys. This is why the quarterback gets all the money, guys. At the end of the day, you know, it ain't like the games, you know, like you're playing losing teams. No. When you play big-time games, division games, when you get in the playoffs and you got to go on the road and go win a game, and that's quarterback. That's why they pay the guy all that money. The quarterback. You're the guy, whether you like it or not. That's your. It is your stage. You more than ever, it's now on the quarterback.
True, Coach. We appreciate you jumping on. Thank you for the time, man, and the insight. I've had the pleasure recently of playing a couple rounds of golf up at Tehama Golf Club, and word
you
is
came over to the house, man.
Word is, you know that you got a pretty nice little setup over there. So next time I come up, I'll make sure drop by, and I'll leave a note. I'll make sure I announce myself before I enter your premises.
Once you get in the gates, you're good, because you can see the house right from the second hole, right?
Yes.
You can see the house.
Yes,
that's the one thing people, that's what the guys in the pro shop always tell me. They say, man, first thing they say, man, when people come up here and says, house is that right there? And he said, that's Coach's house. So, really?
Sir.
I'm going to go visit him.
Yes,
so my gate's always open. It's always open.
Appreciate that.
Awesome. Coach, and I can't wait to caddy for both of you. Very, very excited. Thank you so much for joining the show today, Coach Herm Edwards.
My pleasure, man. Thank you.
The legendary Coach Herm Edwards. And, of course, you'll be checking him out all football season long over there, doing a lot of analysis on ESPN. And, you know, he said one thing that is just absolutely right. And it works for Dak. It works for Herbert. It's all about that big game, man. Like, you can put up all the numbers you want. And that's the thing about Matthew Stafford. Like, it's just Matthew Stafford gets the MVP. It's a regular season award. But he's also got a ring. He's also taken them deep into the playoffs multiple times. It's just we haven't seen it yet from these guys in January, and that's the problem. Same argument, by the way, a guy who I heavily defend in Lamar Jackson. We have yet to see it in January deep enough to where we can honestly say, like, that's the dude, right?
Yeah, it's interesting how we determine whether or not players that have a certain role on the team and make a certain amount of money should have to be able to lead their team to playoff and championship level success in order to be considered a certain way.
Well, what else are you paying them for? I mean, you're allocating funds for wins, and if your money is allocated a sizable chunk to this guy, and you're not getting the wins from this guy, yeah, I'd say it's problematic.
All right. I'm just saying, some of the other conversations we had over the last couple of weeks, a lot of winning been going on that people still seem to question.
It seems to be an aspect, yes. Are you referring to one LeBron James specifically?
Possibly. We'll talk about it at another time.
Oh, we will discuss it at another time. Possibly even on today's show. But yeah, no, like, he's not wrong. It's just, it's right there.
Moments. Those are the moments. It's kind of part of that overall, like, how you make people feel is what you're left with, right? And it's like your regular season numbers are like, that's what your job is. And then, but like becoming one of those guys is when you have those breakthrough moments, it's like you made people feel something when they watched you perform or do what you did. And that's what kind of changes. It's all narrative, basically. And the narrative gets shifted when you're able to have those breakthrough moments, not just for yourself, but in team sports. It's what, like, all the glory. It's why the quarterback in all the movies and TV shows, gets the pretty girl and rides off in the sunset and has a certain role and because you're the quarterback, and everything gets built around that position. And so being able to step up in January in the NFL specifically, and even college football now, being able to step up in December and January, that's what separates you from good to great. And all these guys want to be great. And I think, to Coach's point, finding a way to do that in January is really the differentiator.
Who do you think needs it the most going into this next year? Because you got Dak, of course, who's mentioned right there, 2-5 in the playoffs. You got Justin Herbert, 0-3 in the playoffs. You have Josh Allen, who everyone keeps listing as the number one quarterback, but hasn't gotten over the hump. You got Lamar Jackson, another guy who hasn't gotten over the hump. So I would say those four guys who are very much upper echelon quarterbacks who have yet to get over that hump, which one do you think needs it the most?
Lamar Jackson.
I think you're right, dude. I think you're absolutely right.
I think like Dak and the Cowboys, that's like a sport for people.
Yes,
like
we can keep them losing forever.
regardless of what he does, it's just not going to be good enough because it's the Cowboys.
And I'll give you an example on that. Jalen Hurts still isn't good enough. He gave him a championship, and they're still crapping on that guy.
Justin Herbert's, unfortunately, the Chargers don't have that overall pressure and expectation to perform at a certain level. I think football people will question Herbert to some degree if he doesn't quite have that moment, but the larger narrative won't significantly shift very much. Josh Allen is kind of to that rings conversation. Like, he's going to be regarded as one of the greatest football players of all time, whether he wins or not. Like, I think people just appreciate his greatness without always connecting it to team success. But Lamar Jackson, I feel like the narratives around him, without him winning, it's like they're not going to respect the fact he's been a two-time MVP, et cetera, as
Which
much.
Which is wild to me. But it's just, I actually agree with you. I think Lamar Jackson, him and Josh Allen, I think are at the tippy top of that list. But yeah, I agree with you entirely. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. But coming up, Ohtani and this injury, man, oh man. Could it really threaten what we thought was a surefire MVP season? Because there's another guy that has entered the chat and is actually winning the war game against Ohtani. And we will discuss who that player is and exactly how big of a problem this is right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. Sports. And, of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. We got Aaron in the back making us sound good. We got Crash in the back making us look good on YouTube, of which you can check out right now at The Fan L.A. And, of course, we got Raj handling everything under the sun back there. And, guys, we've been talking everything as you could possibly imagine. We just had on the legendary Herm Edwards. And, of course, if you missed that, go back on the Odyssey app. And, of course, you can download the podcast wherever you get your favorite podcast. But yeah, a lot to kind of digest when it comes to the world of the NFL. Training camps are open and we are just living in this phenomenal life. But we got to switch it over to Los Angeles Dodgers baseball, because Major League Baseball is coming up to a trade deadline, which is only going to be on August 3rd this year. I believe it ends around midday, so very exciting about that. And there's a lot of names that are out there. But right now, we're just going to focus on the Dodgers right now, because the Dodgers do find themselves with some problems and good problems to have as well. But let's be real clear. This is the best team in Major League Baseball and has been pretty much from jump. You know, the Milwaukee Brewers have had something to say about that a few times, and the Milwaukee Brewers absolutely looking to add to this franchise. But the Dodgers find themselves in a unique position because right now Shohei Ohtani's dealing with a bit of a knee issue. As we've discussed ad nauseum on this show, he got his knee drained just about a week and a half ago and missed the All-Star game, and he's been scratched from multiple pitching starts. Now, a lot of people have been saying, well, that's fine. He can miss a few starts. He's still going to win the MVP. He just loses out on the Cy Young Award. That is now coming into question because there are a few aspects about Shohei Ohtani right now that seems to be an issue. So the knee issue kind of started springing up a little bit in June. Now, he kept pitching through it and was doing a pretty good job. But since June 11th, his offensive stats have gone down a little bit. Now, he has, since the All-Star break, now in these 3 series, maintained a .282 overall batting average with 22 home runs. But since this has started, I mean, his power output has kind of gone down a little bit. His offensive output in about every single spot has gone down just a little bit. And now he's not pitching on the mound either. So now we're talking about Shohei Ohtani, who is putting up phenomenal numbers, but his collective WAR is no longer like an astronomical high that it once was. Now, I don't really base everything in the world on WAR. If the season ended today, I absolutely would say Shohei Ohtani is your MVP. But there is another player that is making enough noise to the point where, ruh-roh, it's not just written in stone that Shohei Ohtani is winning the MVP. I want to look at a former Los Angeles native himself, Pete Crow Armstrong with the Chicago Cubs. Now, those of you that don't know, Pete Crow Armstrong grew up in the Valley. He went to Harvard Westlake High School. And right now, he is firmly in control of that number 2 spot as far as gambling odds go for the futures market for the MVP. Ohtani currently still has the best odds, but at the end of the day, here's what Pete Crow Armstrong has been doing. The outfielder has emerged as a front runner of the NL MVP because he's driven by these elite defensive metrics. He has saved plus over 20 outs above average in the outfield this year. That guy is just an out when you hit it out there. And he's done it not just with his glove, he's done it with his arm too. We've seen him make spectacular throws, bunch of throws at home plate. Honest to God, we're like almost reminding me of a bygone era. I don't know about you, D-Fish, but the one play I love in Major League Baseball more than just about any of them is the tag at home plate, the play at the plate late in the game. There is something about a relay throw with a guy rounding the bases from first base trying to get all the way to home that is just one of the most exciting plays in all of baseball. And Pete Crow Armstrong is one of the very best guys you could ever put in that position because he gets guys out at an alarming rate. Not to mention on top of that, offensively, he has been phenomenal. And currently, Shohei Ohtani has a WAR, which is, of course, wins above replacement on the pitching side of 2.9, and on the hitting side 2.9, and on the pitching side 3.0, which means he's got a 5.9 WAR. That is astonishing. Pete Crow Armstrong, a 7.0 WAR. He is affecting his games more than even Shohei Ohtani right now. That's how good of a season he is. Now, that being said, I'm not ready to crown Pete Crow Armstrong anything because last year, at this point of the season, his stats were even better than they are right now. He had 27 home runs. He was hitting maybe 4 points lower, but then his second half came around. And his second half, which, by the way, young player, fell off a cliff. He went ahead and hit like 155 with 4 home runs in the second half, and it was nothing to write home about. And I firmly believe Shohei Ohtani hasn't really hit his stride. However, this knee injury, it's just getting more problematic by the day, D-Fish, because we heard the news already from Ken Rosenthal and all the people about his pitching issues. Let's hear from Ken right now about where his knee's at.
What is also interesting about this physical setback for Ohtani, it's hard to call it an injury, although I guess it is that, is the implications for both the Cy Young and MVP races. Now you remember, we talked a lot about this season, Ohtani wanting to win his first Cy Young. It seemed to be a clear goal. Dave Roberts acknowledged that it was a clear goal. Well, now it's not going to happen. Simple as that. He simply doesn't have the innings. And frankly, he wasn't necessarily going to have the innings even if he had stayed healthy, pitching in a 6-man rotation, getting extra rest when necessary.
Now, I hear what he's saying. I mentioned the other day, I do disagree with the implicating that he wouldn't have had enough innings if he was still pitching because he's in the 6-man rotation. I don't buy that one bit. However, now I buy it completely. The guy hasn't really thrown for over a month now, and I don't know when we're going to see him throw again. But at the end of the very day, I've always said this about Shohei Ohtani. His value is offensive. His value to this team is far more important offensively. Despite what the WAR says, him having a 3.0 to a 2.9, I would honestly say the reason why his offensive output has been so low, and by the way, I say so low as if he's not having an amazing offensive season, is because he's been pitching so much. He's had pitching outings where he has not hit during those days, and not to mention on top of that, he's also been scratched from a lot of starts as of late. I do worry about where this knee is, and I've been saying for a while, he should have done a quick stint on the IL just to give him the time to come back, because the last thing I want is kind of a hobbled Shohei Ohtani going into October, D-Fish. By the way, that Ken Rosenthal clip was from Fair Territory.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to see that, in terms of managing, the knee and the inflammation. But especially at this point, you're also thinking about, where he is and like these individual opportunities that don't come around every season are important to players that are capable of being in these conversations. And so, figuring out the right workload, managing the days that he was at least, pitching, not pitching, et cetera. Okay, now that that's kind of, slid out of the focus for now, you don't want to necessarily close the door on the MVP run. And that has to be a factor into why they're not just, shutting him down for 15 days. You don't get a chance to, you're the guys that have the chance to be arguably one of the greatest of all time to do something. It's hard to explain how laser sharp the focus has to be on being that fully all the time. There's no off day from that. And so, it's worth the question, right? Of like, how much of that is a factor in the decision not to slow down? I mean, to be able to add another MVP to, while also still the team, of course, being successful. I don't think it's MVP and the Dodgers are losing.
No, that wouldn't make any sense. His MVP play will help attribute to the Dodgers winning even more.
Right, and maybe when more guys are back, maybe there's a gap there. But my guess is that, to shut him down and essentially the Cy Young conversation is pretty much a wrap. The MVP conversation is still alive, could be fading to some of the points you made about Pete Crow Armstrong, but you don't want to close the door entirely that Because then you have to almost go back and like the whole season would have been managed differently.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, Dave Roberts has talked about it, like about how he's managing it. He's been very open about what they've been trying to do, too, very much to their credit. They're not trying to hide anything from everybody. I'm actually surprised at how much they've actually put Shohei Ohtani out there. Just because, specifically because of the knee injury, I would have thought they would have pulled him back even more than they actually have. But they haven't. Ohtani's still out there, fresh off a knee-draining experience, playing and DHing every single night. And by the way, I understand that too from the other legacy aspect because he's going for a 4th MVP in a row. That's never been done before. It would be his 5th MVP, of which it should be his 6th. He should have won. It should be his 7th in a row or 6th in a row, to be honest with you. But if he gets this next MVP, that's 5 MVPs. He's number 2 all time to only one guy, and that's Barry Bonds with 7. Who's to say Shohei Ohtani doesn't eventually catch up to Barry Bonds? He might solidify himself while playing. The same way we're having the LeBron conversation. We're talking about the whole thing. Everyone's going to start talking about the legacy while he's playing. And how can you not? This particular legacy truly is one of one.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, I mean, when we look back on it, I mean, like you said, he could be considered the greatest, to at least of his era, to have played baseball due to the two-way nature of, elite performance that he's able to put out. But it's the legacy impact is a factor. It really is. You don't. This is a part of the partnership and the alignment between the greatest players and the teams that they play for. Like, they specifically want to play for teams with managers, with front offices, with ownership groups that can be aligned in how they see the world. And part of the world that he sees is winning MVPs, and he wanted a chance to win the Cy Young. Like, I don't know if that's going to go away, but if you're not able to get in alignment, you don't get access to these type of players.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're plenty to discuss and to digest when it comes to Shohei Ohtani and the season that is and where the injury is going to go. We'll keep you updated on all of the MVP odds. But coming up, LeBron James, a mercenary who didn't love Los Angeles? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Go ahead and check us out live right now on YouTube. Get in the chat and be a part of the conversation. And right now, this conversation is kind of to touch on something we discussed earlier. And it's whether or not LeBron James was a mercenary who didn't even love Los Angeles at all. Now, D-Fish and I have been talking quite a bit about the LeBron James decision of it all. And listen, as a basketball fan, I really like the decision he made. I like the team that he picked. And you know what I liked most about it? And I do mean this. And this is the thing that is just kind of out. How much of a surprise it was. Like, it really legitimately was a surprise. We're like, oh, LeBron James is going to Philadelphia. Couldn't believe my ears. And there's other aspects that I love about it too. You know, it's not like he's going to a friendly, confined place. No, he's going to the Lion's Den, man. He's going directly into the most angry fans that exist in sports, and that's Philadelphia fans. And also, it also opens up so much drama in the league. You telling me right now you don't want to watch LeBron James on Philly versus the Cleveland Cavaliers? You don't want to see him against the Miami Heat right now? You got Jaylen Brown. You tell me right now you're not excited to see them against the Celtics? The Knicks just won the title. Now you get the Philadelphia 76ers against this version of the Knicks. All of a sudden, I honestly think he made the best decision for basketball when you start to really break it down for spot to spot to spot. That being said, a lot has been said about LeBron James and his time here. And I think earlier today, you really eloquently illustrated a point on why certain fans might not have appreciated him. And that's because the LeBron brand is so much that a lot of people probably looked at it. He came here for himself. He came here to kind of do his production company, his other things. But the spot that loses me, and I think loses you as well, is if he did come in here for that, okay, that's fine and well. We could be mad at him if he didn't perform as well, of which LeBron James performed his ass off here in LA. He put up monstrous numbers in LA and won a title, but it's not good for everybody. Let's go ahead and listen to what Bill Reiter had to say yesterday right here on 97.1 The Fan on his show, D-Mac and Reiter.
The point is he never loved LA. How do I know he never loved LA? Because he didn't love Cleveland enough to go back to Cleveland when they were good. And he's from Akron. He didn't love Miami enough to go back to Miami when they have Giannis and they have Bam. It just turns out, and it's okay, you can be this thing, he's an absolute mercenary. And all of this talk, and all of this hand-wringing, and all of this spin zone, which we'll get into later, Dan Wojcicki, I think, reported for The Athletic that LeBron, his tenure was over when they never informed him that Luka had been traded, that they were going to get Luka. You don't inform mercenaries. He's not family. He wasn't Kobe. He wasn't half of the guys who have represented people in this city. And so for me, as I process D-Mac, LeBron going to Philly, my takeaway isn't he deserves, he doesn't deserve, but it's he never loved LA for anything other than a vehicle to win and for his own glory and his own greatness, and that is totally acceptable, and he's an adult, and he's allowed to do that. But when you treat a place, especially Los Angeles, like it doesn't matter, like it only matters in what it can give you in that moment, then you're not a part of that place, and we have every right to go after that guy if we want to, just like he has every right to leave.
That's the thing, by the way, we didn't get into at all. That last part where it's like when you treat a place like it doesn't matter. That is actually the line of the whole thing. Like the mercenary thing, I honestly have no problem with. Because honestly, I would say that's a compliment that you're a mercenary going in from spot to spot as like a hired gun. Like that is what every free agent at the end of the day, D-Fish, kind of is. But it's the idea that he didn't like it here and that I'm not there. I'm having trouble seeing where certain Laker fans get that idea that you could say it was all about him, sure. But again, he won a title here. He was successful here. I don't have the read that he didn't like it here or didn't love it here.
Yeah, I don't have that read either. I don't know how much longer would he have needed to play for the Lakers for us to then qualify it or quantify it as, oh, he liked it because he stayed for 10 years, or like I don't know if it was that much of a didn't love Los Angeles. Does he leave sooner than this year? I'm not sure. How do you and should athletes even carry that mantle, right? Like as Myles Garrett comes to LA, why would we ever say he does or doesn't like Los Angeles based on what? Like, if he just comes here and he plays football for 8 years and the Rams win a Super Bowl and he continues to be an all-pro defensive player, what in that says he doesn't like Los Angeles?
But D-Fish, did he love it here?
Yeah. Like, what? How are we? And when does loving the city where you work have anything to do with anything?
I played for a lot of cities that I really didn't love.
Where do we? I don't know where that becomes the thing that we determine whether it was successful or not, or the person was a mercenary or not. Yeah, I don't know what, athletes are. Is it because we didn't, you don't read enough books to kids in school? You don't build a new park, or you don't donate X amount of money to Boys and Girls Clubs? What is it that we would have needed to know to determine he loved Los Angeles? Mm-hmm. When most of the time now, especially folks that are at the level of success he is, all that stuff is done anonymously anyway. Because the minute that LeBron shows up and does a ribbon cutting at the Boys and Girls Club, then we're going to say he's showing out and he's trying to, show everybody that he gives back to the community. And
they're like, oh, what a fraud.
Yeah, they don't even bother dealing with all of that. So it's just kind of done, through their charitable arm or through some other ways without having to always be attached to it. So I'm just not sure, again, where some of the narratives are based in fact. And not just feelings or emotions or perception of something, and we're all entitled to our opinion. It's not to shout anybody down. I just want to know where it comes from.
Yeah, there was another thing he mentioned in that, which, by the way, was not his report. He was reporting somebody else. When the idea that LeBron, they sealed their fate with LeBron when they didn't go to him about the Luka Doncic thing. Well, that just never made sense to me at any point, that argument, because LeBron did exercise his player option the following year. That's how he played for the Lakers last season. So he opted in to play with Luka Doncic another year. So saying his fate was sealed the year before he opted into his final year to the Lakers has never made sense to me at any point.
Yeah, I mean, both of those things can be true. He opted in to $52 million.
That too. That is $52 million that was waiting for him. But he couldn't get that somewhere else, do you think?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Really?
I don't think around the league, and this is a larger conversation around age, mm-hmm. and how, in sports, it's like athletes reach certain ages, and then we just start saying, or they should automatically do this or this.
Which is what we're dealing with right now with LeBron James.
When the production says different. Like, the production says, you should make this much, but then we put the age on it and we say, well, he's not going to be able to do this for much longer, so he should take a discount, or he should. So he opted into the $52 million. I would argue, or I could see how that was impactful, it goes to the Giannis conversation, right? Like, if the report on Giannis was publicly, he was saying the right things in order to, he's aligned with the organization. He trusts Pat Riley. He trusts Eric Spoelstra. If they felt like getting LeBron was an ad, he could get on board with it as well. But privately, it may not have aligned with the conversations they had with him in convincing him to accept the trade to Miami by saying, hey, the ball is going to be in your hands. This is the role we see you playing. These are the types of players we're going to surround you with, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, boom, I'm on board with that. So then now he's in Miami for then the Heat to then say, okay, we're going to bring LeBron in. If that doesn't align with the vision that they painted for him, he may not agree with that. And it doesn't mean he doesn't like LeBron personally. He just may not have felt like those were the two of the same things. Like, you told me this. You're going to surround me with shooters and spacing and a point guard like this and that. And then maybe LeBron doesn't match that picture, right or wrong. Fast forwarded back to the question you asked about LeBron's, and the fade being sealed when they did the Luka thing without. So what vision do you think the Lakers have been painting for LeBron since 2018?
They've been paying for basically the production they've been getting from him.
Right. Okay. So then, before you go at a player of Luka's caliber, that essentially like is going to become the face of the organization. Like, you and I built this house together.
And you're already bringing in the next liver of the house.
Yeah, but not you're already doing it. It's the lack of conversation about it.
Okay.
So if we spend 6 years building a house together, then before I make some renovations or some significant changes to it, let me just have a conversation with you real quick and just kind of let you know, hey, you know what? Man, we spent a lot of time building
around this house,
that guest room over there for, when your parents come to town. But I think I'm going to change that. I want to make an outside garden and do a whole thing with it. I might want to talk to you about that before you just show back up to the house.
It might be worth it to talk about it.
So that's all. Again, it's not that's the end of the world and the Lakers somehow sealed their fate, But, like, that's how you have to look at it when you do consider if they did make that decision with no conversation, it's just a different house that I'm showing up to now. It's different than the one you sold me. And so I do have the right to kind of decide, do I want to stay here long term now? I'll live here for another year. But this is different than what you said it was going to be. So now I may want to think about doing something else.
Listen, I've always been very clear on the things on LeBron that have always annoyed me and the things that he did right. I think it's like you always say, the two things can be true at the same time. I can very much appreciate what he did here and also be slightly annoyed by some of it as well.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, this was a mutual business decision that wasn't just good for LeBron James here, and he gave the Lakers everything they asked for and more. And everybody made billions, LeBron and the Lakers included.
Agreed. 100% agreed. That's kind of how I see it as well. I don't think we necessarily have to try and say it was a negative thing, even if it didn't meet whatever, I guess, the ideal,
whatever expectation was there.
Like, it was still a very, very positive and successful run of 8 years, and now it's time to move on.
Absolutely, and it is time to move on here in LA. New look Lakers, we'll be handling it all off season and more, but coming up, we got Ty Hill joining us next right now to talk all things NBA right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we'll be live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan all the way to the 10 o'clock hour before we let you off with Brock and Alex, of course. But we got a full hour and lots more to discuss. Of course, we got to preview tonight's Dodgers matchup against the Seattle Mariners. They are going to have Justin Robleski on the mound tonight. And, of course, Seattle needing to get their act together because we got a trade deadline coming up, and Seattle is right on that fence of whether or not they're going to be a buyer or a seller. So this series against the Los Angeles Dodgers not only is going to affect the Mariners, it's going to affect the Dodgers, because if the Mariners decide to be sellers, boy, oh boy, they have some arms that they have that could change the entire landscape of Major League Baseball to add to the names like Tarek Skubal that are out there. Perhaps if Sandy Alcantara gets thrown out there. There's a lot of names that could really have an effect this October as far as the trade deadline goes. So we will keep you updated with that, talk about that later on in the show. And, of course, we've been doing a lot of talking about the NBA today. Now, LeBron James has really taken over the entire aspect of the league, so we're looking very forward to talking with Tyrone Hill, who's going to be joining us momentarily, of course, former 76er. But it's just everything else that this also affects. I mean, we've been kind of waiting to hear the news about Kuminga as well. And now it seems the Kuminga market is now starting to make its headway now the LeBron James decision has finally come to fruition.
Which makes total sense. I mean, it's like, in other sports, until a particular quarterback, signs his, free agent deal, you don't have a sense of exactly where the market is. People's needs are going to change based on, where that player signs and how much they sign for, if there are any other trades involved around it. So it makes sense that some of the forward/guard market would start to open up now that LeBron is kind of locked in on his decision.
And apparently there is multiple sign and trade scenarios that are available. We will get into those. But right now we're getting over to the phones because we got our guest lined up to join us. He is, of course, a former NBA player, assistant coach, and played versus Derek Fisher in the NBA Finals. The one and only Ty Hill joins the show live here on 97.1 The Fan. Ty, how you doing this morning, man?
I'm good, brother. How you guys doing?
Oh, man, it's a beautiful morning here in beautiful Southern California. And listen, we've talked a lot about LeBron James. I think everybody in the country, whether you're a sports fan or not a sports fan, has talked about LeBron James. What do you think the Philly landscape is going to look like this year, both on and off the court?
Well, I think it's going to bring a lot of energy to the city, number one, even though the fans don't need it. We both know that, right? So they're just going to take the fans' energy to the atmosphere. That's one. Two, as far as what LeBron brings to the table, and just coming to a team that's already talented. I think, for me, if they can keep and be healthy, I think they'll come out of these.
Mm-hmm. Ty, D-Fish here, man. Appreciate you joining us, man, and hopping on with us this morning. Put your coaching hat, back on for a second, and like thinking about this roster and how talented it is, especially at the top. But maybe with some additional reinforcements coming with, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope reportedly signing. What role do these other guys, right? Justin Edwards, Adem Bona, KCP, Dean Wade, they're role players and glue guys. How do you see them fitting in next to this superstar starting lineup?
Well, if you look at the past history of most championships, most of the role players have played key roles, meaning if they were called to come in and play 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they play on top of their game. I don't think too many teams that won championships have not won without their role players showing up to play. So if they have the right mindset and stay focused and say, hey, if this is my role to come in and play defense for the next 5 or 10 minutes or rebound, whatever I need to do to help the team chemistry get to another level, I think those guys will be okay. I think they'll not just be okay, they'll learn how to play the right way also. So when LeBron do retire and move on, I think that's what he's really going to benefit from it when LeBron is actually gone. That's just me.
We are being joined by Ty Hill, 14-year NBA veteran. And I got to ask you, Ty, looking at the landscape of the East, like, is it crazy to you that the Boston Celtics seemingly just created a monster in Philly for them to deal with all season long?
I mean, my whole entire time in playing the league, even when I got traded, I don't think too many teams going to trade a superstar right next door, and you got to see these guys. You got to see them at least 4 or 5 times a year. That's gonna be a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
That's just gonna be a nightmare not for Boston, but just for the city, just to absorb that when they play these guys.
Ty, let's pivot to out to LA. Obviously, a lot of fans that listen to our show and support us that are focused on how do the Lakers turn the page, right? Like a big superstar player leaves a team, goes to another team. How do you turn the page and start to think about this new era of Lakers basketball with Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves at the helm of it and some of the new additions that the Lakers have added this offseason?
I think the most important thing is, and anybody tell you this, whatever they got on that team now, they just got to stay healthy, first of all. If they can stay healthy, show some excitement, hopefully they can get some free agents, some trades to go with the core they have now, then I think they'll be okay. But if those guys go into preseason and one of them get hurt, it's just going to be a disaster for the Lakers. But if they stay healthy, keep the team, keep the fans excited, get some, like I said, some trades in, some free agents that can come in. I think they'll be okay. Are they going to be in the top 5 in the East next year? Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
In the West.
Of course, yeah. Ty Hill joining D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Ty, like, where you see the Lakers are, I kind of agree with you. I really like the moves that they made, but I see the two teams at the top of this division, and they terrify me along with everybody else, with the Spurs and, of course, OKC. What team in the West do you think has the best chance to dethrone one of those two teams?
To be honest with you, I don't think no other team. I think Spurs and Oklahoma going to be there going at each other. I just can't see any other team right now that has not just the manpower, just the fear factor. And these fish could tell you sometimes just going into the game is the intimidation, the fear factor sometimes help you win most of those games. Then you got to think about, I got to go against the big fella. I got to go against these guards. Just like with Philly. You coming in town and you got to play LeBron. You got to face LeBron. You got to face Brown. You got to face Maxey. The night before, you think about these guys like, oh, shoot, what I'm going to do? That's how I was in our era. When I first came into the league, I got to play against Karl Malone. I'm like, oh, shoot. I'm going to play against Karl Malone today and then Moses Malone the next night. It's the intimidation sometimes when a lot of these games, for the game they've started, to be honest with you. And I think that's what get Oklahoma over. That will help, San Antonio. That's going to help Philly. That helps New York. It's just the style they play. Can you match their energy? It's not. Sometimes it's not really about the talent. It's their energy. It's a high level.
Top man, before we let you go, man, again, appreciate you jumping in and hollering at us for a little bit. Let's go back 25 years, man.
Man.
Playing in the NBA Finals, what a blessing, what a gift it was, man. What were those experiences like? How often do people, they see you in the city? Do they bring it up? Do they talk about? I mean, you guys had a great team, obviously led by Allen Iverson, but it's been 25 years, man, since we played in the NBA Finals. It's crazy.
I'm sitting here by the pool side right now, just finished working out and just reminiscing. Like, it's, and that's sometimes you got to keep kind of install these young guys. Tomorrow's not promised. Because if you made it to the final this year, it's not promised you're going to go there next year. So that's why you got to take these games as like a treasure. Like this is like a one-time deal. So we got to go in with that same kind of mentality and this mindset and say, hey, God, we got to enjoy this while we can, because 20 years from now, we're going to be sitting by the pool like Ty Hill, thinking they're going to go back again the following year. The team got broken up. So you got to enjoy it. Just like with LeBron. Everybody's saying, well, why is he going to Philly? He ain't going to Cleveland. I'm sure AI would love to have Shaquille and Kobe Bryant on his team instead of Ty Hill Mutombo. Or Eric Snow. You know what I mean? You think AI going to say no?
Well, Ty, we can't thank you enough for your insights, and of course that story right there, man. We can't thank you enough for joining D Fish and Decker. And dude, enjoy the pool side, man. Enjoy the weather.
It's beautiful, man. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Hey, D Fish, good man. Good hearing from you.
Appreciate your time, man. Thank you for jumping on with us, man. Wish you the best, brother.
Oh, brother. Okay.
The one and only Ty Hill joining D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And what are your thoughts on that one thing? Because as much as we are excited about this new look, and I am excited about it, and I keep feeling like everyone's tampering it down for multiple reasons, and all of them are justified. I know that the Spurs are the Spurs. I know that OKC is OKC. But how do we get past that? Because we keep saying Luka's been to the finals. Luka's been to the finals with the team in the last 3 years. Like, how does Luka get back to the finals with this insurmountable division in front of him? Is it only health? Does he need to take a step in another direction? Like, is it need to be the role guys that really step up? Like, what specifically needs to take place?
I mean, a big part of it, Tyrone was just saying, a big part of it is health. I mean, even the ceiling for this past season's Lakers team was essentially broken in a bad way by injuries to Luka and Austin. So you were never able to really fully see what that group was capable of in a playoff matchup against, Oklahoma City or against Houston with like both teams at full strength. So we really didn't get that full snapshot of the Lakers got swept, but in 3 of the games for sure, and maybe all 4, they were either ahead at some point.
They were in it
at the half, or even ahead in the third quarter, and then lose the game. Just Oklahoma City's depth and some of the things that they were able to do, in particular without Luka and Austin. So, or at least Austin at full strength, even though he did come back. So, I think a lot of it is health, like you said, but it is all about matchups, and depending on your seeding entering the postseason, if OKC and San Antonio are 1 and 2, you're not those 2 teams are going to be on independent sides of the Western Conference bracket. So then, as long as you're not 8 or 7, you're not going to see them in the first round. Maybe you see them in the second round if you are, 5 or 6. But ideally, if you can get to 3 or 4, you may not see them at a minimum until the second round, and then possibly not into the conference finals. I think the Houston Rockets are a team that could challenge anybody in the Western Conference ultimately. So now all of a sudden you get to the conference finals, or even in the second round, and you're playing the Houston Rockets, not the OKC Thunder, or not the San Antonio Spurs, because Houston knocked them off. And you may match up better with Houston because with the Lakers, their floor spacing, the speed and athleticism at the guard position, like you may pose some different challenges to the Houston Rockets than other teams would. Houston's going to be strong, powerful, length, size in the front court. Their guard play is going to be improved dramatically with Van Vliet and then Marcus Smart joining their group. But the Phoenix Suns are going to be a good team. They were competitive this past year. They'll be back with their group. They've added Miles Bridges. They've added Luke Kennard. What if the Suns knock somebody off unexpectedly?
What if the T-Wolves take a step in the direction?
Right. So then now all of a sudden you're in the second round of the playoffs and you're not facing the Spurs or the Thunder. That's how Luka got that Dallas group into the finals, right? The Wolves knocked off the Nuggets, and then the Mavericks took out the Wolves.
Because of the matchups.
Because of the matchups.
We've heard it before. Like, the Wolves were built specifically to beat the Nuggets.
Correct. So had the Nuggets gotten past the Wolves, the Mavericks may not have gotten past the Nuggets. And so Luka's always that guy that can tilt the matchups in your favor. That's just how good he is. And so it depends on who those matchups are with those opposing teams. But the Walker Kessler addition helps kind of even that out some. Obviously, Austin Reeves is going to have to take a step forward in his consistency in terms of performance, leadership, et cetera. But some of those additional pieces, like, you know, you have to have breakout years from some guys that you don't expect necessarily to have those type of seasons. It's a new team. There's going to be a lot of question marks throughout the season with this group. But I think they're going to be fun to watch. They're going to play fast. The ball's going to fly around. I think they're going to be bought into what J.J. Redick and the coaching staff are asking them to do. Winning the West is going to be hard, but a lot of things have to go right. These other teams are also, you know, they're one injury away as well from not being able to reach their potential. And so all of a sudden now, instead of the Lakers going into the playoffs with two of their best players out, another team has two of their best players out. And so you never know. It's why we play the games. It's why sports are one of the last remaining things. Like, you have to see it live in order to really find out what's going to happen. There is no script for it. So you just have to keep showing up, building the winning habits that it takes to win, and then just give yourself a chance.
D-Fish, if you were to tier or like put number one, what was the move they made this offseason that most excites you about the Lakers season? Like, what was is it even one move? Was it two moves? Like, what about this current roster do you look at and like, I really like that one?
I mean, if I had to pick one, I would say it's the totality of the transition, not necessarily one player. If I had to pick one player, I would say Walker Kessler. But to me, the overall transition from how the team was constructed, it was like LeBron is, you know, like a version of Optimus Prime, like made up of all the things that then makes like this one unique one-of-one entity that you'll never see again.
Yeah.
But his departure opened the door to then, like, Walker Kessler, Quentin Grimes, Colin Sexton, Mamus Kellervili, Zaire Williams. I'm blanking on one more addition that came in or will become Kevon Looney.
Oh, nailed that one. Good job.
like so it opened the door to, like, you had this one player that kind of was a unique combination of all of it, but now you have, like, it's almost like if we took it to baseball, you lost a starting pitcher, but you just created like a bullpen of like guys that can do a little bit of everything. You got a left-hand closer, you got a right-hand middle reliever, like you got a guy that can do a little bit of both. He can start sometimes or come out of the bullpen. Like, it just shifted how dynamic you are as a group. That's the part that's most exciting to me. It's just going to look so dramatically different than what the Lakers have looked like for the last 5 to 7 years, just due to like the way the team needed to play in order to maximize LeBron's skills and talents, Anthony Davis's, skills and talents. Like, it's gonna look different. These guys are gonna pop off the screen, like with the shooting, the floor spacing, the passing. It's gonna look a lot different.
It's gonna be faster.
Significantly faster.
Interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Significantly faster. Because you couldn't, they had to play a little bit more organized in order to manage what LeBron, what AD, what the veteran roster kind of, you couldn't play too fast that didn't allow them to be efficient. And now as a coach, J.J. Redick gets to like push all the buttons. He can hit the turbo button, he can hit the fast button, he can hit the replay button, and almost create whatever scenario he wants to create that he feels like will give them the best chance to win, and not necessarily be as concerned with he can just plug in another 26-year-old guy if this 26-year-old guy gets tired. And that's just going to be different tools and opportunities that he has to tee up success.
Do you think there's any like pressure on JJ specifically this year?
Yes.
Man.
It comes with the job though.
Yeah.
From the minute he said yes. But he embraced that. And I think it's why he's been able to do the job really well, is because he's not running from that. He's not hiding. Like, to think about like your first time coaching, to like run right into the lion's den of coaching the Los Angeles Lakers. Like, he knew that from day one. So for us to say there's pressure, he already knows that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a hot take. And you're on the hot seat the minute you get hired at this point in all of professional sports, but in particular when you work and coach at these type of organizations, your seat is hot from the beginning. And I think he's embraced that part of it.
And by the way, he's won 2 straight 50-win seasons.
Yeah.
But you're right. I still think of that. Well, so did Tibbs. He had 2 50-win seasons and lost Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals and was fired. Like,
it's part of the
what a
profession.
business.
Yeah, it is. But that's what you love about it too. It keeps you constantly looking for opportunities to do what you need to do to get the job done.
Absolutely love it. Well, guys, so much more to discuss when it comes to the Lakers offseason, and of course, possibly more moves to come. We will keep you updated on the Kuminga of it all. But coming up, we've talked a lot about the Rams. We've talked a lot about training camp. What are some other stories around the NFL we are really excited about this year? And we will discuss them right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. 7-1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. Of course, you can check us out live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the conversation. Join the chat. We've done a lot of talking about both Major League Baseball and, of course, a lot about LeBron James and talking in a greater form about the NBA itself and, of course, the Lakers' future. No question about that constantly being brought up. But one thing we haven't gotten into is kind of opening it up on the NFL today. We've spent a lot of times kind of focused in on the Rams, Chargers, and Raiders, of course. But in the NFL, man, NFL is king, and there is so much to discuss in the landscape of the National Football League. And D-Fish, like, what is a storyline going into this season that really catches your eye? Like, what is one of the first things you kind of are paying attention to this season?
I mean, I think overall, just some of the like some of the teams that have, maybe been whatever you consider to be on the precipice of breaking through, but haven't quite figured it out. Like, we thought the Detroit Lions were like about to.
Yeah, dude. They break my heart because I firmly believe this, and it's not because I think the Lions are going to be bad this season. I think they're going to be very good.
Yeah.
I think the Lions missed their window.
Possibly.
They had a window there that they should have really jumped on.
I like to see how teams, players, coaches respond in those situations, like when you're close and it's not like you've gotten worse, right? Like, I think they have a chance to still be really, really good. The Houston Texans as well. I think they also kind of present that opportunity as well. Like, how does C.J. Stroud kind of really kind of get, not getting back necessarily even, because I think we start labeling it as getting back, when in reality it's, Raj, what you doing, man? What's going on, bro? You just all up in the kitchen.
Raj is fixing the TVs, I guess. So Raj kept sitting here during the break and throws something on the table and accidentally hits a remote.
You and Suge friends, huh? So you just gonna walk all up in the videos.
Why is my name sideways? What the hell? Raj.
So yeah, it's not getting back to something. It's being willing to go somewhere else, right? And I think C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans have that opportunity. So those are kind of like, thoughts I'm thinking about. And then, of course, the Chiefs, that same, like, when people doubt things. And then, like, when a team or somebody just is kind of like, oh, you thought it was going to be this.
Oh, you think it's over?
Yeah. Watch what I'm about to do now.
Yeah. Remember, these guys were in the Super Bowl 3 years in a row.
Yeah. I want to see how the Chiefs, bounce back this year.
They're going to be very, very interesting off of Patrick Mahomes. And here's the thing. I've said this over and over again. Like, yeah, should I crown Patrick Mahomes champion right now? No. Do I firmly believe Patrick Mahomes will be in the mix for a championship? Yes, because I've only seen a healthy Patrick Mahomes be in the mix for a championship. I think the QB battle that's going on in Minnesota is such a unique thing. I think Kyler Murray is going to do monstrous things over there. And that's part of that. By the way, that's part of the reason why I think Detroit might have missed their window. Last year was kind of a down year for Minnesota, and Kevin O'Connell needs to win. You want a guy whose ass is on the hot seat? It's Kevin O'Connell over there in Minnesota. He went all in with J.J. McCarthy. And when J.J. got hurt, he threw out Sam Darnold and got a 14-win season out of Sam Darnold, bounced early in playoffs, which was not a good look. But then J.J. McCarthy, who O'Connell was all over, he goes out there and kind of lays an egg in his first year out there. And as much as I think they would love to be able to throw J.J. McCarthy back out there, they know they need to win this season or else they're not going to get the opportunity to coach J.J. McCarthy another year. So Kyler Murray coming in, an explosive quarterback that I have seen games where Kyler Murray has dominated, like single-handedly with his legs, dominated a victory. You get him out of that incredibly terrible situation over there in Arizona and put him with a coach that has resurrected multiple careers. That guy resurrected Kirk Cousins' career. Kirk Cousins, since playing for the Vikings, has been paid an extra $250 million. Like, that's crazy to me. He had already made like $200 million before he even got there. And this is a guy that's never stepped foot in the Super Bowl. You've seen Daniel Jones go over there and just work under the tutelage and turn his career around over there in Indy. We've seen what Sam Darnold has done. Like, Sam Darnold still can't get people to pay attention to how good he is. And he just won the Super Bowl. So getting Kyler Murray over there is going to be very, very interesting. I know I've brought up Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert with Mike McDaniels, I mean, is going to be amazing. I am very intrigued by that pairing because, one, Mike McDaniels is so damn weird, but what he got out of Tua, if you got that out of Tua, I can only imagine what you can get out of a talent with the arm talent like a Justin Herbert. I'm very excited about that storyline. The other storylines around the team I'm rooting for, probably the hardest outside of my Raiders and Rams. Dude, I would not be upset if Lamar Jackson, because we heard Herb Edwards earlier on the show, it is now officially Lamar's team. It is his chance to legitimately shine. And he's got, second shortest odds of winning the MVP. He is listed on everybody's QB list. He's won 2 MVPs in the last 4 years. If he's healthy, of course, we know what he can do. The question is, when January rolls around, is Lamar going to be healthy?
I mean, part of that is, new coach, new designs with how they're going to put Lamar Jackson in position to be successful. What blocking schemes, what approach does Derrick Henry get used differently? Not necessarily more, but differently. I think a lot of people are fans of Lamar Jackson and want him to be successful, which is why, and deservedly so. He's 2-time MVP of the NFL. He's earned the right to, to be a guy that people want to root for and see be successful. But I think it's also why he's continued to get some space to really have that breakthrough moment. There's no question of the individual talent and ability and skill. I think it's just how does he figure out, not that it's going to be easy, but how does he figure out how to somehow get the Ravens just over that hump. Now, the issue for any quarterback in the AFC has been Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Has been.
That's why Josh Allen hasn't been to the Super Bowl yet.
It's that same Tom Brady, Peyton Manning thing we dealt with for a decade before Peyton got over the hump.
We saw it in the NBA for many years. The Bulls couldn't get past the Pistons, and you couldn't get past the Sixers. the Celtics in the East, and the Bulls in the 90s. There were some, phenomenal basketball teams that you just couldn't get out of the East. Michael Jordan and the Bulls were going to win the East.
Mm-hmm.
So Lamar Jackson has also had to battle that aspect of it, that he's been in the same conference as arguably the best football team of this decade is in the same conference. So it's can he figure out, new coach, new approach, can they figure out the right combination to advance in the postseason and kind of get him that quarterback breakthrough moment that Coach Herm Edwards mentioned earlier.
Absolutely. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Of course, we're talking about our favorite storylines going into this NFL season. And one that I haven't brought up, but I think I've hinted at plenty on this show. Jalen Hurts. I'm really excited for the season he's going to have. You know why? Because Jalen Hurts always strikes me as this type of guy. And I mean this in the best possible way. It might sound negative, but trust me, I mean no negativity to it at all. This dude takes it personally, and I like that about him. I really kind of dig that about Jalen Hurts. I'll never forget that Super Bowl where the Chiefs are going in for their 3rd Super Bowl. By the way, I said on every publication humanly possible, I believe the Chiefs were about to three-peat. I didn't think that the Eagles even had a chance in hell to win this matchup.
Shame.
And then what happens? Whew.
Okay, Aaron.
Jalen Hurts walks in, looks up at the screen, and sees all of the reporters before the game, all of the talking heads around the table, when they could pick, hey, you picking Chiefs or you picking Eagles? And they had the graphics
it was up on the
TV screen as he's walking into the stadium, and he sees the 10 talking heads around. It was Gronk and you name a guy all up there, and every single one of them was like a 10-0 sweep across the board, Chiefs. And he just stops, looks at it, and goes, nods, and continues walking. he went and won the Super Bowl MVP that night. And somehow, and by the way, Aaron, you're going to sit here and with a straight face say, shame on me?
Yep. He did. Like,
your fans and your franchise seem to hate him more than anyone else.
I wanted to say the whole show, like, he doesn't deserve the hate he gets, especially with Justin Herbert going over him, right? Like, he went that first time in his rookie contract, if I'm not mistaken. We both agreed he should have won, right? And I'm like, the second time, I'm like, he's not letting them get that three-peat, especially after the first time, right? So, you know, and on top of that, I don't know if you know this, but his saver screen or his background screen, it was him sitting in the Chiefs confetti the first Super Bowl, and he was ready, dude. He was ready.
He was very ready. But here's the thing: because that cat takes it personal, dude. All of the reports coming out of Philly camp, anti Jalen Hurts. This dude's about to put up a season just to say I told you so, and I can't wait for it.
And he can keep his composure too.
He can.
Great character while going through it.
Couldn't be a bigger Jalen Hurts fan if I tried. I don't understand the hate he gets over there in Philly, D-Fish.
Yeah, is it like, I mean, I know the some of the stories that were coming out around, like, you know, his involvement in the AJ Brown relationship and whatever.
Oh, dude, the Source brothers worked hard this offseason.
But like, is it hate or just omission? And that's we feel like it's hate, or do they just leave him out of certain conversations, which is hate to some degree?
Yeah, I think it's like, you know what we say, it's like two things can be true. I think it's a
both.
combination of the two. There's something about it though, whether it's they don't want him to get paid or what.
Yeah, see, I haven't heard a lot of people say like these overtly negative things about him, but I also haven't heard people really giving him his flowers deservedly.
Oh man,
that's the part.
No, I agree with the flowers.
Yeah.
That's been for years. This offseason was really weird. A lot of anonymous sources out of Eagles camp saying all these negative things about Jalen Hurts, and I am not going to stand for it. I got your guy, Aaron.
Thank you.
Your guy. All right, guys. Quick little break, but coming up, we got to preview tonight's Dodgers series. They are playing their first game at home in 17 days against the Seattle Mariners, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why this is about as important of a series that the Dodgers are going to have this season right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Back D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Of course, Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And guys, we got ourselves a Dodgers series coming up here in LA. Finally back in LA after 17 days of being on the road, and of course, an all-star break that took place in between. A lot has happened since then. The Dodgers, last time we saw them, went 6-3 on their kind of a juggernaut, nightmarish type of road trip to New York City, back to Philly, then back to New York City. Did a very good job. Pitching did a phenomenal job. And of course, we got a series coming up here against the Seattle Mariners. Now, I mentioned in the tease that this is going to be one of the most important series of the Dodgers season. And would you believe it or not, it has almost nothing to do with the Los Angeles Dodgers. It has everything to do with the Seattle Mariners. And the Dodgers could potentially help themselves out a little bit here, because I even heard it right there on the tease for DMAC and Reiter for later on today. They're going to talk about Tarek Skubal and whether or not Tarek Skubal is going to be a Dodger. And that is, of course, a question and a thought that's on a lot of Dodgers fans' mind. Trade deadline in less than a week. The sexiest name that's out there, period, is Tarek Skubal. Now, they have not announced if they're going to be moving Tarek Skubal. As we currently stand, the Detroit Tigers are 4 games out of a wild card spot. Now, they are also about 4 games out of their respective division as well. I'm sorry, 5 games out of their respective division. The White Sox are ahead of them. So the Detroit Tigers really have a big series ahead of them as well, because they need to make the decision of whether or not they're going to be sellers at the deadline. And the one name that they really need to sell is Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal is going to bring back quite a haul. You can get ready-made major leaguer right now to kind of already go in the rotation, and you could probably get 3 massive prospects and really set yourself up in the future. But the reason why I bring that up and frame it exactly like that is because the Mariners find themselves in a very similar position. Now, they are only 2 games out of a wild card spot as we currently stand, and they're only, outside of that, 2.5 games out of first place. So the Mariners are very much, despite being 3 games under 500, still within the mix and striking distance to get into the playoffs. And with their pitching staff, this could be a pitching staff that can do a lot of damage. But if they were to drop a few games in this series, or say, God forbid, get swept by the Los Angeles Dodgers, well, the Mariners have some names that they can definitely move out of there. And I want to look at one of the pitchers specifically, Luis Castillo. Luis Castillo has been one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball for the last several years. Now, this year, he's having a down year. He's got a 4.85 ERA. He's 3-9. Luis Castillo gets available, all of a sudden, you're going to see teams just folding themselves into pretzels to get their hands on him. Say they want to move on from Bryce Miller. That is another name that they can move on from. There are so many names in the Mariners pitching staff that could really change things throughout Major League Baseball. I also want to take a look at some other teams as well that could also be in the mix. Say that the Toronto Blue Jays decide to sell. Say that the San Francisco Giants decide to sell. The Giants have Robbie Ray, former Cy Young Award winner, ready to go. They have a hitter right now in Luis Ariz who's hitting .335. He's like one of 7 players in Major League Baseball that even hit over 300. And in today's day and age, that is a massive thing. But the Mariners, if they were to get swept in this series, I would not be shocked at all if the Mariners get involved as sellers at this trade deadline. And I've got to say, if they are sellers at that trade deadline, that might change the price of Tarek Skubal a little significantly. Because as of now, it's Tarek Skubal and a couple of names. If it's Tarek Skubal and 5 other names that are out there available in this next week, D-Fish, Dodgers are getting their hands on a pretty damn good pitcher. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be a pretty damn good pitcher.
How do baseball teams view, like, where they are, within the... Like, it's one thing to be 2.5 out of first place or 2 games out of a wild card, but you're 53 and 54.
It's tricky.
So, like, is there a recognition that you're not winning the World Series as that team, and we still need to be aggressive in selling or buying because mediocrity is not what we're shooting for. We want to win the World Series, so we're going to have to get better, and we either need to do that now. Mm-hmm. by, swinging and going to get a superstar or a guy that can like boost us now because we're only 2 games out. Or even though we're only 2 games out, we're still selling because we're not winning the World Series and we're not even going to be close. So then therefore we're still going to sell even though we're 2.5 games out, because the gap between us and the Rays, us and the Dodgers, us and the Brewers, like, it's too big.
It's huge.
Regardless. So how do baseball teams view that with so many games remaining, which is different than a lot of basketball teams have gotten to that point where even making the play-in, nah, bro.
I'm glad you said that.
It's not good enough.
Because that's how I was going to describe this. I was going to describe this as right now the Tigers are fighting for the 10th spot, the play-in very last spot.
Yeah.
Now, granted, every playoff series is the exact same amount of games, and everyone has the same equal playing field in what they can do. But I would say in the American League, if you're fighting for a wild card spot right now in the American League, you're playing for that type of play-in spot. Because in the American League, I think there are legitimately 1, 2, 3, 4... I'm going to generously say 5 teams that I think could win the American League. And it's really kind of a toss-up. I think the Rays are far and away the best team in the American League. And by the way, they are very much going to be in on Tarik Skubal. They have said as much that they want Tarik Skubal. So there's one name right there. But again, if the Dodgers are in on Tarik Skubal and other names get available, there are other names I think I'm more interested in than Tarik Skubal. Like, truly, I think the price for Tarik Skubal is extremely high. Now, the Dodgers, I don't think they care about the price tag. And when I say the price tag, it's not a financial price tag. It is a prospect price tag. It's players they're going to have to send over there. But if you give me the option between, say, Tarik Skubal and Kevin Gausman, I feel like Kevin Gausman can bring a little bit more to the table just because he's a righty, and it would make my pitching staff a little less left-handed dominant. I kind of like that idea. I also like the idea of like a Clay Holmes out of the New York Mets who can kind of fill dual roles, both as a starter and as a bullpen guy. And he was also a closer for the New York Yankees. So this guy's done every single role at a really high level. There are other names as well. I mean, Robbie Ray is not who I think the Dodgers go after, but say like the Boston Red Sox go after him, or the Arizona Diamondbacks, or the Chicago Cubs, who really need arms. And by the way, the Cubs are also currently in the mix for Tarik Skubal. Who says the Brewers don't go out and make a massive splash? Because the Brewers are a team that have been right neck to neck with the Dodgers these last couple of years, and the Dodgers have beat their ass every October. The Brewers are not looking to get into October. They're looking the same way that everybody's looking how do we match up against the Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder? Everyone's doing the same thing for the Dodgers right now. What do we need to beat the Dodgers? The Brewers, what do they need to beat the Dodgers? A little more pitching. That's flat out what they need.
And is the reason why all these scenarios and all of these teams that are kind of, within the mix on wild card and potential postseason play, that's why we're not seeing transactions. Because I'm like, you've shared like 100 names with me over the last 2 months.
Yes.
Nobody's gotten traded.
No one. And I'll tell you why.
On the fringe, 1 or 2 guys, but that's why I looked at my watch. I'm like, okay, well, hold on. It's only like 6 days until
crazy,
the
right?
deadline.
Because
when is somebody going to start getting traded?
So that's the thing. I think this is going to be a very unique trade deadline because of how many teams are still in the mix, and they're all sitting around deciding whether or not they're in the mix. I think this is going to be. I think Sunday and Monday are going to be crazy. There is a chance that Monday, live on this show, it's just going to be name after name after name going all over the place because so many teams are in it, yet so many teams are out of it. I don't know how they're doing the landscape. It just depends on what you value. Because if you say you pick up a Tarik Skubal, I'll throw it out there. The Cleveland Guardians grab Tarik Skubal. They're not getting Tarik Skubal, but say they do. And then all of a sudden they make it and sneak into October. And their pitching staff, spearheaded by Tarik Skubal, and you have 3 really good arms, all of a sudden they pitch just 3 good games together. Next thing you know, they're in the championship series. And you have those 3 same arms going again. The fact that you have Tarik Skubal throwing is like a borderline guaranteed win, if not putting you in the best humanly possible position to win. There's one team that if I'm the Dodgers, the reason I would go get Tarek Skubal is to keep them from getting him. And that's the Philadelphia Phillies, who the Dodgers just took 2 or 3 from in Philly. If the Phillies have a pitching staff going into October, that's Zach Wheeler, Christopher Sanchez, and Tarek Skubal, that's 3 wins.
Cody, and those are 2 out of 3 lefties, which would nullify Freddie Freeman, and we know how Sanchez owns Ohtani.
Absolutely
That's
does.
Scary.
That would be the most, like if I'm the Dodgers, that scares me. That worries me. Because if the Dodgers face the Phillies, it would likely be in the DS, not the CS. So, man, if they go up against them in the DS and it's a shortened series compared to like the CS's 7-game series, we got a big problem on our hands.
Line them up, bro. Line them up.
You want the smoke, Fish? You want the smoke?
Bring them. Bring them.
Phillies, trade for Tarek Skubal. Let's
Line
have the
them
best
up.
possible series. Let's
Line
go.
them
Let's
up.
go.
Well,
I want it. I want it.
The Dodgers are not. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. The greatness of Skubal and the left-handed pitching and not but especially going for your 3rd World Series title in a row.
They're hell bent, man.
Yeah, but you're not going to be able to run from how hard this is about to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like things are going to happen that put this on the brink of elimination just because it's that hard to win 1 championship, let alone a 3rd win consecutively. So if some of these teams end up with this increased pitching power and prowess, and the Dodgers have to walk them down from the left-hand side to right-hand side, whatever they got to do, that's what it's going to take.
Yep.
And Cody, would the Dodgers have to answer that? I mean, what if they did get Skubal? I mean, because I know you're not big on that. Maybe we'll tap into that tomorrow some.
Yeah, no.
Because if that scenario happens, I can't sit back if I'm the Dodgers and be like, oh, we good, and count on freaking Glasnow and Snell, and then Ohtani might not pitch again, bro.
Dude, at the end of the day, it's the Dodgers. Do the Dodgers often, especially in this last 10 years, just stand pat? They can stand pat, but I don't think they're gonna. They're gonna do something at this trade deadline to make themselves better. I just don't know what it is yet.
It'll be a superstar, though.
Me neither. That's why I keep mentioning the other names. The Clay Holmes of it all is to me a perfect fit.
Yeah, because I mean Dave Roberts' leadership style. You have to be mindful of the wars. It's kind of like we talked about earlier. We've built this together.
Mm-hmm.
So if I just go out and go get Skubal, what am I telling these guys that have won 2 World Series with us as pitchers?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
You're telling them
you're not good enough to win
that. I mean, I need to go get this left-hand guy over here to, compared to some of the guys you mentioned that are really good, obviously at their jobs. They're professional baseball pitchers. But it's not necessarily signaling to even Roki Sasaki, who's taken a jump in the last few games.
Big jump.
It's not necessarily telling him oh yeah, you're out of the starting rotation completely now that we have this guy. So it'll be interesting to see. I will be watching for sure between now and Monday.
Going to be
this has to get cracking because nobody's gotten traded.
Nobody's gotten traded. And a lot of names are being thrown out there. So, man, I'm fired up for it, and everyone else should be. Trade deadline is only a few days away on August 3rd, and you definitely want to stay updated on it, and D-Fish and Decker will do that. And, guys, we did it again, D-Fish. Another day, man.
Yes, Sirski.
My man. Guys, we'll be back live and fresh and ready for you tomorrow morning right here at 6 a.m. live here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And you don't want to go anywhere right now because Brock and Alex are next, and you definitely want to hear it. But until then, guys, enjoy yourself some sports and enjoy your day. We'll see you.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. And we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97 LA Fan. Brock, you kicked off the day with a yummy looking donut.
Donuts are the vice. I have never and will never say no.
Wait, that's your one vice?
One of multiple, but it's probably
Okay.
the one with the firmest grip.
Mine are French fries.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Or popcorn.
That's also a
like
good one.
once you pop the fun,
Salty.
don't stop. Like I'm salty,
Mm-hmm.
all the way over sweets. It was so funny though, because obviously we do the little switch over with D-Fish in here, and you guys were all talking about donuts, and I don't think I've had a donut in over 10 years. I can't remember the last time I had a donut. I'm also gluten free, so it's
I was gonna say, I'm sure that's a factor, but the pastry industry is more welcoming to gluten allergies recently.
Yeah.
I'd imagine.
Yeah. I've had a cinnamon roll.
Okay.
Yeah, I've had sweets.
Okay.
But I haven't had a proper melt in your the I think of Krispy Kreme. When I think of donut, high school, that's what I remember, the melt in your mouth situation.
Yes. Yeah, Krispy Kreme, they've probably, since
they on the way out. I'm I have no idea. You guys, I'm so out of the game.
I was gonna say,
so out
since
of the
you've
donut
last
game.
had one, they have taken significant steps back.
Okay.
They've gone from being the Rams to the Cardinals, but they still exist. It's more of a novelty thing now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
that makes sense.
But during their heyday, special times.
They were crushing it.
Yes.
Okay, so then if you had to pick your go-to on the go just breakfast, what are you going for?
Ooh, breakfast.
Because that right, donuts are breakfast.
Yeah.
And you just had one
they are.
right before the
They
show
are.
for breakfast.
I would have to go with a maple bar. If I'm feeling
What's that?
myself, I'll add on an apple fritter, but maple
So
bar.
sweets all the way.
Well, it has to be a donut, and those are my go-to donuts.
Okay.
So, yes. Now, if I actually have a productive day, and it's not just a weekday.
Is this not a productive day? Oh, you mean go out and about and doing things?
Yeah.
How is this not a productive day? You come and talk for 4 hours.
Productive day meaning I have to be on the go, be on my feet, be doing a lot of stuff like that, and I need actual sustenance. Whereas this, I can just power through off of the love of sports and water. If I'm going on a workout or something like that, I guess is what I mean when I say productive.
Yeah.
Scrambled eggs and sausage.
Yeah.
Has to be links.
That's my
no patties.
What?
Has to be the link.
Wild. I mean, I do the maple chicken apple sausage and egg every morning.
Ooh, there we go.
That's my go-to.
Yeah,
I
chicken
know.
sausage is no joke.
It's where it's at. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And I hope we made you guys hungry. I feel like we do that a lot on our show. We were
our specialty.
welcome in. We're talking about food because that's what just happened. We have so many great things to get to today, you guys. Dodgers are back in action with the Mariners in town. First pitch at 7:10. Astros at Angels. That's always a fun one, you guys. The just because of the I don't know how, because it's been last time I was sidelined for them 2021, so it's been a minute, but always the hate watch. It's always fun when a team comes to town that you get to hate watch.
Yeah.
And they were always one of those people dressing up as trash cans outside the stadium. And then you have Liberty at Sparks tonight, you guys, at 7 p.m. So we're going to dive into the Dodgers-Mariners series in just a second. Rams training camp underway, which just the vibes are so high. I've been watching all the social media videos, and with everything going on kind of around, I guess, the football news world right now before training camps, there's a lot of weird stories, the negativity, the really unfortunate, Shanahan car accident, Bieniemy with the family situation, and there's a lot of heaviness going around. And then you just look at Rams camp, and you're like, everyone's so happy. Everything's going great.
Today, officially, all 32 teams are in camp, and now it feels real. It definitely feels real, and the vibes are immaculate over at LMU. Practices are open to the public starting now for the Rams. Well, starting yesterday, but if you're hearing this, starting right now. And yeah, head on over there. I know for the Chargers you have to register online. I'm not sure for the Rams, but if you have to, it's an easy process.
Oh, you can just show up?
For the Chargers you have to register. For some teams you don't have to. Maybe it's a year-to-year thing, but double check. But if you are sitting around twiddling your thumbs wondering what you and the kids are going to do today, go over to Rams camp. Plenty of space. It's beautiful there. The weather will be perfect. Have a blast.
Just do it.
Just do it.
I love there was a shot of Devontae Adams just skateboarding around campus. I'm
Why
like,
not?
that feels like, because they're at LMU, I'm like, that feels like college.
It is
like that
exactly
just
what
feels
it is.
right. Were you okay on campus? We didn't have, because like San Diego State was a really small campus.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, some people kind of skateboarded, but you couldn't really bike. Meanwhile, my husband went to UC Santa Barbara. Everyone had a bike or
Gotta
a
have
skateboard.
the beach cruiser there.
Was your campus a walking or like a skateboard, biking? You were cold, though. You were...
During the summer, though, it was definitely biking, rollerblades, and
Rollerblades?
skateboards. Oh, rollerblades for sure.
Rollerblades?
Because the campus at Minnesota, University of Minnesota, is massive. You got a boogie. You really got a boogie to get from class to class.
I want to see Brock on rollerblades.
Oh, I definitely was not rollerblading.
Okay.
The football coaches would not have enjoyed seeing me on rollerblades, but bikes we were allowed to have. They were fine with us having bikes.
Okay. There's just something so fun about it. I love college campuses. It's like one of my favorite things. Anytime I travel or working a game or I was in a place for an extended period of time, I love checking out college campuses. There's just something... I don't know if it's like all the movies that we watched growing up or whatever it was. It just feels so like nostalgic and happy and like freedom.
Yes.
Because it's like your first time, like, all right, go be an adult. So I love that the training camps are kicking off there. What are the vibes today? Like as a player, like with everyone reporting and the season is like right around the corner.
It feels real now. Now it's easier to have a one-track mind once... For the little free time that you do get and you check Twitter or you turn on ESPN or something like that, everyone is talking about training camp. It feels like it is inevitable, meaning when you are one of the first teams to a training camp, you're sitting there thinking, oh man, how come my summer had to be 2 or 3 days shorter than that team? And then when you're the last team to training camp, you're kind of getting antsy, like everyone else is out there getting better and we're just sitting around waiting. Once everyone's in camp, it's okay, when is that first preseason game? How many weeks do we have until we get to hit somebody? And that's when it becomes official.
That's wild, you guys. And we're just a few weeks away from preseason games. Like it is here. It's exciting. We're going to dive into everything that we saw from Rams camp yesterday. We also have boots on the ground. Lindsay, our social girl, is at Rams training camp. She was there yesterday as well. She's going to be joining the show a little later. Stafford also took the practice field yesterday, looking great. What are our thoughts on Puka Nacua? Will they extend him this before the season starts during training camp? Is Aaron Donald going to come back before the start of the season? So we're going to dive into all of that throughout the show. But let's get started with some Dodgers because they are back home for the first time in 16 days. They've got Mariners for 3. They got the Boston weekend series, but they actually got a day off yesterday back here at home. I don't know if you saw, but Mookie Betts hosted a launch party at the Yard in Fullerton to celebrate his new glove brand, Legend. And why am I blanking on the name where the Avengers movie where it's the hand that has all of the jewels?
Thanos glove.
Yeah, so it looks like the Thanos, like the one had like the Thanos glove. And his like idea behind the brand Legend is people want to create their own legends. So he was out there. They're all fun colors, so you can kind of showcase your personality. Miggy Rojas was out there with Mookie and the kids on the field for drills and photos. And I just got to say shout out to the teammates who go and support other teammates on your one day off, because as we know, when you're in sports, like those are very few and far between and usually all family time. And Miggy's a real one.
Yeah, that's really special of him to be able to support Mookie there. And it's also really cool because when Miguel Rojas, as kind of the old man in that clubhouse, well, not kind of, he really is, having a colorful glove. It sounds like a really simple thing, but having a colorful glove was not a thing that would ever fly when Miggy Rojas was a youngster.
like a handful of years ago.
Yeah, and there is a cool bridge of here is the elder statesman of the Dodgers. Here is one of the current faces of the Dodgers, and passing off to the kids of these super colorful gloves. And if anyone has ever been to a baseball park recently, like youth baseball looks fun. It always was fun, but now it's allowed to look fun. And we talk often about how baseball for a long time was so caught up with the old guard. I love
they didn't
seeing
they didn't like celebrations when he hit a home run. They hated the bat flip.
Jewelry.
They didn't want
they
any
hated
color
everything.
like on your cleats, on your glove, on your wristbands. Like it was wild. It was like, are we in like some sort of camp? Like what is this?
Yeah, no, but I do love just the image of Miguel Rojas being there, transitioning from the oldest of the old guard to the current. Mookie's kind of the old guy now, but to the one of the current faces of the Dodgers, showing the youth, be yourself, wear your jewelry, whatever you want to do. Baseball is supposed to be fun.
Yeah, have fun. And also, like, I love, because this is most likely Miggy's last season.
Yes,
and he's been very open about wanting to experience everything in his last season. So he's going everywhere, every city they're going to, he's seeing all the sites. And he has been, he has just been so great for so many of the young players. And as we're seeing here, just going out and supporting Mookie on their one day off after the All-Star break. So yeah, Dodgers, you guys, back in town. As I mentioned, Mariners are in town for 3 and then Boston for the weekend series. And they have fun giveaways like the whole series. Tonight, it's the World Series player ring giveaways.
Ooh.
Yeah. Wednesday. Okay, now this makes sense, you guys, because we were like, oh, is Edwin Diaz maybe coming back tonight? And it got pushed to Wednesday. Wednesday is Edwin Diaz bobblehead giveaway night. Shay,
get the trumpets ready.
That makes all the sense now. Like we thought it was going to be maybe today.
Get those trumpets ready.
But he's coming back for his bobblehead giveaway night. Like, did they plan that like perfectly that way? That's insane. Thursday, Guatemalan Heritage Night. It's a jersey giveaway. And then Friday, Kyle Tucker bobblehead night. Interesting. How do you think fans are going to perceive it? Obviously, coming into the season, it was like, this was our big off-season acquisition. This is a $60 million man. He's playing better.
Yes, he is.
Right? He's definitely on the other side of where he was to start the season. And, was this a bust? No, right. I don't think he's a bust, but I don't believe a lot of fans think that he is living up to expectations. But a bobblehead night, I'm curious what the fan reaction is going to be to that.
The line won't be all the way down past the police training area, which it typically is, down by the park.
Yeah,
which is when there's only 20,000 of these, and what was it, the one piece giveaway? And,
those were insane.
And Ohtani giveaway. It goes all the way down to that park, past the training facility. It won't be that long, but to your point, Kyle Tucker has almost turned the corner completely, and if he can have another big series or two, I think that bobblehead, it'll gain value before the season's over. If he can go out and have a solid playoff and remind people why he's getting paid $60 million, it will increase in its value because, on Friday or whenever they're giving it away, it's going to be kind of a tongue-in-cheek. I guess I'll find somewhere to place this instead of rushing to clear off counter space.
That's a really kind way to put it, Brock.
Yeah.
Really kind way to put it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dodgers are sitting good right now with Seattle coming to town, which is under a 500 team. They were one win away from reaching the World Series last season. It is a completely different team this year, especially like. Big dumper, Cal Raleigh, their catcher, was like face of the team, like face of the league last year. He is not having a similar type season. They've lost 4 straight. They've dropped 10 of their last 14. So kind of the perfect opportunity for the Dodgers, who are coming off a great road trip, East Coast road trip, winning in New York, Philly, and again back in New York, to take advantage of the Seattle's team right now.
Yeah, the fact that they are sitting at 3 games below 500 with names like Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense. Kind of the opposite of the White Sox in that here's a team in the White Sox that you did not expect much of, and here they are just having a great time putting all the pieces together, and things are going the right way. Whereas with the Mariners, it's the flip side of it. So you have all the talent in the world. You just did it last year, and you're just banging your head against the wall trying to figure out why is this not working.
Mm-hmm.
And every season there seems to be 1 or 2 teams that for some reason it just happens to fall apart. So they're not out of it. They're only 2 games behind, but they are running out of time. Kind of what Dave Roberts brought up yesterday regarding the Shohei Ohtani situation, how there's plenty of time. There is not plenty of time, and the Mariners know that, and they know that a big series against the Dodgers can be the kick in the butt in the butt that they need. In the boot.
In the boot.
It could be the kick in the butt that they need. And when you see teams that have big surges to end the season and roll into the playoffs strong, it's always a massive series against the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Phillies, and that's what they are hoping for. And the Dodgers are going to do everything they can to make sure that's not the case.
I mean, the good thing that the Seattle is going for them is AL West is, it's tough. Like, Texas is in first, but Houston is 2 games behind. Seattle's 2.5 games behind. Yeah. A's and Angels are most likely out of it, but like the American League isn't, I don't want to say like not great, but they're not strong. It's not strong.
Really
There's a lot of
strange.
teams that still feel like they might be in it, which makes it weird for the trade deadline coming up next week. Because when you're 2.5, 2, 3, 2.5 games out of first place, you got to believe that there's still a chance. And when you look at a lot of these teams, like even like we've been talking a lot about Detroit, obviously because of Skubal, they're 6 games out of first place right now. But again, the American League isn't a super strong league right now, so it's just weird.
It's in a strange place.
It's weird.
The Rays are always going to be in the World Series picture in my mind because they're just such a scary team, and when that small ball style is working, it's just the most frustrating thing to face off against, and they're so good at it. The Rays are always going to be there. The Yankees, assuming Aaron Judge comes back at some point, once he does, they're going to be there. The Red Sox are having this unreal surge. Outside of that, I'm personally not concerned about any team in the AL West. As far as the AL Central goes, the White Sox are a cool story. The Guardians are always a tough out, but I don't see any of those teams really holding a candle to the Rays, Yankees, Red Sox, and if and when the Dodgers make the World Series, it's going to be one of those 3 teams out of the AL East that meets them there.
We're gonna like manifest that when they do. But players to watch this series, okay? Let's go through that right now. Shohei Ohtani is number 1 for me, and just how his knee is going to feel. Obviously, we know he had that setback from his bullpen over the weekend, and we're watching him try to run out and stretch a single or a double. I need Shohei Ohtani to like chill. Like, swing the bat well and like be okay with a single and be okay with a double. Don't try to stretch it to a triple. Like that's what I'm going to be watching this series is Shohei Ohtani. What about you?
I'm looking at Andy
just taking my
Pages.
time and saying I haven't even.
Thanks. You got LeBron.
I'm looking
bringing
at
in LeBron.
LeBron James, who is starting at center field for the LA Dodgers. No, I'm looking at Andy Pages, who, of course, had a miraculous start to the year. You could argue he was the team MVP. I would argue Freddie Freeman kind of took that from him over the last 2 weeks or so. But there has been just the slightest slippage in play in defense. Still getting hit, still getting on base. But I'm looking for him to get back to that superstar caliber, most votes of any outfielder in the All-Star, Andy Pages, that really we haven't seen since the All-Star break. So eyes are on Andy Pages for me.
Okay, you mentioned Freddie Freeman, who has just been one of the hottest hitters in the Dodgers lineup right now at 4 consecutive multi-hit games. Let's see if he can keep it rolling. And Kyle Tucker, like he has his bobblehead giveaway on Friday. He's got to get hot at home.
Yep.
He's got to get hot at home.
That's Mets for Kyle Tucker. Last name for me, Tommy Edman, who came out the gate so hot with that healthy ankle. 2 for 12 over the past weekend and struggled during those two series offensively. Was he going to maintain the level of play he was at for the entirety of the season? Probably not. And he doesn't need to worry or anything, but I would love for him to get a little closer back to his reliability. Dave Roberts trusted him to bat third in the order. Then he kind of pushed him back down to 6 and 7. So if Tommy Edman can get hot on offense and Andy Pages can get back to his better status on defense, those are the two things for me.
It's going to be a fun one, you guys. First pitch tonight at 7:10. We're still waiting to see who the Dodgers list as their starter tonight. I'm guessing Robleski, but nothing has been announced yet. We'll keep you posted once it does. But we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, what does Magic Johnson think of the new look Lakers? We're going to dive into that next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and congratulations to Justin Herbert, who just got engaged to Madison Beer. Am I saying that right?
All right.
Yeah. I didn't realize, like, full pop star, singer.
This
Congratulations. She just sold out Madison Square Garden. What a baddie.
She's doing something right.
Woo, he did good. Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see if the power of love can power them to a playoff
I
win.
remember seeing some sort of stat where it was like the year after, like, a football player either gets married or has a baby, they have like the best season of their career.
Oh, I gotta look that up.
Yeah,
that's great.
So
That's
I think it was something either with like getting married or engaged. Like
Okay.
it's some sort of crazy stat.
That's very funny.
But maybe Madison will be Justin's good luck charm.
Well, for someone who
It should be, Madison's fiance. Like that's how it is. Like she is the one up tier, I guess, famous one in the relationship.
For someone who notoriously hates any and every
Spotlight?
media opportunity, he's gonna have to answer some very annoying questions at the end of practice today.
Oh, but I'm sure they know because it looks like it happened like on vacation, like so beautiful. They did it right. Like he got a photographer. He knows that his girl is like all about the presentation and she puts on a performance and a show. And you got to make sure you get it right. Very like similar to like that garden vibe that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift had for
A lot of flowers going on. It sounds
like in a garden, like
Okay.
in the back.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, they were in their house after she did the podcast, the Kelce Brother New Heights podcast.
Okay,
It
okay.
happened like right after that at home.
That's funny.
But I love love. I love love. It's
Chargers
so
fans
cute.
are gonna love a playoff win if that can be delivered this year, and then they will credit Madison Beer for it if a playoff win comes this year.
A good luck charm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's 0-3.
0-3.
So if he can actually
Each
get a win,
loss worse than the one before it.
Is it really?
Well, no, because blowing
I
a
feel like the
27-point lead
Jags
is
was
bad.
definitely the
but
worst.
as far as his personal performance, his decrease is pretty significant.
Okay.
Yeah, because he actually balled out for the first half of the Jags game. That's why they had a 27-point lead, whereas a combined 15 points over the previous two playoff appearances. Justin holds it down in the playoffs. Madison gets the credit. She will have sold out arenas for the rest of her life.
She already does.
If he can get him,
She already
if he
has.
can
She
get a
just sold
playoff
out
win.
Madison Square Garden. Shay, you're like, she looks like Gen Z, right? So like, you knew who she was. Like, she was big, kind of in.
Yeah, she's dated a couple other like bigger celebrities too.
Oh.
So like she's been known.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's been known, and she's a singer, and like
Yeah.
she's known.
Because I'm a
Congrats to the
singer.
Bolt family.
Yeah, I just love the music sports crossover. It's my favorite.
It has seemed to be growing in popularity.
I know. It's the best. I mean,
circles seem to be intertwined.
I'm biased. I'm on the sports side. My husband's a musician.
There you go.
So, but I am all for it. So congratulations to Madison and Justin Herbert. We love. And I hope this means you get a playoff win. That's all we're hoping for here for you, Justin. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Magic Johnson. We love a little Magic Johnson talk. You love a little Magic Johnson talk. When I saw this topic, I was like, oh, was it a tweet? Did we get another
the most
one of the
unintentionally hilarious man that has ever tweeted?
He is obviously spokesperson, always face of the Lakers and of the Dodgers ownership group that now bought the Lakers. So it's just, Magic is just magic. Like that's just the best way to put it. He is just absolutely crushing life and is just there. But obviously the Lakers will look completely different when they take the floor this season. Like when you think about it, that first play, and Brock brought this up, that very first playoff series that they won, every single starter is gone.
Yep.
All of them.
All five.
So the biggest one this offseason, obviously, LeBron James deciding he was not coming back to LA. He's officially a 76er. But once he said bye-bye, the Lakers shifted their focus to really build a younger, faster, more athletic roster around Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. And Austin Reeves was the first piece that they locked in. And Luka, that was his number one thing that he wanted. Keep Austin Reeves, get me an A-list center. And they did. They went out and got Walker Kessler. And then they just continued to build around. And Magic praised the organization's offseason, pointing to all the additions, their first round pick and Cameron Carr having a great summer league. And his main takeaway was simple. The Lakers finally got younger, more athletic, and faster. And it seems so simple, right? These seem like very simple things the Lakers needed to do. But it isn't always that easy when you have that much reconstruction on a roster. But I gotta say, like, Rob Pelinka, like, got it done with what he had available.
Yeah, and there's tons to be excited about there. For anyone who is still hesitant about buying into this team, I completely understand that. Whenever there is a new era, a new change in ownership, you have to see it to believe it. So the fact that there is both, the fact that this is a completely retooled roster, a completely new ownership group, which means a completely different group of people calling the shots. Yes, you still have Luka, you still have Reeves, you still have JJ Redick, you still have Rob Pelinka. But from the top down, this entire organization is going to be run differently.
Yeah,
and
that's wild to think about.
Yeah, and until you actually see the success, people have every right to be hesitant about how much success they're actually going to accomplish. It does bear mentioning that they're probably not done. Right now, the next domino to fall as far as NBA free agency is considered is Jonathan Kuminga. As we understand, it's coming down to Cleveland and Los Angeles. James Harden is probably a big factor in that. He was waiting to re-sign his contract to leave space for LeBron. Now that LeBron is not going there, he's going to Philly. Will Harden acquiesce a lot of that money for Kuminga? I don't think so. So maybe the number that Cleveland can offer actually isn't that far off from the $20 million over 2 years that the Lakers can offer. Hopefully Kuminga can land as a Laker. Even if he does not, what the Lakers have built is a system. Before, the system was LeBron James.
Yeah.
And whatever LeBron James needs, we're going to go out and get. And then in the final year and a half, it was, we're kind of building around LeBron because that's what the roster is for, but Luka's here and we need to start building around him, and the people that are here don't actually fit what Luka wants to run. What excites me more than anything is that for the first time really since 2018, despite the Lakers having success during those years, for the first time they have a system that they can add players to instead of adding players and then figuring out a system that works with those guys.
It's crazy because I don't think I realized it until you were like kind of saying it out loud. Like everything is going to be different, obviously minus Rob Pelinka and JJ and Luka and Austin. But you have new ownership. You have a completely new identity, new roster, new... I don't know if you want to say new system, but when you have new star players, it is going to be a new system to make sure that you are complementing all of your top players and surrounding them with the best talent possible, which is what they did during the offseason. So it was interesting because, like, again, Magic Johnson said he was optimistic, but the Lakers may still be one major piece away. So if they can't and they don't get Kuminga, do you still believe in this roster that they put together?
Yeah, and right now you would list probably Sandro Mamukelashvili as the starting power forward. I don't love that. I don't, but I do think what they have built regarding depth means in situations where he is overmatched defensively, they can go long and they can go athletic. What they've acquired with Quentin Grimes, Cameron Carr, who is a rookie, so we still got to see it, Matisse Thybulle, Jared Vanderbilt, unless he's traded involving the Kuminga situation, and Matisse Thybulle and Zaire Williams is long guys who are athletic that can defend multiple positions. So it's not going to be cookie cutter. It won't be you are guarding him, you are guarding him, and you are guarding him. It's going to be based off who is on the court. We have a bunch of guys who can guard everyone, and that allows a lot of freedom for Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves in situations where there may be an elite guard on the other side and they become a liability. And from the top-down aspect, I really want to stress how much things can change when you get a new ownership group and you get a new person calling the shots. Like Rob Pelinka's still the GM and JJ Redick's the new head coach, but there are new voices that they respond to. It could be something as simple as we used to practice at 1 p.m., now we practice at 10 a.m. We used to lift after workouts, now after practice. Now we're going to lift before practice. There's so many small things that on their own don't seem like they make a difference, but when you start stacking them together, their entire process is different. Maybe how they travel is going to be different. There's a lot of things that can be exciting in how you can rejuvenate a franchise and an organization, and it's not just on the court play, it's also off the court, and they should be excited about really making this feel like an entirely new basketball team.
Yeah, the thing is, you just have no idea how it's all gonna work out. Like, is the chemistry gonna be there? Is it with all of these new faces? Can they make it work? And this is something that we asked D Fish about it in the very beginning of how do you build that chemistry when you do have so many new guys, and it's just going to take time. And are Laker fans and is the front office going to be patient enough to give this group time to figure it out? And will they have, preseason is usually just, get guys like warm and ready to go. It's going to be way more of a serious situation for the Lakers to be like, let's see if all of these guys mesh well together.
30 games is the benchmark I'm giving. Now, if they start off 0-15, that's obviously a cause for panic, but assuming that there's typical ebbs and flows of the start of a season, let alone having a completely new roster, I'm going to give it 30 games before I actually start celebrating or start worrying, because you just don't know. There are so many moving pieces here, and it's going to take time to figure out, because the benefit of having so many like-minded bodies, like I just listed, the long athletic guys who can guard multiple positions. Yeah, it's going to be chemistry. JJ Redick has to figure out the science of who can play with who.
Yeah.
Of when these two guys are on the court, they're very similar. So what position can I put each of them in to best succeed? He's really good at this. Okay. When Luka Doncic needs rest, who can work well with Colin Sexton? Is that a different type of game than Austin Reeves is used to? Does Quentin Grimes need to sit? It's going to take a long time, and I'm sure there will be plenty of reasons to freak out, because they're going to lose a couple games that they have to teams that they man for man are far better than.
Yeah.
But that's part of it. It's the beauty of playing 82 regular season games is you use that first window to figure things out, knowing that once it clicks, you're going to make it up on the back end. So are the Lakers going for some kind of record of regular season wins? Absolutely not. There's going to be some shaky moments. But at that 30-game mark, I'm confident we're going to be confident about this team being, again, at the top of the second tier of the Western Conference. And the top tier, of course, is San Antonio and Oklahoma City. I feel that the Lakers can be the best among those second-tier teams.
Yeah, which we kind of broke down yesterday because you got OKC and the Spurs kind of in a section of their own, and the Lakers are floating towards the top of that next tier.
Denver, Minnesota, and Houston. I'd put in there.
Yeah, and then, like, obviously losing LeBron James, you guys, is not about just like losing his production. You got to think about everything that he brought to the team, whether it's the scoring, the leadership, the playmaking, his ability to just take over games like we saw in that first round of the playoffs. So you look at everything that they added this offseason, and you just hope that the combo of all of these guys can replace one of the greatest players of all time. But there's also that now, and I know this is what a lot of people are probably more excited about, is... And we've talked about this a lot. When LeBron James is there, even if he's not the, quote, star, everything revolves around him. The conversation revolves around him. The energy revolves around him. And now it's almost this clean slate, even though you have Luka and Austin back, who are number one, number two last year, with LeBron being okay and taking that third role. It's a completely different vibe. It's completely different. I don't think you can compare it to anything from last year.
No, and I think that's something to be excited about. LeBron had a lot of diva-like qualities, and Luka is a lot of things, but he's not a diva. I mean, we see the on-court antics of complaining to the refs when you got four of your guys back there on defense guarding five because you're over here complaining. Sometimes him and JJ Redick, you see a lot of eye rolling and stuff like that. But when I say diva, I mean the aspect of Luka again, up to this point, Luka's not someone that wants cameras around. Luka's not someone who cares about articles being written about him. Luka is a pretty private Eastern European guy who loves playing basketball. He's been a pro since he was like 15 years old. He's not someone who craves attention, and I feel that's going to lend itself great to the Lakers. You feel that he does?
No, I'm just like the attention in a different way. Like not like the LeBron attention, but like every star player craves that success attention.
Attention.
So it's a different kind of attention.
Yeah, my point being, Luka Doncic is not going to make a documentary about himself. Luka Doncic is not going to tell the media what they can and can't say about him. He may disagree with them, but he's not going to go out of his way to make sure that his narrative is controlled. He's for how much of a superstar he is, we still know fairly little about him, and that excites me. Reeves is a guy, we know he's a dork that likes to golf, and everyone loves him.
Everyone loves
Walker
him.
Kessler, most people know nothing about because he's been in Utah this whole time, right? This is
going to be his coming out party.
Yeah, it's exciting that this is a team that is famous for being the Lakers, and because Luka Doncic is on the team, and there's some freedom that comes with that.
It's so funny because when I posted the D-Fish thing last Friday when LeBron made his decision, it was like, can you imagine like a Lakers and 76ers final? I didn't realize outside of like Lakers, Luka gets a lot of hate too.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Everyone just like taking the easy road out of like, oh, he's got to be in shape. I'm like, did you not see his revenge body last season?
Luka revenge body.
Like he fully was like, oh, you broke up with me, Dallas? Let me show you what's up. Let me show you how great I can look and be on the court. So everyone, just let go of that narrative. And we got to take a quick break. When we come back, do you care, LA? We're going to dive into the headlines across sports. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan.
New home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports. There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports. There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports. There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
we back, baby.
and in your feed.
Yeah.
Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA sports. There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani.
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, my goodness.
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani.
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh, my goodness.
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani.
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation, so get in the chat on the live stream at The Fan LA. But right now, it's time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
What is up, LA? Welcome to Do You Care, the segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and they get to tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Let's get right into this one, guys. A lot going on in the sports world. How we doing?
We're great.
All right, guys. With the first Do You Care of today, Kyle Shanahan was injured in a car crash.
Oof.
So Kyle Shanahan will be limited to start 49ers training camp after he's suffering a broken nose, 3 broken ribs, and a broken hand, more than 40 stitches, and a severe concussion in a July 14th crash. So it was almost 2 weeks ago. The 49ers expected him back well before their Week 1 matchup against the Rams. Do you care?
Yeah, like this is so sad and scary. And I also heard that he almost lost his eye.
Yeah.
It was a lot more serious, and the whole media of it kind of got hush-hushed. But this is terrifying. This is scary.
It is terrifying and scary. The most important thing is that he's okay. But to that media point, it is weird.
No, they definitely
this
squashed
is
it.
Weird.
They squashed
And
it. We didn't hear anything about it. Normally this would be kind of front page news.
Yes.
Do we know how it happened?
So we'll give an outline for people who are just finding out. Yesterday, or maybe the day prior, the 49ers came out and said Kyle Shanahan will be physically at all of the practices, but because of a car crash to start training camp, Chris Forster is serving as the tight ends coach, I believe, is serving as the interim head coach because Shanahan will be limited in what he can do because of the car crash. And it's wait, what? And come to find out 2 weeks ago, a massive car crash happened. Now, Kyle Shanahan took most of the damage. The reporting says that Palo Alto police said he was the only one injured in the accident and that there was no evidence that either driver was impaired and that both cooperated with police. No one was cited in the collision. But it is weird for anyone who follows sports of any kind.
Yeah.
A head coach getting in this tragic of an accident
Did they
where
show,
you almost lose an eye.
Photos of the crash?
No photos, but Chris Sims, who played played at the University of Texas with Kyle Shanahan, so I'm assuming that's why they're kind of best buds, was describing the cut above the eye and how close it was to his eye and him almost losing his eye. And it is incredibly strange that over 2 weeks, nobody says anything.
No.
And then The team is allowed to tweet their statement. Exactly 1 minute later, Adam Schefter follows up with a statement.
Oh, so he knew.
And then a minute later, ESPN drops a full article on the thing. So
Yeah.
I'm not trying to imply anything, but we have to acknowledge this is weird.
That's weird.
In no world is Adam Schefter sitting on. If a third-string running back,
you guys, this is why with
gets
the
arrested,
whole,
he knows.
and again, I don't want to bring in like the insiders and the Diana Rossini thing. Everybody has their weird inside connections. That's like not necessarily ethical.
Yeah.
Like if you're the insider, you should be dropping this the
Right.
moment you find out 2 weeks ago.
Right. Whereas there was a clear collective decision that no one is allowed to talk about this until the 49ers are allowed to tweet about it. And when you factor
How did
in
TMZ not get a hold of it?
That's what I
they're
don't understand.
king
Also,
with all of this.
Police forces are notoriously terrible at keeping secrets, and the idea that the head coach of the football team down the road, well, way over in San Jose, not quite down the road from Palo Alto, is in a devastating car crash. The fact that does not get reported, I do not want anything nefarious to be associated with this, but
Yeah.
I do feel like there is more information to come as to why the hell everyone just sat on this for 2 weeks, and I just
Weird.
hope it's nothing negative against Shanahan or anyone else. But
Yeah.
this is weird.
It's weird.
Very
It's
strange.
weird. But,
Shay,
like,
we care and it's weird.
We care, but we're happy everyone's okay.
Yes.
But like, why are we just now hearing about this?
Very strange.
It is
Yeah.
definitely weird, but I do care as well. Do you care, LA? The segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world. I just told them about the Kyle Shanahan car crash, and they told me they care, but it is kind of weird. On to the next one, guys. Ohio State adds jersey sponsor. So why is this interesting? So Ohio State is adding JP Morgan Chase patches to the jerseys of all 36 athletic teams as part of a corporate partnership reportedly worth $17 million per year. The catch is they're the only team in the Big 12 that will have that patch. Every other team will have a monster patch. The monster patch will be giving each of those teams only $1 million per year. This JP Morgan Chase patch, $17 million per year. Do you care?
So someone at JP Morgan Chase went to Ohio State.
Probably.
That's what I hear here.
They said, we need to get $20 million off the books for tax reasons.
Yeah.
Hey, you're a Buckeye, right? Okay,
Right?
yeah.
Let's get Ohio State a patch.
This is going to continue to be the norm, not just with college football, with college sports, but college football being the biggest breadwinner typically at universities. This is where it's going to start. How far we've come to where athletes used to not be able to get paid, and now a powerhouse of a bank, just a powerhouse in economics, gets to plant their logo directly on the jersey for hundreds of millions to see throughout the season.
Yeah, it's just like I don't care because like that's what every team does. And this also goes to like there is no precedent for how much it can be. It's like, well, how
Right.
much do you want? Like I don't know, is that patch worth 17 million? Is it worth 100 million? Is it worth 200 million? Depending on like what team you're associated with. So it's just like we talked about this when we were talking about the Kyrie stuff. It's like an appearance, a post. Like there is no set number.
Kawhi, you mean?
Yeah, what'd I say?
Kyrie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was like,
Kawhi.
Kyrie did something again.
No,
God dang it.
no. Kawhi. Sorry.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes. You're right. Like it's just wild because there's no set number that you can put on like any like sponsorship or partnership, and so it's the numbers are just going to keep going up.
The strangest thing about NIL is what you just said. The only precedent you need for why it's this number is because you were willing to pay it.
Yep.
So are you sure you want to give such and such $20 million? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. There's no precedent says that
Sign
you
the
can do
check.
whatever you want. Enjoy it while you can, because eventually someone's going to have to implement some rules.
Oh, yeah.
And so good for JP Morgan for finding a tax write-off, and good for Ohio State for being able to give their players more money, which I am all for.
Yep.
So yeah, the deal also includes NIL opportunities for athletes. So it's going to be a little bit more than just the patch. And then supposedly it's believed to be the largest non-apparel sponsorship in collegiate sports.
Nice.
So that's a pretty cool fun fact about that. On to the next one, guys. So Stanford football players move toward unionization. It's kind of in the same field almost. We can see all this money. We see all this going on. It's definitely changing. And now players are kind of forming their very first college football players association. And Stanford football is leading it. So creating a possible path towards unionization and collective bargaining in college sports, players say they want a stronger voice on issues such as compensations, transfers, eligibility, and working conditions as college football becomes like a professional league with all this money around it. Do you care?
Brock?
If it wasn't Stanford, we would care more. Why the issue is Stanford and the issue they're going to run into? Because this isn't the first time that players tried to unionize. When I was in college, Northwestern was trying to do it behind their quarterback, Kane Coulter. Until it is an Alabama or a USC or a Tennessee or Ohio State, it's just going to fall on deaf ears. And Stanford is an institution that one of the only ones that actually doesn't make money from football. They probably lose money on football.
Really?
Stanford makes money from their tech and their engineers and their politicians, and like Stanford's in a place where if the feathers are ruffled enough, they can just say, all right, screw it, we don't have a football team.
Snip, snip, the athletics.
So that's a testament to these players because they know that, they have the least amount of leverage of maybe any other D1 football program as opposed to their school. So credit to them for being brave. I will be watching closely, but I don't think this actually gets momentum across all of college football until one of the big dogs join up.
And that's just like, this would just be for them as like a chapter, not like the
Correct.
whole. Okay.
Correct.
Interesting. All right. Hour number 2 coming up next. We're headed to Rams camp. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA Fan. We're keeping the vibes high today. You said officially all NFL teams reported to training camp today.
All 32 have officially reported.
It's happening.
It's here.
It's happening.
The NFL's here, and our countdown, our daily countdown, we
go.
are 9 days away from the first NFL preseason game.
The Hall of Fame game.
Cardinals and the Panthers. That is on August 6th. We are 43 days away from our first regular season action, New England at Seattle, September 9th. And we are 32 days away from San Jose at USC on August 29th.
Woo, woo.
Right around the corner, people.
We love this. What was your pump-up song? Like game day pump-up song, or even like when you're driving. So I have I have pump-up songs that like I'll listen to on repeat when I'm driving to work every day.
One of them's a Pitbull song I know you've shared with us before, but I forget which one. It wasn't a Pitbull song?
So I went through I switch up my playlist, and I've been on a Avicii radio playlist.
Ooh, that's
and for
good.
some reason, Pitbull's on there a lot.
Yeah.
And Flow Rider's on there a lot.
We love Mr. Worldwide.
Whitney Houston and Kygo's Higher Love was like my daily pump-up song forever.
Mm-hmm.
Today, it kind of like switches. I'm like, what song is going to make me just like belt and sing? Because it's just like sing at the top of your lungs in your car is like one of my favorite things.
Yes.
Today was Miley Cyrus Wrecking Ball.
Oh,
like it just came on the
okay.
playlist, and I was like, yeah,
Good
I
song.
needed this.
It's a good song. It's a real
so
good
like
song.
what you can do right now, and then you can do during your play days. And you guys, we want to hear from you. Like if you have a really good pump up song that we need to know. If you're listening at home, 855-97-LA Fan, 855-975-2326. Call us. What is your walk up pump up song?
I tended to listen to more mellow music as I got closer to the game. So
like a meditative state is what you would go into.
Yes. So I would go with more like a R&B type situation.
Okay.
Now, the pump-up songs would be, say, from waking up in the hotel to getting on the bus. But once I'm on the bus and approaching the stadium, I tended to get a little more calm with the music. But I need to find out. So TBD on my answer because I'm trying to think if there was one that revealed itself more often than others. But I'm also a big shuffle person.
Same.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's something. I have playlists.
Mm-hmm.
And I let it ride and let the vibe go. And like, I'll change it. But like, I start like when I first wake up, I do jazzy morning. So I start with like the mellow vibes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get into like, sometimes maybe like, Stevie Ray Vaughan radio.
Okay.
Like we start to pick up the vibes a little more. Like once I'm,
raising
like
those BPMs just a little bit.
Yeah. Little Led Zeppelin radio. Just like we slowly bring it up, and then like on my drive in, I'm on Avicii radio or Lady Gaga radio, and it's like those upper club style music to get me pumped up.
Miami Beach rooftop.
Yes.
We are
11.
getting after it. I got you. I got you. I
Have
like
you been
that.
to 11? We've talked about this.
Yeah, I've had to have been there at some point. Yeah, because I definitely did not stay until they closed at 1 p.m. the next day,
Which is wild, you guys.
But I
wild.
think I've set foot in there at least once or twice.
Yeah. When I was there for the WBC, I was taken there and not knowing what it was.
Yes.
Yeah. That is a wild place. The Scotland fans all ended up there. And
They
did you
take
see
over
like,
11? Yes, they did.
That was a beautiful thing. So yeah, okay, we'll report back for Brock's.
Yeah, because I want to get you an
like
accurate
also
answer.
like what would be your walk-up song? Okay? Because like everyone always asks that. Like what would be your walk-up song? Which you only get like a very 10 seconds?
I know what it would be.
Of like, okay.
It would be Superstition, Stevie Wonder. It would be
Oh.
right when it goes just from drums to his modded keyboard coming in, because like you said, you can only do 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And I don't want any words to be playing.
No.
So that's what it would be. It would be Superstition. What about you?
Like it used to be Higher Love. Like that was mine forever.
really
Like
good
ba, ba,
Really good
ba.
song.
And just like the beginning part of it. Because there's nothing more like iconic than that moment. Like when you're at Dodger Stadium and you hear, which is so funny, like Otani's Michael Bublé.
Are we allowed to
Feeling
admit
good.
that's a terrible song? can we?
I love it.
He needs to update
I love it.
Oh,
I love
God.
it so much. But like you just know it's like bump. But like you
Yes.
just know it's like everyone turns and they're like, oh, Otani's up.
So I think what I'm realizing is I feel walk-up songs have more impact when there's no words. If it was just the horns, and I think it would have a bigger impact because it starts with Bublé harmonizing. It ruins it for me every single
And I'm
time.
feeling good.
But it works for Shohei. That's all that matters.
I'm curious if he actually picked it.
That's a good question.
Or
Maybe
if
he
someone
just
else
said, just
did.
pick a song for me. I don't
I-
care. I'm just gonna go up there and hit a home run.
I don't.
You can play whatever you want.
Because he's had it now for a couple years.
The whole time he's been with the Dodgers, I think.
Oh, so he hasn't changed it.
I don't think so. I think it's been there from the jump.
Wild.
Because the first time I saw him taking that bat as a Dodger, I remember thinking, "Oh, I hate that song."
I mean, he brought him to like Bublé was like the Christmas guy, right?
Still-
He had, like-
still is,
still,
kinda.
like he's like the not as big as Mariah Carey, but definitely like once the holidays come, they defrost.
That's when he
But
thrives.
yeah, Otani brought him into like people that wouldn't normally listen to.
Somebody had to
Bublé.
have picked the song for him because there's no way Shohei accidentally bumped into a Michael
It's kind of
Bublé
like a
song.
sexy.
It's
walk-up
weird. It's a
song.
weird song, man. I don't. I don't
Like
like
it's
it.
very like it's sultry.
I've never liked it. Oh my god.
That's really funny. That's really funny. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. You guys, vibes are so high at Rams training camp right now. I think I mentioned off the top of the show, there was a photo of Devontae Adams just on a skateboard.
Yes.
Coming in. Trent McDuffie, new Ram, was even talking about the vibes, shared how everybody is just so happy to be there. Everybody has that same goal. And you know you're thinking about the Super Bowl and February, but no one has to talk about that because everyone is just so living in each moment. And he just shared it's like literally the best vibes that you can imagine. And we've heard about it. Like everyone that works under Sean McVay, from the coaching staff to the players, everyone's just happy to be with the Rams.
Yeah, Sean McVay, of course, he's been coaching the Rams for a decade now, but when he first took over, he was 30 years old. And what he's been able to capture this entire time is a youthful energy to his camp. There are a lot of coaches who, I mean, the average age of coaches in the NFL has naturally decreased as everyone pushes to find the next Shanahan, the next McVay, the next LaFleur. But how training camps are run now versus, we'll say, before McVay became a head coach. So
Belichick?
Over 10 years ago, it was very different. It was you almost reveled in the difficulty. It was almost a badge of honor of how miserable you could be, you know, in a way.
Yeah.
And the NFLPA, the players union for the NFL, they do a great job of negotiating, and they made training camp significantly lighter. That's why, you know, two-a-days are no longer a thing, and you can have walkthrough, but that has to be limited. And there's much more restrictions on how a camp can be run. But there recently has been, I say like in the past 4 or 5 years, a trend toward less is more with training camps.
Yeah.
And the first 2 weeks will be a grind. But once preseason games start, coaches tend to let the foot off the gas regarding how often you hit in practice, how long practices are going to be, practicing in the dead of day versus practicing in the morning or in the evening before it gets too hot. And yeah, training camp used to be a miserable place. And I bring this up because you bring up Devontae Adams, who's been playing long enough to remember those times in Green Bay when training camp was about how brutal it could be. And it was almost, if you had a buddy on the Ravens who's having the harder training camp, if you have a buddy on the Bills making fun of them because they had an easy training camp, you know, it's completely flipped. And McVay is a big part of that, because if that guy is having a lot of success, whatever he's doing, you want to implement. And he did not really ever brutalize guys during camp, and that was a huge part of collectively the other 31 teams starting to let off the gas a little bit.
And he was also one of the first to not really play starters in preseason.
That's a huge part of it, too.
He doesn't go to the combine. They have the FM picks mentality. I mean, the whole Rams, just like who they are at their core, is so different, but it works. It's where guys go and rehab their careers. It's similar to like the Dodgers, where players want to come and be a part of that franchise and that organization because everything is so great development wise, top to bottom, and people are just happy to be there.
Yeah. When an organization has success, everyone wants to know what they're doing. And when you can add on to the fact that players want to be there, well, now we really want to know what you're doing because we want players to want to be where we're at. You see it at Indiana, who, of course, just won the college football national championship. They don't practice longer than 90 minutes. They have 90-minute practices. They do everything at lightning speed, and they're in and out, and they're off the field. That's what everyone's going to do now because everyone wants to be like Indiana. So when you have Sean McVay, who doesn't really believe in playing guys during the preseason because his philosophy partially is, well, if our roster's loaded, we're getting better looks in practice than we would in the preseason anyway. And a lot of teams naturally want to start following it. So the same way more tight ends got drafted in this draft and in the past 20 years because McVay played 3 tight ends.
All tight ends are like, thank you, Sean McVay.
Exactly.
We thank you for your service.
You got a lot of tight ends paid. It's the same thing. You want to know what is working. And previously, when you thought of the NFL, you thought of Bill Belichick. So everyone wanted to do what the Patriots did. The Patriots camp is brutal.
It was a fear base.
Yes. The Patriots camp was absolutely brutal.
Take us into it.
It's
like, just so we have a comp.
Physically and mentally demanding. Bill Belichick's philosophy, and it's not a bad one to have, was the most stressful moments should be in practice so that when you are in stressful moments in the game, you've been there before, and you're not going to panic. His whole thing is, I need to put you in every scenario possible under more stress than you're going to experience on Sunday. In order to do that, you got to have really stressful practices and stressful camps. Sean McVay is the opposite. So as the Patriots dynasty ended and the Rams, not necessarily a dynasty, but as Sean McVay and the Rams started becoming a perennial Super Bowl contender and expecting to have success year after year, and offenses and teams wanting to copy what they're doing, they're going to look at how he goes about things, and how he goes about things is kind of easing up after those first 2 weeks, and that's what the NFL does. 5 years from now, if there's a new hot name head coach who does things differently, the other 31 teams are going to start to pivot and do what he does. It's a copycat league, as they say.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch, though. Obviously, the Rams coming into the season as the Super Bowl favorites, arguably the best roster in the NFL, and they just got better this offseason. But all eyes yesterday were on Matthew Stafford as Rams held an open practice of training camp Monday at LMU and really gave fans their first look at the most talented roster in the NFL. And there was a lot of photos and videos on social media of Myles Garrett walking through, and you just see the smile on his face. Puka Nacua was one of the, he always has been that happy smiling face with the fans, which makes it so hard for me to be upset with him still. Like, it's really hard for me, but I also, I can't allow myself to forget because, I want to see him be a better person.
Yeah.
And obviously, I think the Rams are also kind of waiting for that. There were reports that his team and the Rams camp, conversations have begun for his contract extension and new deal, which he is eligible for next season. So normally, if he didn't get in all the trouble off the field, it would probably have been done before the start of training camp.
Yeah.
But he is proven on the field.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua is proven on the field. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with, can he be a good person off the field?
Yeah, that's what it boils down to. And the excitement for Puka is hopefully off the field, the best is yet to come. On the field, we know for a fact the best is yet to come. Kind of going back to the philosophy of Sean McVay and the realization of, well, if we have the best players, we need to focus on practice and don't need to worry about playing guys in the preseason because they're getting better reps in practice anyways against better talent. Think of how good Trent McDuffie is and how much better he's going to be now that he's working with Puka Nacua every single day, working against Devontae Adams every single day. Think of how much better Devontae Adams still can get now that he gets to face off against Trent McDuffie every single day, and Jalen Watson. So he gets to work with the big, long, physical corner that a lot of the NFL has, and he gets to work with the stout, strong, versatile cornerback that some teams have. It's an iron sharpens iron situation, and as good as the Rams are on paper, training camp is an opportunity for ones versus ones, meaning when the starting offense goes against the starting defense, everyone gets that much better when a roster is this loaded. Think of how good the offensive line is going to be because Myles Garrett's going to beat them up every single day. Small things like that. When Matthew Stafford has to face Chris Shula's defense every single day, even if it's just 15 to 20 reps, it makes a difference, and it is the best looks that you're going to get to prepare for the season.
What percentage are you going at? Like, right now, obviously, first couple days of training camp, and no one wants to get hurt. That's the biggest thing. It's like you want to get better, but no one wants to get hurt. What percentage are you putting forward in these first couple of days? I
would say Devontae. Puka's kind of a unique case because of the off the field stuff, but I would say your Devontaes, your Staffords. I would say your Quentin Lakes. You're out there just wearing helmets. It's not at 100 yet. You're at 100% mentally, and in individual drills it's 100%. But those early days are really for the rookies to just understand how to practice.
Okay.
Learning how to practice is a unique thing, and each team practices kind of their own way. Once the pads come on and you start doing team drills, that's when everyone cranks it up to 100%, because that's when it's just open season of not only am I trying to get better, I'm trying to make my offense better, I'm trying to make my defense better. The most fun thing to watch for me, if I were to give advice for anyone going to training camp, first day that pads come on, which should be sometime middle of this week and probably close to the end of the week, is punt coverage. Punt versus punt return with pads on is the closest thing you're going to get to game reps, because both of those units are filled with young guys who are trying to make the team. Special teams is the way for a young guy who's unproven to make the team. If you can convince the special teams coach that you're an asset, you'll eventually make your way to offense or defense, but it starts with special teams. And punt return is the thing that you're going to rep most. Guys are flying, and that is 100% of the time, every single rep. So watch punt and punt return if you want, one, a sense of which young guys are going to make the team. Two, if you just want to see a very exciting piece of practice.
Yeah. Okay, so you were talking about, obviously, just the best of the best sharpening the other side of the ball and the positive of that. But then also, like, just take me again, because you don't want to hurt anybody. I always think about, like, you're going you want to go like 90%, 100%. You want to get ready for the season, but you also don't want to hurt your own guys. So how like, explain to me, like, when you're going like neck and neck with somebody, to make sure that you're like giving 100 without hurting your teammate, because that's a delicate line to walk.
The number one rule in any practice is you don't touch the quarterback. It's why the quarterback typically wears a red jersey.
Yeah.
And the defense and offense wear opposite jerseys of whatever your team colors are. You never touch the quarterback. You don't even get close to the quarterback. So if Myles Garrett beats a lineman and gets to the backfield, he's going to let Matthew Stafford throw the ball, and he's not even going to get close enough, because sometimes a D lineman beats a man, isn't trying to hit the quarterback, but is so close to the quarterback, the quarterback may hit his hand on him on the follow-through or back. So you cannot touch the quarterback, and you lay off a punter. So you never try to block a punt unless the drill is specifically for that. In which cases they'll mimic it and mock it to make it safe. The rule in football, funny enough, is the faster you go, the less likely you are to get injured. If two cars are driving 20 miles an hour and sideswipe each other, typically there are less injuries than if one car is sitting still and the other one's going 20 miles an hour. It's a momentum thing. I don't know enough physics to be able to explain it, but that's the explanation that I can best express it. So going hard actually protects you, and it will protect everyone else because everyone will have that mindset.
Did you ever have someone that didn't understand that and was trying to like get after guys in practice?
There's always a young guy who's really trying to make the team, and 2 weeks in, he feels his chances are slipping, and he'll go out and overexert something and put a starter at risk, and then you just never see them again.
Yeah. That's so brutal.
It does happen.
That's so brutal. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. Plenty more training camp talk throughout the show. But when we come back, you guys, USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale will be joining the show. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And moments ago in Do You Care, LA, we were talking about college football jersey patches and how Ohio State got one from Chase for $17 million, and then you just said there was another one that just broke from Notre Dame.
Notre Dame signed a jersey patch deal with SoFi for $18 to $20 million.
It's all the banks, you guys. The banks are like, this is our write-off this year, and they were like $1 to $2 million more. So we're gonna be hearing a lot more. That was like the floor. It was like, okay, Ohio State, you went first. Now everyone's just gonna one-up it, and it's
Very
all banks.
petty. Very petty of Notre Dame to win.
So funny.
Very funny as well.
All right, guys, we are so excited to bring in our first guest of the day, MLB insider for Odyssey and USA Today, Bob Nightingale, joining the show. Where's he at? Where's he at?
Let him here.
Yeah. Do we have him? Bob, you got us?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Oh, he can hear us, but we can't hear him.
You look great, Bob.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll get back to Bob in just a second.
Yes, we will.
But it looks like he's back home. We had him on last week from the
Was he in
Phillies.
Philly? He was in Philly,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Phillies-Dodgers series. So
Bob knows all.
yeah, Bob is everywhere.
Bob
knows
is
all.
everywhere. You can't tie
Bob is everywhere. Also, president of the Baseball Writers Association. So does that mean you get to vote on all the?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, you get to vote on all the awards.
You better be voting for all Dodgers.
You can't say that. You gotta be neutral to everybody. We're obviously gonna get to all the Dodger stuff with Bob. But back to the patches while we wait for Bob real quick. You said petty. Do you think other teams were just kind of waiting to see what the final deals were, and then now they're going to be like, well, if you want us to sign with you, you got to one up? Kind of like contracts in sports, where it's like once the bar's set, then everyone is just getting like $1, $2, $3 million higher.
Nobody cares about brand more than college football, and to be able to say our price is more than that school's price, even if you didn't win as many games as them last year, brand is what it comes down to. I'm confident that Notre Dame knew what Ohio State was going to sign for and said we need $1 million more, and I'm sure Texas is going to come on top of them, and then Alabama's going to come on top.
So were the patches,
pride is a very fickle thing.
Were the patches not like a normal thing before?
No.
Because I guess I remember, like, I just thought because it's on every professional jersey, you see some sort of branded patch.
Yeah, no, similar to the NBA. What was it a couple years ago? Maybe the WNBA was first, where they could put a non-basketball affiliated brand there instead of it saying Nike or if it's saying the Big Ten. You can actually just put a company. Fields as well. You're gonna see a lot of week one. It's going to be surprising how many on-field sponsors you're going to see, because that is now legal now. I think one school, I believe it's a Big 12 school, I'm blanking on which, is going to have like GoDaddy.com on their 30-yard line. Or Texas can have such and such meats or smokehouse.
His throwing program after his bullpen session last week. How concerned are you about Ohtani returning to the mound this season?
A little concerned, was in Philadelphia. He pitched off the mound and looked fine, and everything was supposed to be a go. And then, and of course he got scratched in his next bullpen session. So, no, I'm a little concerned. They don't have to have him on the mound, but it should be nice the way he was dominating. But I just think they're going to take their sweet time and make sure when he comes back, he's 100%, and maybe just go like 3-4 innings at a time.
And Bob, as we monitor Shohei, and we'll actually throw Tyler Glass now in there as well, how much ramp-up time do they need before playoffs? Like, what would the deadline be to where we need to see both of those guys out there getting games in before the playoffs start?
Well, with the Shohei, I don't think maybe a couple bullpen sessions and good to go. Tyler Glass now, it's been a long, long time, so that's a different story. I would think they'd like to have him go on a minor league rehab stint for a couple of weeks, to see if he can get going. But yeah, his would be much longer than Ohtani's.
Now, Bob, when I'm watching Shohei Ohtani run the bases, I'm holding my breath. Just because it is a knee injury, I know they say it only affects him when he's pitching, but is there any concern when he's like trying to stretch out a single or a double and maybe taking him out of the lineup as well?
Yeah, I remember being in Philadelphia, and it was asked of Dave Roberts whether it's affecting his hitting, and he kept saying, no, it's not. He understands the questions because, he hasn't hit that well since the All-Star break. Mm-hmm. But he thinks he'll be fine. But, yeah, that's the big thing. And, even Dave said, he's much more valuable to us as a hitter than a pitcher. So, if it is affecting his hitting even a little bit, I think they would say, you know what, let's just be a hitter the rest of the season.
Bob, we are expecting Edwin Diaz to make his return tomorrow in Game 2 of the Seattle series. How can that rejuvenate the bullpen?
Yeah, he's such a big piece and one of the best closers out there in all of baseball. So, no, it's a huge, huge boost to get a guy like that. I know he wanted to come back last week. He wanted to face his old Mets team really bad, but just wasn't quite ready. And but no, it's of all the trade pieces and stuff we're going to see, next by the end of this week, he's one of the biggest pieces. Just everybody would love to have a guy like that. So no, he'll play a major factor.
Now, someone who's definitely played a factor recently is Roki Sasaki, and we saw him with the giant glove that they're hoping kind of fixed his tipping pitches if they thought that's what was happening. Do you feel like he is on the right path to be a dependable arm for the Dodgers come October?
He's on the right path, but it's a little bit tough to trust him just as far as he's so up and down, whether he can do it or not. I think he'll definitely be a starter the rest of the way, going October that way. But it's not like a sure thing by any means. I think a lot of it's just confidence-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, is there anything at all that you need to see still from Justin Robleski to trust him completely come October?
No, there's a little bit of a concern or apprehension just because his innings are mounting. But no, probably trust him just about as much as anybody at this point, behind Yamamoto. So, no, with a big lead, I could see them reducing his innings. Like, okay, they'll need to go 6 or 7 innings. How about 4 or 5 down the stretch, because they're going to wrap it up so early. They just want to make sure he's healthy, but he should play, a big part in their postseason for sure.
Now, Blake Snell is on a rehab assignment after having the surgery, same as Edwin Diaz, the loose bodies removed, and he's expected to be back early August. What kind of impact can he have on this Dodgers rotation if we get that Cy Young-style Blake Snell back?
Yeah, it should have a big impact. It was almost like last year. This year he only pitched 3 innings. A signing like that would just devastate most teams. But because of their Dodgers finances, they can say, you know what, take the summer off. As long as you're around in September and October, that's all we care about. And obviously he's going to have a fresh arm. So, no, he could have a major impact where, you have Yamamoto, go game 1, then he goes game 2. But if he returns to form, that would be a massive difference.
The Dodgers-Mariners series begins tonight. Bob, for Dodgers fans who haven't been paying too much attention to the AL West, how can a team with Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez, and Cal Raleigh be struggling so much recently? Yeah,
this is the biggest drop I've ever seen from a guy who hit 60 home runs in the following season. He's only got 10. I think the lowest ever after 60 home run season is Mark McGwire, and he still hit 32, back in 2000. So, but yeah, just guys are underperforming. It's almost like they got an unbelievable starting rotation. 1 through 6 is the best in baseball. So they're really disappointed by their offense, and they just fired their assistant hitting coach the other day, trying to wake those guys up. But they've been underachieving team. If they don't, make the playoffs, I'm sure some heads will roll. Whether the managers cheer, some more coaches or something, because they have way too much pitching talent and talent even offensively, to be playing like this.
Now, Bob, Will Smith's neck inflammation is more serious, I think, than most people thought. And then now with you have Ohtani and his pitching situation, no return in sight really for Will Smith. What do you see the Dodgers doing, and do you see them being active at the trade deadline next week?
Well, they fully expect him to be back, Will Smith, on September 1st. That's the target date. And, I think they're all pretty comfortable saying he will be back. But, they could always get another catcher just to say, okay, if he doesn't come back or something, we got some insurance. So I don't think it's a high on the priority list, but I think they're going to sniff around and see. The trouble is there's so many teams that need catching help. I don't think the Dodgers want to overpay just to get a catcher just simply for insurance.
And Bob, in that worst case scenario where Will Smith is not available for the remainder of the season, what is the Dodgers' trust level in Dalton Rushing?
Well, not that high. I mean, just because he's so young and sometimes, temperamental, he's not that steady guy behind the plate where they would like to get someone, if they don't think he's going to come back, go get a Ryan Jeffers from Minnesota or, some of these guys around there, Caratini, just to give some insurance there. Because the big thing is, not so much what he does is what the pitchers do with him behind the plate. We've already seen the flare-ups there with Ohtani and things like that. The big thing for a catcher is just to make sure that pitcher trusts him so much where they don't have to worry about calling their own pitches and can throw any pitches, can get blocked in the dirt, that sort of thing.
So let's talk about Dodgers pitching, because we just talked about Blake Snell is on his rehab assignment. They might get Tyler Glasnow back in time for the postseason. We have no idea when Shohei Ohtani will ramp back up, and if he does, to be able to pitch in October. And the Dodgers were in a lot of the Scooble conversations early on. Do you see them going out and being aggressive to get another arm, or they're just going to trust that they're going to get guys off the IL in time?
They trust to get the guys, back. But like you say, you don't know exactly what Ohtani's going to do. It's not going to be the Snell of old. Glass now would just be, kind of insurance if things go south. I still think to be very involved in Scooble. Not that they have to have them, but, they'll like to keep them away from everybody else. If they want to sign him, they can in the off season. He lives in, Kingman or from Kingman, Arizona, lives in Phoenix, so close to home. So I think they'd love to get Scooble and just kind of a lockdown thing, because you have him in that rotation with Yamamoto. I don't care about anybody else. I mean, who's going to beat that? The last thing the Dodgers want to do is like, we should have been more aggressive. You don't want to see him with the Milwaukee Brewers either. That having that Mizorowski-Scooble combination. Yeah, that's tough to beat.
Speaking of those Brewers, Bob, the Brewers are one game behind the Dodgers for the best record not only in the NL but in all of baseball. Are you putting the Brewers as a scarier threat than the Braves or the Phillies?
I would still probably put the Phillies there, but just because they have a three-headed monster with the rotation with Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez, Jesus Luzardo there. It's a powerful 1-2-3. Now, if Milwaukee gets another starter, like particularly Scooble, I'm not sure Freddie Peralta moves the needle, but they get someone to go with Mizorowski, then I might say it might be the Brewers. They don't have that big bat or anything like that, but Mizorowski is just a game changer. I mean, no one's more dominant than him, at least for the first for 5-6 innings of a game.
Bob, we appreciate you coming on as always. Enjoy all the games tonight, and thank you again.
Sure. Take care, Rock. See you,
Thanks,
bro.
Bob.
All right, see you, Bob.
Appreciate you.
Love Bob coming through, though, with the Will Smith. Like, he gave us a date.
Both of us lit up at that news.
Okay. What did he say, September?
He said September 1st is the ideal date. Now, hopefully they stick to it, but
I'll take it.
Thanks, Bob, for the insight.
Please, because right now it says to shut down from baseball activities because his neck was not recovering well, with the hope of starting things back up last week.
Yeah. No, that is big news.
Bob.
Thank
you, Bob.
I take a lot of effort and pride in keeping up with every Dodgers beat writer and article and rumor. I had not heard that, so Bob is giving me a sense of relief.
We both looked at each other like,
okay, great.
This is
so
great
we
for
will
everybody.
see. Yeah, I mean, until he starts up baseball activities, I'm still emotionally planning for him not to be there, but I do have more optimism than I had before. That's great news.
Bob also had my same reaction to Dalton rushing.
Yeah.
It's like, no.
It's
cute, but not with the Dodgers, unfortunately. All right, guys, we got to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you think that LeBron James is a mercenary? We're going to discuss that after the break. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But we're going to kick off this segment with one of our, what do we call them, like coworkers, our
Family
members
that we're happy to have back.
What do we call them? Right? Like our fam, our the fam. So D-Mac and Reiter were on vacation all last week. So they got their first moment to react to the LeBron James news yesterday. And Bill Reiter went a little viral for his take. As we know, he is homies with LeBron James.
Oh, he loves him.
And when we
Don't
say
you,
homies,
Bill?
they were close, and then they had like a hatred, and then they loved each other again. I don't know where they stand right now, but this is what Bill Reiter had to say about LeBron James yesterday.
The point is, he never loved L.A. How do I know he never loved L.A.? Because he didn't love Cleveland enough to go back to Cleveland when they were good. And he's from Akron. He didn't love Miami enough to go back to Miami when they have Giannis and they have Bam. It just turns out, and it's okay, you can be this thing, he's an absolute mercenary.
So when you're calling someone a mercenary in sports, it means they play primarily for money, short-term success, and rather than loyalty to a team, city, or fan base, it's all about that money and success.
So I agree with Bill in the aspect of mercenary, and I think what I really want to drive home is this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Karl Anthony Towns started his career and had an entire career with the Minnesota Timberwolves before he went to the Knicks and clearly ended up being one of the missing pieces to win a championship. Kawhi Leonard is a mercenary. He went to San Antonio, then he went to Toronto for a season, then he went to the Clippers. Now he's back at Toronto, maybe TBD on that whole thing. Kevin Durant is the ultimate mercenary. He's two times the mercenary that LeBron is. Oklahoma City, Golden State, Phoenix, Houston probably gets traded from Houston this year if they don't have a good start because he has a player option next year. Like Chris Paul played for 7 different teams. So being a mercenary is not necessarily a negative thing. And as you get older but still have a lot to give, which Kawhi, Durant, Chris Paul all have in common with LeBron, not to his extent, but what they have in common with him is you're going to end up being a mercenary because people don't want to give big contracts to older players. The problem for LeBron James is you can't be and act like a mercenary and then expect the loyalty of a fan base. The fans of Golden State will die for Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Because that is his home, and maybe he will play a season or two somewhere else down the road, but he is Golden State through and through. Whereas LeBron James, when you think of him, initially you'll think of the Cleveland Cavaliers, but there are other teams that are very pertinent to his story, and that's I feel that is what the NBA athlete will be going forward because contracts are getting so high and cap restrictions are getting tighter and how you can craft teams, they're losing freedom there. So being a mercenary will become the norm. LeBron is not the first mercenary. I don't think this is a negative connotation here. However, him expecting loyalty of a singular fan base as if he spent his entire career in one place, which he kind of asks out of a fan base with every stop he makes, that's where I think he runs into trouble.
You know what's crazy? Because when you think about LeBron James, and as you were saying this, you were saying like, okay, obviously you think of Steph Curry, it's the Warriors, Kobe, it's the Lakers. When I think of LeBron James, I just think of the NBA. Like, I don't think of a specific team. I think of him being the face of the NBA. And that probably adds and complements the fact that, yeah, he is a mercenary in this sport. And I'm with you. I don't think it's a bad thing to be a mercenary. He's playing for rings and he's playing for money. It's a business. Isn't that what everyone's trying to do? Everyone's trying to make the most money possible and win as many rings as they can. And you know what? He cares about the teams and he cares about the fans. when he's there, and he got you what he wanted. Everywhere he's been, he has won a championship for that city. So you can't be mad at LeBron James for just moving around to the best situation for him in that moment, because you know what? Both sides of that deal got exactly what they wanted.
Yes, but in every breakup, he carries himself with an expectation of loyalty. The breakup with him and Jeannie Buss was because he felt that they turned their backs on him. And to the point of both sides got what they wanted, he got to come to LA and really not launch, but really cement his entertainment career. The Lakers got a ring, and whether or not that was enough is over an 8-year span is a different question. But both sides got what they wanted, and it could have been a clean split of, we all knew this was transactional, so let's just part ways because business is business. Shake hands, and I'm going to go over here, and good luck with Luka. But when you start leaking things to the media, not even leaking, when you start telling your agent to go on a very popular podcast and go on ESPN and be your mouthpiece, when you feel that the Lakers should have some kind of loyalty to you, even though they brought in Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook and Carmelo Anthony and drafted your son. Like, if Steph Curry felt betrayed, that's one thing, because he's given his life to Golden State and brought that franchise out and clearly wants to live and die there. But to expect that kind of undying loyalty from the Lakers when everyone was on the same page is where he falls short. And I'm just constantly blown away this offseason with how big the disconnect is with LeBron and his camp, and them not realizing that the influence that his camp has is no longer there. There was a time where the NBA, the sun rose and set on what LeBron wanted.
I mean,
and what
it
LeBron
did.
Was,
you
was
literally
going
had
to
the
do.
commissioner asking him to make his decision so they could figure out what games were going to be on Christmas, so they could figure out branding and sponsorship. So yeah, it still does.
Because he waited.
It still does.
The reason I say it didn't was because when the offseason started, he gets on his podcast with Steve Nash. I'm blanking on the name. Apologies there. Mind the game pod. And there was an expectation that what LeBron is going to do next was going to be the biggest story in the world. And I think him and his camp felt shocked, and LeBron hurt that the Lakers said, actually, we're going to figure out Walker Kessler first. We're going to figure out Austin Reeves first. I think they were shocked that the league had other moves to make. Of course, they want LeBron James on their team. Anyone wants LeBron James on their team. But when you look back at Rich Paul and how many contradictory statements he's made over the past month, it just feels, and it really kind of becomes clear that they were attempting to be the biggest story, and they eventually became the biggest story, but it took a month for them to become the biggest story. And they kept throwing things out there, and people just didn't care about them as much as they thought they did. And the whole Rich Paul aspect is it's unfortunate that the Rich Paul of all this thing is going to be attached to LeBron, because so many things that are going to hurt LeBron's time in LA is Rich Paul. Now, is Rich Paul doing what LeBron says? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But there is no other scenario in the world where an agent of an active player on a team can go on a podcast and say you should trade one of your teammates, and the organization to then expect the organization to support you after that is insane. Like I think this was his heat check. Like this past season and off season was LeBron's heat check over influence he has and how likable he thinks his moves are.
I just, you know what? I don't think LeBron's in the wrong here. He said that, like, he literally thought that he was going to retire at the end of the season, and he was taking his time. And he gave us the timetable, and he stuck to the timetable. So he did exactly what he told us he was going to do. He took time to go on vacation with his family and his friends, see if he still, again, had that fire and wanted to play. Mm-hmm. And it's obviously not about money because he's taking a league vet minimum, which is insane. I did not see that coming. But you know what? I think his agent was just trying to, because again, he didn't know what he wanted. LeBron didn't know what he wanted, and Rich Paul was just trying to fill the void to make sure that if he did come back, it was top of news, and it was. He still controlled the narrative.
Eventually,
he still controlled the headlines. That's all people really cared about at the end, because that's all we were talking about, and
But
that's
it
what Adam
took-
Silver was talking about.
It took 4 weeks, but he got what he wanted. But it did take 4 weeks.
Yeah. Woo! Hour No. 3 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Happy training camp week. Every single camp is officially underway today, meaning, Brock, because you said this date, that means like all veterans have reported and everyone is getting started today.
Everyone is underway. I forget who the final team was that needed to report, but once they officially entered the building and started having meetings, training camp and the NFL football season is officially here.
What do you remember from that first day of school vibes at training camp?
New faces, and you're not going to know which of the young guys you're going to get along with, but you're immediately going to know the ones you're not going to get along with. And it's like, all right, I'm not rocking with that guy.
Staying away from that guy.
I can't stand that guy.
I'm going to have my dinners and lunches with that guy.
Exactly.
So
that.
it's very much like school clicky vibes.
Yeah, and it also is a football team is a family, so to speak, for the 20 weeks, hopefully more if you make the playoffs. That's your together. Well, it ends up being more than 20 weeks when you factor in training camp. But the point being, when the season ends, you are still coworkers in that you'll keep in touch with some of your coworkers, but a lot of guys you just haven't seen in a month or two. And a lot of those first days is just catching up with, oh, you were going to get married, how'd that go? Or, oh, your mom had the thing going on, how'd that go? You know, so it really is the first day of school, but that coworker vibe goes back to family vibe by the time the first practice is over.
And I keep thinking about like the fact that you were like, okay, they all stay on campus. Are you like the big stars even stay on campus in these little rooms?
They get the better dorms, but
just
absolutely.
wild to me.
Yeah.
That's wild to me because like these are big guys. Like you're looking at like a Myles Garrett who's walking through and you're like, did you bring in like your special bed situation comfort for like that big of a human?
I'd imagine, well, one, LMU is an incredibly expensive campus. I'm sure they have the best beds that college dorms can offer. However, it is not uncommon for a team to bring in a bunch of rental beds that are, top of the line stuff, especially for the bigger guys, because a lot of times a dorm can be a twin bed, and that ain't gonna work for an NFL team. So.
I got #influenced watching the NFL years ago when they were sponsored by Sleep Number.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I went out and got a Sleep Number, you guys. I swear by it. I will tell anybody like when you're in the market for a new bed.
Yeah,
game changer.
Yes.
Game changer.
Sleep Number is one of the sponsors of the NFL, so it probably is a Sleep Number bed. Yeah.
So still then, I remember I was watching the games. I was like, well, if it's good enough for the big boys, it should be good enough for us.
If it works for Devontae Adams, it'll work for me.
Advertising and that stuff works. It's so funny, and I also love seeing. I talked about this earlier. Devontae Adams just skateboarding in to practice. It's just there's something so special about like training camps, spring trainings, those first couple of days because. Like the possibilities are endless. Obviously, the Rams are coming in as the Super Bowl favorites. They have the best roster in the NFL. They went and got even better in the offseason, getting Trent McDuffie, getting Myles Garrett, signing so many other guys to just be like, oh, you thought we had a weak spot? Nah.
Training camp is great because all 32 teams have the same chance.
Yeah.
Right. If you ask the Browns fan, are you winning the Super Shay? Are you winning the Super Bowl this year? They're gonna say no. But but the fact is only one team will, and only for this next month is every team on the same footing, and only for this next month statistically everyone has the same amount of hope. There's a magic to. We may not be a champion at the end of the year, but we're going to be better than people think. That's what it is. Now, once the season starts, teams that had high hopes end up disappointing, and teams that were expected to disappoint end up succeeding a ton. But right now, everyone is on the same footing because everyone just expects their team to be better than everyone else does, and everyone gets along, and then come 1 p.m. Eastern on the first Super Bowl, on the first Sunday of the season, that's when all that falls apart. But right now, everyone is riding high and the vibes are good.
It's so good. I mean, even like some of the new faces, like a Trent McDuffie on the Rams, who is a Super Bowl winning player already, and coming to kind of like that next phase. He was a part of that Chiefs dynasty, so he was a part of greatness. And now you're coming on a team, you're a new guy, But you do have that experience, and the Rams are kind of right in that window of greatness right now as the Super Bowl faves, the best roster in the NFL, the reigning MVP, the reigning defensive player of the year. And he was just asked, like, how do you see your role fitting into Rams camp? And he shared, I don't have to be that vocal big leader. Everyone here is kind of like a lead by example. And he's like, the vibes are just so high. Everyone's so happy to be here. And I think because everyone realizes when you look around, you see Myles Garrett. Walking down the sidelines. You see Matthew Stafford just coming off the best season of his career at 37, 38.
Yep.
Like, it's just, let's listen to Matthew Stafford talk about what training camp has been like.
Yeah, I think it definitely, it definitely morphs as you get a little bit older. I remember being really young and just trying to figure it out, get my footing in this league and find a way to be successful and make sure that I'm executing all the plays correctly and doing all those kind of things. And now I'm in that point where I'm trying to make sure that, I want to do my job as good as I possibly can. I want to continue to try to play at a high level, but I want to elevate the guys around me too, right? I want to help our defense. I want to help our offense and try to push our team. And the fun thing for me is, I look around and there's so many guys doing the same thing, right? Like, I'm doing my best. If everybody does our best, we're going to continue to make each other better, and that's the goal.
So, Brock, when you have a leader like that, obviously he is the reigning MVP. He is one of the more respected quarterbacks in the league, and he not only is a vocal leader, but he leads by example. So when you hear your quarterback kind of talk about just wanting to be the best and wanting to make everyone around him better, what does that do for the morale of the team?
The beauty of it is if he's going to be unselfish, I have to be unselfish, right? We always talk about Tom Brady, who's the first one in the building. No matter how early you get there, there's a black Tahoe already parked there. And it gives you the motivation of, well, if the best guy here who is already going to be in the Hall of Fame, already has all the success in the world, if he is still hungry and driven, how can I not give my best today? That also works with the unselfishness, with the idea of, well, if Matthew Stafford is making it very clear he's just one piece of 11 on a field, he's just one piece of 53 that's on a roster, then I need to be unselfish. And you can be unselfish by how hard you work. You can be unselfish with helping a young guy. You can be unselfish with, I'm tired, but I need to give my best effort so that the guy across from me can get a good look. It resonates a ton, especially with the young guys, especially with the scout team, guys who may not be starters at all this season, but definitely not during camp, at least not until the end of it maybe. And it sets the tone of, I'm Matthew Stafford. I've accomplished everything that needs to be accomplished, and here I am admitting that I'm just one piece of a whole.
But I think that's the most important part to a successful team is having a leader like that. And we've heard stories of different veteran quarterbacks, whether it was a Tom Brady who, even when he went to the Bucs, was calling the young receivers and wanting to work with them. And then you have the opposite side of things when you had like a Russell Wilson who the top guys on the team couldn't even track down his number.
Office upstairs.
You had to contact PR, and PR would contact him to then maybe you would get a hold of it. And it's like, yeah, dude, that's not going to fly.
Right.
That's not the vibes we're looking for in this locker room. But to have guys like, and again, like Brady, who is like greatest of all time, to then a Matthew Stafford who is doing that same thing, is I want to make sure everybody feels like they are welcome and can do the best that they can. Like, that's what you need in a leader for a championship team.
What Matthew Stafford has that is so special, and I would say Matt Ryan had this as well, is an approachability. There's nothing about Matthew Stafford that makes you feel you can't just approach him and just ask him what his favorite movie is. Like he's super, he's backwards hat, looks like a million guys that you met in college.
Girl dad.
Just a girl. Yeah, just a laid back dude, flip flops, cargo shorts. And he he's made a whole lot of money,
Mm-hmm.
but doesn't necessarily project that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure he has tons of nice things. I'm sure he has a big old house, but you would never know that by talking to him. That's not the case with a lot of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Especially because you're the face of the team, and what comes with that, it may not even be intentional. It may just be a passive thing. You expect to be treated differently and expect for the rules to be different for you. And you know what? Sometimes that works. There have been quarterbacks who will be in the Hall of Fame and have won Super Bowls with special treatment. But I always give Matthew Stafford credit to the fact of anyone who has ever played with him. I know guys who played with him in college and guys who have shared locker rooms with him in the NFL, especially at Detroit, of just how approachable he is and how he's one of the dudes and how a third-year, fourth-round linebacker may have a barbecue and you're going to see a big pickup truck pull up because Matthew wants to stop. But like that, that goes a long way, and it resonates. Things like that and stories like that resonate. And as a rookie, when you walk into that locker room for the first time, I'm a part of the Rams. Expectations are high. But my quarterback is one of the most approachable guys in this locker room. Things like that go such a long way. It is the little things when it comes to the NFL.
He's a good person, and he has a good family base. Like, shout out to his wife that has always been so supportive, his 4 daughters. And I'm going to tell you, like, girl dads, there is a softness to them that is a superpower strength, because it's a compassion and a caring that you don't fully see or unlock until you have a young daughter. And he has 4 that just like melts you in the best way possible. And it's been so beautiful from the outside looking in. I'm the oldest of 4, like obviously my husband now, we have a daughter, and it's just, you can tell when you're working with someone who it's like, oh, you have a daughter, huh? Like, there's just like something different that you see shift in men and in leaders, and it's such a beautiful thing. And speaking of leaders, Sean McVay is the combo of Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay with this Rams team is why they are so great, and just their mentality. So we heard from Matthew Stafford talking about the outlook that he has during training camp. But Sean McVay talked about their approach kind of heading into this season and the mindset heading into this season.
What we did last year has nothing to do with what's going to happen in training camp and moving forward. Now, you can build on some of those positive experiences, but there's so much time in between. How do we really have that rapport that's important with some of the new pieces? How do we navigate the inevitable injuries or whatever those adversities are that we're going to face? And how do we make sure that we stay connected and we're courageous throughout that journey? I'm excited about seeing us live that more than anything we can say.
So there's excitement there.
Yeah, there is. And I love how he resets the entire framing of the season. In just that little short blurb, he's saying to the young guys, a reminder, I don't care what you accomplished in college, where you were drafted or whether you were undrafted. I don't care if this is your first team or your 10th team. It's a clean slate, and everybody has to prove that they belong on this team, or else you're not going to be on this team. It's also a message to the guys who were here last year saying we were a play away. We had a really good year. We had the best offense in football, and we came up short. So despite everyone telling you how it should have been you in the Super Bowl and how you would have won the Super Bowl, you didn't, because you came up short, and nothing that you did last year matters. And it's also a message to the entire team who has really spent the entire offseason being told that they're the greatest thing in football, the one of the best teams that has ever been assembled, which they are on paper. But it's a great message in those early days of training camp to remind everyone that is all hyperbole, that is all projection, that is all prediction. We still have to go out there and work. So just in that short blurb, and he's so good in front of a microphone.
Yeah.
He resets everything going forward. And maybe my favorite thing that he says is acknowledging right now we have an expectation, but injuries happen. The whole thing of the 13 personnel last year was because Devontae Adams got hurt. If you enter a season expecting, kind of carrying yourself like you're God's gift to football, then when something goes wrong, everything collapses. Injuries happen, and I'm sure there will be a game or two where a star player has to sit out for a game or two. And if you are only if you are only anticipating things going the way that you expect them to because you're the best team in football, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. There's going to be highs, there's going to be lows, plenty more highs than lows, but it's how you navigate those things. And Sean McVay, the master orator that he is, essentially shared all of that with this team just in a couple of sentences.
Okay, so then you mentioned like this was also a message for all the young guys when you came in. It's like, I don't really care what you did last year. Well, what about like a Myles Garrett? Like, this is a completely new team situation. He is the reigning defensive player of the year. When a guy like that is coming into camp, and everything that I've heard about Myles and his sound bites, he seems so humble and very aware of the situation in LA with the Rams. Obviously, he's at training camp now, so it's like he is a Ram officially now. It's here. It feels real. But do you kind of have that same mentality with him where it's like you can't think about what last year because it was with the Browns. It wasn't here. Like, yeah, you had a historic season, but that doesn't matter anymore because now we're focused on this.
Yeah, it is a reset to Myles Garrett in a sense of nothing is going to be handed to you. Everything that you have accomplished technically does not matter going forward. And if you go out here and lay a dud, then we're going to hold you accountable to it. But there is an understanding that Myles Garrett is excited to be here. And credit to Les Snead for the team that they've built, where Myles Garrett, Devontae Adams, Trent McDuffie, Matthew Stafford, these are the faces of your team, and they are all humble guys who do not show up in the media typically for any bad reason.
Minus Puka.
Puka was not listed.
Okay. Okay, good. I was like,
But that's why the Puka situation was so shocking, because they do their due diligence on guys. And if they're going to give you a lot of money, they don't want to have to worry about how you carry yourself. And all of these guys, even going back to Jared Goff, did he have the success that Matthew Stafford had? Of course not. But was he a guy you ever had to worry about?
Nope.
No, he was always going to do the right thing. He was going to say the right thing. He was going to give it his all. Todd Gurley was like that. Cooper Kupp was like that. Like that's the culture that they've built. And you can have so much confidence that when times get hard, they're going to come together because it's a one-track mind and they don't believe in distractions. Again, that's why Puka was so jarring, is because that is such a left turn of the other faces of this franchise. They're in really good hands.
Yeah, they are. Football coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that, you guys. And we were just breaking down training camp for the Rams, and we're going to take a break here because we are going to head out to training camp. Our girl, Lindsay, the Fan social reporter, is at training camp right now, and she's going to call in and share everything that she's seen yesterday, today. So don't go anywhere. That is coming up next right here on Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So get in the chat on the live stream at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. Now, we spent a lot of the day talking about Rams training camp because things got underway at LMU this weekend. It was open to the media yesterday, and we have had boots on the ground. Our 97.1 The Fan field reporter, Lindsay Pilaris, has been out there, and she is joining us now from Rams camp. Lindsay!
What's up, guys? It's a perfect day for football. It's sunny, and I don't know if it's 70 degrees, but there's a nice breeze here at LMU.
All right, so take us into what camp was like yesterday, and I'm not sure if it started yet today, but this is the first time that fans really got to see a Myles Garrett in a Rams uniform, Matthew Stafford back out on the field. What was the reaction, and how did they look?
Okay, so vastly different settings from today and yesterday, because today is actually a no fans day, closed practice, just a walkthrough. So think the most chill atmosphere ever, and only the media are allowed to watch. We are not taking video today. Yesterday was fans everywhere, MVP chants, Rams house, like call and repeat? Is that what it is? And like just everyone having so much fun. Like you mentioned, Matthew Stafford's first day practicing. He is going to be just practicing on days 2 and 4 of the Rams' 4-day practice blocks. So yesterday, considered Monday Matthew Stafford Day. Everyone was so hyped, and honestly, great chemistry that has just really continued with Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. They all look like they're in midseason form, and it was day 2 of training camp yesterday.
Lindsay, for anyone who has never been to a training camp practice, can you paint the picture of the level of access and all that they're able to see from the stands or from the facility?
Yeah, you can see everything. You can't video everything. You can't take pictures of everything, but you can watch everything. Everything from team practice or team stretching, which is really when the fans are starting to walk in. And then you'll see individual drills when the teams kind of split up into different position groups and just work with the players in each of their respective positions. And then they'll go through 7-on-7 drills, 11-on-11 drills. Sometimes it's one-on-ones of the defensive line and the O-line. And then sometimes they'll do receiver drills with, all the QBs and the wide receivers. It kind of just depends on the day. Yesterday, we got a lot of receiver drills and then also 11-on-11. It was very heavy on that yesterday.
Okay, so then give us, because you said yesterday and today, completely opposite. The fans,
yes,
almost game-style atmosphere yesterday, and then today just to the media. So we know what the fan reaction was, but how did you see the difference between the players kind of walking through the drills yesterday? Were they feeding off of the fans compared to today?
Absolutely. Players were leaning into the hype of Rams fans, and obviously it's hard for the fans not to get hyped because of this stacked Rams roster. And it's also, I know they're doing their best to stay at a cool 70 and ignore the outside noise and expectations, but I think it's still exciting to play with the caliber of players you have on this roster. Like Myles Garrett, massive human, reigning defensive player of the year. And then on the other side, you've got Matt Stafford, the reigning MVP. Like, what is not to be excited about? And then some of your elite wide receivers, like, there's new corners that were added from, that are Super Bowl winners. Basically everywhere you look, there is high caliber talent, and you can feel the energy at Rams camp. It's really hard not to be, whether you're a fan or you're suiting up and you're on the team.
How would you describe, I know it's only been 2 practices, practice and a walkthrough. How would you describe Sean McVay's coaching style?
Ooh, we haven't gotten into like the thick of training camp where the pads come on. So right now, everyone's just excited to be here. I think Sean McVay included. I think everyone's just getting back into football form. He's been pretty chill, excited, great enthusiasm. But really, it's just getting everybody acclimated to football right now. I imagine that intensity will turn up quite a bit as we get into the second week of camp. And then the pads come on and, everybody's, gets a little bit more amped up when that happens. So right now it's like training wheels, training camp, I guess.
Training wheels McVay. I like that.
It's a fun visual too. Like, I see him on the tricycle. So, okay, what's been the biggest storyline to come out of camp these first few days?
I think there's a few, right? So obviously Matthew Stafford, solidified QB1. There is no question there. It's the guys that are going to be playing behind him. I think it's going to be a backup QB battle here at Rams camp, and it's going to be between Stetson Bennett, who has been with the team, and also the recently drafted Ty Simpson, 13 overall out of Alabama. Yesterday, it was Stetson Bennett taking a bulk of the second-team reps and then really minimal sets for Ty Simpson, but I do think that is a storyline we're going to be keeping a close eye on because, again, this is where you earn your spot and your position on a team, and a lot can happen during training camp. Obviously, we're going to see how Myles Garrett just affects this defensive line in the best way possible. We got to talk to Byron Young, a defensive tackle, yesterday, and he said it's amazing to watch him every play. And he described Myles Garrett's first step as just incredible because he's able to travel 3 or 4 yards just in that first step. So it's almost impossible for Myles Garrett to not affect a play. And then we heard Matthew Stafford talk about that too. He's a game-changing player, and he said, I'm so glad that I don't have to block him. And obviously very, very clearly remembers going up against Myles Garrett a couple years ago and just how you always have to plan for him, and now they get to compete against him in practice. So I imagine that's making everybody better on both sides of the ball.
Lindsay, you've been following along with football and covering training camps for quite some seasons now. We've been discussing Matthew Stafford throughout the day, and is there something to him just being such a likable guy that makes him such a good leader?
I think that's what it is. I think he's also adopted. He talked a little bit about his approach to training camp and how he's just trying to make the people around him better. This is somebody that's already won a Super Bowl, has, pretty much every accolade that you could want in the league. So now I think it's a lot about building a legacy, right? And he's a naturally, seems like really chill, team first guy. And that has become even more of a focus in his 18th season. So I think that's an attitude that's easily adopted by the people around him when you have somebody setting that example. And I really do think that is the motivation for him going into year 18.
All right, Lindsay. So someone that has the talent, but kind of that opposite side of the Stafford situation that we were just talking about is Puka Nacua. He had a lot of off-season noise, but from what I've seen, photos and videos of him at training camp already, it seems like vibes are high. Has there been any conversations or anything different surrounding Puka Nacua? Obviously, we're waiting for the contract situation and everything that is kind of looming of the off-field stuff that happened this offseason.
There are no conversations that I've heard on the ground, but from what I'm able to see that's happening on the field, he's locked in. I think, obviously when there's a lot of outside noise, it's easy to zero in on the business aspect of your life, and he's taking care of business on the field. Like I mentioned earlier, just looks like he's in mid-season form, able to very handily grab anything thrown his way. I think probably the highlight of camp yesterday is that they were running 11-on-11 drills. Matt Stafford goes down the middle. A DB gets a hand on the football, and Puka's still able to come down with it, make an insane one-handed grab, and looks like in great physical shape. So I think that's the locked-in part of Puka Nacua you want to see, especially with all that outside noise going on. So, from the looks of it, he's locked in, and the fans were so hyped to see him when he walked out onto the field.
Lindsay, you covered the San Francisco 49ers for quite some time, who have a superstar tight end in George Kittle. While the Rams may not have a superstar tight end of that caliber, it seems like the tight end room itself is going to be a key focal point for this training camp.
Yeah, there's a lot of use of the tight ends, or at least a lot of tight ends running catching drills here at training camp. So I think that's an early sign of how important that position group is going to be. And I do think it is going to be a very useful personnel group for the Rams. We can't go into too much of the specifics of what we see out on the field, but the tight ends are being used. So great observation, Brooke. And yeah, I think it's going to be something that's definitely a factor for the Rams.
All right, Lindsay, I want to go back to the quarterback backup battle that you were referring to that you saw yesterday, and Bennett and Ty Simpson kind of getting the number QB2, QB3 reps. I'm most interested in Ty Simpson. I think a lot of Rams fans are very interested in Ty Simpson because if he doesn't earn this backup role, it almost kind of feels like, well, why did you take him so high? What was like the conversation around Ty yesterday?
So Sean McVay actually did reference Ty specifically because of the limited reps. He was asked about the limited reps that Ty Simpson had yesterday, and he kept it pretty brief, but he did say that right now Ty Simpson is in the best possible position to grow and develop. And obviously, there's probably more to that, right? But I think he's in a good spot that he's learning from the reigning MVP. We heard Matt Stafford talk about how he wants to positively affect change to the people around him. I think you immediately look to the position group that he's a part of. And I think him and Stetson Bennett are getting the best education they can because they're learning from the best. But like I said, I do think that backup QB battle is going to intensify as camp goes along. It's really hard to tell in walkthroughs, but like I mentioned, it was Stetson Bennett that did get the bulk of the reps yesterday. Sean McVay did say he wasn't committing to any sort of backup quarterback rotation. He didn't want to pigeonhole himself because it's something he's going to be constantly evaluating through camp. So I know it's a non-answer, but it's a non-answer straight from Rams camp.
Lindsay, I bring up your time with the Niners again because they had some interesting backup camp battles as well at the quarterback position. And is there a line where it becomes a distraction? Not that Matthew Stafford's job is on the line, but is there ever a moment where this is actually taking away from the story of the actual starters on offense?
I think specifically here at the Rams, I don't think so. I think Matt Stafford is so established and still playing at such a high caliber. I think it's more of that outside noise that the Rams say that they're blocking out. Because really, when you think about it, training camp is one giant competition for every position group to see who's ultimately going to make that 53-man roster, that practice squad. So everybody's fighting for a job, right? There's obviously the people that are solidified and you don't have to worry about. But, I mean, I've seen it not just with the Niners, but also, in the other teams that I've covered during my time just in the NFL, is that a lot of people can make a name for themselves in training camp, the undrafted guys, the guys that are coming back that spent a year on the practice squad. Like, all it takes is one off season for somebody to lock in and come for your job. So, I think everyone's kind of fighting for a job. And when I say that, I absolutely am excluding Matt Stafford. He is so solidified. So I don't necessarily think it's a distraction because isn't that really what everybody's doing?
Now, you mentioned outside noise, and what everyone's doing is talking about how the Rams are Super Bowl faves and have the best roster in the league. Are the Rams, Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford, anyone who spoke yesterday, are they acknowledging that? And if they are, how are they approaching it?
Yeah, I think Sean McVay had a perfect one-liner, and I'm going to misquote him because I don't remember the verbiage. But basically, he said, "That is none of my business." He used different language. Essentially, like, he wants his team to block out the noise, and they keep kind of going back to the old adage that, football isn't played on paper, right? It's played on Sundays out on the field with the guys that you have. And yes, you can have all this elite talent and you can have MVPs and reigning defensive players of the year, but ultimately it comes down to how you're able to put it together on the field. And if you're able to find that chemistry, that togetherness, and able to lock in together, one mantra that we've been hearing a lot here at camp, and I've only been here a couple of days, is 11 as one. So I think that's the most important thing to them and what they're really clinging on to instead of, everybody thinks we're going to win the Super Bowl this year.
Over the various training camps that you've covered, is there a specific drill or a specific period that you've always felt yourself drawn toward?
Okay, this was kind of underrated, but like one-on-ones between O linemen and defensive linemen are always fun
Lindsay,
to watch.
in the trenches, let's go.
Yeah, like let's give a shout out to the guys in the trenches.
Yeah.
Just because these are all pretty like large humans, I would say, and I'm always just impressed at how strong people are, because I certainly could not do it, and I am with Matt Stafford that I am so glad I don't have to block anybody. So,
Lindsay, we appreciate your inside so much. Where are you going to be tomorrow? Are you back at Rams camp? Are you going to be at Chargers? I love that we got boots on the ground right now.
I'm going to be back here tomorrow, and then I'm going to make my rounds next week, but I haven't planned that out just yet.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Have a great day out there.
Thanks.
I like the 11 is 1. Is that like a common thing, or is that new? She said that was kind of the motto that she's hearing around Rams training camp.
It is a common sentiment, but I've never heard it phrased that way. And, and I like that. You know, whether you are on offense or defense, all 11 need to have the same goal. All 11 on the field need to know what their role is. And football, there may be 22 people on the field, on a field that's 53 and a third yards wide. It doesn't seem like that there's much space.
Yeah.
When people are that talented, one person not doing their job to the best of their ability gets exposed immediately.
Oh, yeah.
So I love that mindset, and I'm glad that that's going to be on T-shirts or banners or whatever they end up doing. That's good.
11 is 1.
11 is 1.
11 is 1.
That's good.
I like that, because the Rams really haven't had something like that. I mean, obviously Seattle has like the 12 because the fans are like the 12th person on the field, but I'm into that.
11 is 1 is good.
11 is 1.
Aesthetically, it's going to look really
gonna look
good.
great. I wrote it down when she said it, and I was like, I'm into this. Really into this. I also love, like, it just sounds like it's from the media perspective. Not only are we hearing from the players and coach Sean McVay that things are going great just in these first few days, but everyone's having a time.
Everyone's having a blast.
Towels are waving. But does that pump you up more when like the fans are there for practice?
It makes it very fun. Now, as a defensive player, you have to acknowledge that the fans aren't there to see you do well. They're there to see the offense do well, because
so they get mad when you actually block them and stop them.
Yeah, or that when they're cheering. So when the offense does well, they're going to cheer. When you make a play on defense, they're going to groan, because they only see it as, oh, the offense messed up, right? But you're know
like,
that.
No, trust me, you're going to want me to do this well when the season starts.
You understand that going in, but the fan atmosphere, and they're always blasting music, and there's always carnival games.
Yeah.
It adds to the atmosphere for players for sure.
That's why offense sells tickets, defense wins championships.
There you go, Alex.
I was a defender as well in soccer, so it's just like, you understand. Gosh, it's so I love training camp vibes. I love spring training, like that whole like anything is possible, but it is very possible for the Rams, who are coming into the season as the Super Bowl faves with the defending MVP in Matthew Stafford, the reigning defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett, who he looks fresh in a Rams jersey. Sorry, Shay. He looks so much better in Rams gear than he does in Browns gear, as you are rocking. Are you rocking his jersey, his Browns jersey
Myles
right
Garrett.
now?
Pound.
So you're just like RIP.
I'm gonna keep rocking it. What? Broke the record with this jersey. Come on.
If this is the closest we can get for you to support the Rams, then we will take it for now.
If anything, I'm happy he's close to home.
Okay, see, there we go.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we like that. We like
he's
that.
close to home. Like he's close to my home.
Yeah, on the Rams. So you can get a Myles Garrett Rams jersey now. This is how we are.
That is the only Rams jersey I would wear.
Okay, yeah.
That's probably the only.
I think we know what we're getting Shay for Christmas.
Yes.
Or
Now
Hanukkah.
we're
or whatever the holidays are. Whatever you
Now
celebrate.
we're talking.
Whatever you celebrate. All right, guys. You do it all? Yeah, same. My family. I do it all. We celebrate it all. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for Brock to spill the tea. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next here at 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're hanging out on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, are you ready?
Born ready.
It is time to spill the tea.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
All right, welcome into Spill the Tea. The best cup of coffee is the afternoon cup of coffee, but before we can have that cup of coffee, we first have to spill the tea. Going with our training camp theme, I decided today we're going to show love to the forgotten heroes, the heroes who get ignored during training camp and mostly during the season, and that is the specialists. You see them at training camp. The kickers and punters and long snappers are typically on their own field, away from everyone, and you're sitting there asking yourself, what the heck are they doing? Here's the thing about being a specialist, and I do have sympathy, and I will admit I only gathered this sympathy probably when I was done playing entirely. Being a kicker is a thankless job. If you go out there and make every single kick, no one is going to pat you on the back. If you go out there and miss 2 kicks, everyone is going to call for your head. And in training camp practices, it is very common for the kickers to show up, do a lot of stretches, stand around and talk a little bit, and the work that they do doesn't look very demanding. You see a long snapper who snaps the ball 100 times, then kind of stands up and looks around and waits for a special teams period. You see a punter who works on his corner kicks, his coffin corner punts, and then kind of stands around. And you see a kicker who kicks a couple field goals from 20 yards, 30 yards, 40 yards, and then stands around. Kicking is like pitching in baseball. A kicker can't go out there and kick 100 kicks each practice. His leg is going to fall off. You cannot do that. A long snapper, it's not about how many snaps that you do. It's about when you need that snap the most. It has to be in the perfect place. It is a mental position more than anything. The closest thing you can get to a pitcher, I feel, is a kicker. And in training camp, very often I get asked, why do the kickers not do anything? Yes, it's true. A kicker typically has the lowest handicap on the team because they golf a lot. They're incredible golfers. Robbie Gould was a scratch golfer when I was in Chicago. Give the kickers a break. Training camp is not for them. You will see them more once the season starts. Their job is thankless. Cut them some slack and stop asking why they stand around and do nothing for a month while everyone else is working hard. That is the tea for today. Show love to your local specialist.
I feel like I would absolutely crush being the kicker.
Ooh, I mean, you played soccer.
I know,
shoot.
and I took all the kicks. Like I did all the set plays, corners, goal kicks. Yeah,
I think you could do it. It's
been a minute. I know I did like a couple times in high school, and I was like, every time I like took the shot, I made a field goal, and I was like, what? Like it's hard.
The difficult thing about being a long snapper, a holder, a punter. Well, the holder is typically the backup quarterback. A holder or backup punter. A punter or a kicker it's not your ability to do it. It's your ability to do it under pressure. Nobody cares about the field goal, the 35-yard field goal that you have to kick in the second quarter. Everyone cares about the 30-yard field goal you have to kick when there's 1 second left on the clock and the game is on the line. And there are a lot of kickers who can make a 40-yard field goal. There are high school kickers nowadays can make a 40-yard field goal if you go to some of these private schools. What they can't do is do it under pressure on a wet field because it's been raining all game and have 70,000 fans screaming at you and throwing things at you when you're on the sideline and telling you that you suck. Like it's a mental position.
So paint the mental picture.
Yeah, it is. If you look at an NFL sideline, the kicker is always off by themselves.
Yeah, it's a lonely job.
It is a lonely life, and teams don't do a great job often of making them feel part of the family because
I get it.
You start off in a team meeting. Each practice day is going to start off with a team meeting.
Okay.
Then you break off and the offense meets and the defense meets. Then those rooms break off into individuals. So the quarterbacks meet in their room, the linebackers meet in their room. And then the kickers, if you realize, they don't go anywhere after the team meeting.
So what do they do?
They have a specialist meeting, but they're not going to sit there and meet for 2.5 hours by themselves. It is a very isolated life, and they are very aware that they don't have to lift as often as everyone does. They typically don't have to run as often as everyone does. But despite all of that, when the entire stadium and millions more at home are watching the game, they better make that kick, or it's going to be a week of hell for them. I've grown to have sympathy for them when there were so many times, especially in college, you're standing there during your two-a-days, back when you could still legally have them, looking over at the kicker who's just standing there, their helmet's not even on, and they're literally just sitting there talking. And I was like, why do they get to do that? But then you play in some games and the kicker saves the day and you celebrate them, and God forbid they miss a kick the next game, they go back to being the most hated man in the world. So it's a very fickle life, and I bring it up right now with training camp because a lot of people who are going to training camps for the first time, or maybe you go to them all the time, you're going to look over, there's a main field where the offense practices, there's a second field where the defense practices, and typically there's some third area that the specialists hang out in, like they're outcasts, like they're way out there in Australia. And you're going to sit there and wonder, what the heck do those guys do all day? Their time will come during the season. They're just out there to hang out right now.
That's wild. So you were like, between one of the breaks, you were talking to me about just special teams.
Mm-hmm.
And if a guy really wants to kind of get the attention and earn a spot on the roster, they can do it through special teams. So are these specialists working with special teams?
Yes. So the kickers and long snappers and punters will be off by themselves. When they join the action is when you practice punt, when you practice kickoff, when you practice kick return. So they're involved. A typical practice is somewhere between 18 and 24 periods. They will be involved in 6 of them. So for the 2/3 of the practice, they're just off doing their own thing, and you don't know what the heck they got going on. But you just trust that when the time comes and you need them, they're going to do their job to the optimal efficiency.
It's wild because you mentioned it's like they get like none of the like praise, but all of the hate. It's close to like the referee hate when they miss a kick.
Ooh.
Like it's just, I feel so bad for them.
For the referees?
No, for the kickers.
Oh, for the kickers. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. No. It's if a kicker goes out and
Not
goes
the refs,
and
I
I was gonna say, well,
No.
bold stance here.
No.
When a kicker goes out and goes 3 for 3 on field goals, what everyone says is, well, that's what they're supposed to do, and all they do is practice kicks all day. So that's what they're supposed to do.
So is that what like when the receiver catches the ball? It's like, well, that's what he was supposed to do.
Exactly.
It's your job. You're getting paid millions of dollars to do it.
That level of grace is not extended everywhere else. So it's a very thankless role. And right now, again, I just want to highlight, because if you go to a training camp, you're going to see a lot of guys sweating and puking and super tired, and you're going to see the kickers looking fresh and clean. Cut them some slack. You're going to love them come September.
Also give some love to the defensive guys.
Yes!
Because you know what? When they're stopping the play, just remember they are on your side come the season. So this is a positive thing.
Your word to the fans' ears. Understand that the defense is there to help you. Cheer for them every now and then.
I want to see like what the linemen were like lining up against Myles Garrett for the first time this week. Were they shaking? Were they excited? Is it like, hey, welcome to the team? Or like, please don't kill me?
Probably a mixture of both.
A mixture of both? All right. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, Dodgers-Mariners preview. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, the Power Hour. Whether you've been listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We've talked a lot about training camp as all teams have officially reported to training camp today. We're getting some fun social media stuff, too, across the league. And Brock, one of my favorite things that I've seen so far is, have you seen this training camp? The Giants did it.
Okay.
And it was What's in My Bag Girl edition.
My wife was very excited to show me
Braxton.
this.
Yeah, so Braxton Berrios got every single thing right, but it's also he dated the top, like, Get Ready With Me influencer and Alex Earl.
Oh, so
that's
he had, like,
he knew.
the inside info.
That was like her whole job.
Okay.
She made millions of dollars off of all of these products. So he was
that's
seeing
funny.
them on a daily basis.
That's funny.
How do you think you would have done? I have a couple things out I'm going to show you, and I'm
God,
curious.
I'm
I'm curious if you're going to understand. So these are just things that I have.
I have minimal confidence.
Okay.
That looks like an Easter egg.
What is this?
That is is it soft or firm?
It's soft.
Soft. That is to wipe it off.
It is called a beauty blender.
Blender.
And it's to like blend in foundation.
Okay.
And any kind of sort of makeup you're putting on your face.
I'm 0 for 1. Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
What is this?
That is. She's unscrewing it. That's glue.
Yes.
Yes, that's glue.
What do we use it for?
Eyelashes.
Yeah.
1 for 2.
There you go.
Batting 500.
There
I'm
you
a Hall
go.
of Famer.
Okay, this should be an easy. This is supposed to be your layup.
Yes. Nail polish. Nail polish.
Lip gloss.
Okay.
Not bad, though.
1 for 3, batting 300.
Not bad, bro.
Freddie Freeman numbers.
Shay, did you get any of those?
I bought my girlfriend one of those, like, literally yesterday, but I don't know.
The beauty blender?
Yeah, the pink one.
Yeah. The little beauty blender.
The beauty blender.
So it's like this. It's like this.
It's a sponge.
It's a pink
sponge.
I don't even know how to.
It's a
explain
pink
And
this.
it's angled so you can like get like under your eye.
It looks like a Hershey's Kiss kind of shape.
Like a little Easter egg, and you just
Like
kind
a
of
water
bat
drop.
like under your eye like this.
All
This
right,
is fun.
all right,
Okay,
all
I
right.
might do like this is just what I had right here in my little touch-up bag.
I love that the New York Giants did that video. I did watch it. My wife was very excited to show it to me, and what I didn't share with her is I would have gotten all of those wrong.
All of them?
I
was so impressed. He actually got more than I did because there was a couple things where I was like, yeah, is it a face scrubber? Oh no, that's a brush cleaner, and he knew that before I knew that. That is impressive. I'm gonna tell you though, his like, his
stock.
Yeah. Went through the roof with like every woman online.
There you go.
So all you got to do, you guys, is know what they are. If you are familiar with what things are, you're going to earn so many brownie points.
Lesson to all
the girls.
all you footballers out there.
With the girlies, any kind of girlies. Yeah, so that was fun. That
Very
was,
funny.
you know what? Proud of you. I'm actually
Batting 300.
I am impressed that you got the eyelash glue.
I'm batting 300. Here we go.
That was great. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So as we mentioned, we have been diving all around training camp. We mainly did Rams today. We haven't really checked in on Chargers. Was there any other news about Chargers that we needed to get?
Early practices aren't open. I believe
why.
their
Okay.
media
I was
window
like, why
is a
haven't
little
we?
later.
Yeah, they're
Yes.
later.
Yes.
Okay, that's why. I'm like, why haven't we heard from the Chargers yet?
Yes.
That's why. Okay, so Rams were kicking things off before they were. We had great sound from Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford of just their mindset heading into the season. And even though they are the Super Bowl faves, the best roster in the NFL. You heard Sean McVay say none of that matters.
Yeah.
Like, we don't care what happened last season. We don't really care what you guys think about us on paper. All we care about is going out there on Sunday and winning games.
It's the only thing that matters. For you Chargers fans who are curious, the first available Chargers practice to the public starts tomorrow. So the Rams are already open.
There we
the
go.
Chargers starts tomorrow. No, it is important for Sean McVay to say, from the moment we lost to Seattle in the NFC Championship last year, we have been told every single day from the world that it should have been us in the Super Bowl, that we would have won the Super Bowl. And then once the offseason started, from the second we traded for Trent McDuffie and then Myles Garrett, it was, we are the greatest team in the world, and anything less than the Super Bowl is a disappointment. It's a great job of Sean McVay basically to say, take that confidence with you because you've earned that level of confidence. We want to carry ourselves like champions, but we're starting from scratch here.
Mm-hmm.
And everything that we accomplished this year is going to be earned. The time for predictions is now over. Now it's the time to actually make it happen.
And do you feel that shift too, kind of in training camp, from like, okay, you can talk about all the off-season noise, whether it's good or it's bad, and whatever is talked about you and said about you the moment that you step foot on that field. I think you talked about it last week a little bit when we had like our training camp week. You kind of have to lie to yourself and just block out everything in any possible way that you can.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when I was a rookie and I cracked through the starting lineup and I got my first practice in with the ones, I have to lie to myself regarding Jay Cutler, regarding Brandon Marshall, who's at a wide receiver, and Martellus Bennett, who's standing right in front of me at tight end. Right, like there's up to that point, there is, technically speaking, nothing I have ever done that would indicate that I could cover Martellus Bennett one-on-one, that I could get to Brandon Marshall in a cover 2 situation if Jay Cutler, who had the strongest arm in the league at the time. But you lie to yourself because that level of confidence is the only way you're going to make plays. And we spoke about, I think, last week, the jump from being a high school player to college is speed.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a faster game, and it not in the sense of everyone is faster, that's true, but things just happen faster.
Yeah.
Plays get called faster. Quarterbacks make decisions faster. Running backs make decisions faster. O-linemen can climb to you faster. The jump from college to NFL is processing power. How quickly can you diagnose what is happening? You know what you're supposed to do. It's how quickly can you diagnose the adjustments, because in the NFL, guys are so good. There's a game plan, and then there's the adjustments to the game plan. And on a smaller sense, there's the play call, and then there's the adjustment to the play call. When they look like this, I line up like this. If that guy goes in motion, now I have to do this. If that guy goes in motion, I have to tell the linebacker to do this, and he's going to tell the DN to do this. You know, those are the things. The only way to have confidence is to lie to yourself. That's it, because
fake it till you make it, baby.
Exactly. You have to be able to line up with confidence, and there's no reason you should have confidence in those early practices, so you lie to yourself.
Love that.
Yeah.
Those are the good kind of lies, you guys.
Yes.
The good kind of lies are when it helps your ability to show up in a way that you need to in big moments.
Dress for the job you want is what they always say. So walk out there confidently. And one thing that you're always told is, if you're going to be wrong, be loud and wrong.
Yeah.
Right? Like be confident. And because if everyone is on the same page and you're all wrong together, you have a shot. When you're nervous, when you don't make a call, when you say one thing but you're not sure about it, so people are second guessing you, now you have 6 people doing one thing and 5 people doing something else. That's when you get in trouble.
So we have a saying too, like in our household. My husband's a musician. Obviously, we talk about sports. Wrong but strong.
Yeah,
so
exactly
like
that. Yeah.
you just keep powering through. So when he's like in a live performance, you do a wrong note, just like keep going strong forward. Like if you're on camera and you say something wrong, like you're supposed to like just like, don't bring attention to it. Just keep powering through.
Power through.
If you had like a slur, or like you're just like, nope, we're okay, and we just like, we keep going. You're live. This is what you do. Wrong but strong. So it's funny that you see that across any kind of performance job.
Wrong but strong.
Wrong but strong
is maybe my favorite one, because rhyming, it just always works. Yeah. Wrong but strong. Loud and wrong. Confidently wrong. Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Oh, we love that. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Let's get to some Dodger baseball, you guys, because they are home for the first time in 16 days. They're gearing up for the first of a 3-game series against the Mariners tonight. And then Boston is here for the weekend series. And they finally just announced Justin Robleski will be on the mound for the Dodgers tonight. We still don't have the lineup yet. But what we do have, a lot of fun giveaways this week. Tonight, you guys are giving away the World Series player rings.
Hey.
So they actually look pretty good. Like
I got to get a peek at these things.
Not bad. Tomorrow, which makes all the sense now because we thought Edwin Diaz might be making his return tonight, but it is now reported that it's going to be tomorrow for the Edwin Diaz bobblehead giveaway, which I'm so happy that he gets to be back in for his bobblehead night. Thursday, Guatemalan Heritage Night. Friday, Kyle Tucker bobblehead night. So I just, for Kyle Tucker's sake, I hope he has a good Mariners series leading up to his bobblehead night. But let's take a look at this matchup because last year, Seattle was like the belle of the ball, the Cinderella story. Cal Raleigh, the big dumper, their catcher, was just like on fire.
I love it. That's what he's known for.
On fire. Won the home run derby.
Yep.
Like he ended up winning the home run derby, right?
I believe so. I'll double check.
Or was it Teo? And he was just like a big part of it.
Let's find out. Home Run Derby 2025 was Cal Raleigh.
Yeah,
absolutely
okay,
right.
that's what I thought. So then maybe the year before was Teo. So it was just like this was their year. That was their year. They were one win away from reaching the World Series last season, and this year has just been a huge fall from grace for like the Stars, the team in general, and you just kind of look at them and you're like, this is the same Mariners team that was supposedly was supposed to get better than last season.
It's so strange. A team with Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena.
I love Randy.
Cal Raleigh. He's
Randy.
so much fun.
He is so fun.
J.P. Crawford and Julio Rodriguez,
Julio.
who it seems like a lifetime ago, but when the Tatis wave of it was Tatis, it was Julio, and it was Juan Soto, and it was kind of like a tit for tat. And the fact that all three of those guys have kind of not disappeared, but certainly have not come to be here 2 years later from when the hype was all there. But the point is, this team is still talented. It's not a matter of talent. It's just a matter of it's just not coming together right now. The Cal Raleigh thing is fascinating to me. The fact that he's sitting here hitting 165 on the year. Something broke him during the World Baseball Classic. He got benched. I want to say it was the second or third game, and any appearance he made after that was just weird. The vibes were off. He was being weird too. I believe he was at catcher and Randy Arozarena was up to bat, and they had a weird interaction. I don't know, but something's going on with him. But when I think of the Mariners, I think of a fun team, an incredibly talented team that still has plenty of time to get their act together and look much better come playoff time. But as far as this version of the Mariners, there should not be too much trouble for the Dodgers because they have a lot of stuff to figure out.
Yeah, they do. Which is good for the Dodgers because they're coming off a strong post-All-Star break stretch, taking all 3 series on their East Coast tour against the Yankees, the Phillies, and then the Mets. But I want to take a moment for both of us to kind of go through players that we're going to be watching this homestand. And my first one is Shohei Ohtani because he had a setback in his throwing program after he threw a bullpen. I think it was in Philly.
Yes.
He was supposed to throw his next one back in New York on Saturday, and it got canceled because of how his knee felt. And it wasn't responding well to the injection that he got during the All-Star break. The time wasn't helping in any which way. But I'm still holding my breath, you guys, every time I'm watching him run the base path. Like, the way he is trying to stretch a single or a double into a triple, I am just like, please don't. Like, you do realize that you are playing on a hurt knee and you're not pitching right now because of this. I know that you are the greatest player in the game and all you want to do is help this team win. But please don't take yourself completely out of the game right now.
Yes, I firmly disagree with the idea that his knee is not affecting his offense.
There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way.
they can sit there and say that he doesn't feel it when he bats. That's fine, but batting is only part of offense. And being able to round those bases or stretch doubles into triples, stretch singles into doubles is massive. Shohei Ohtani's ability to steal bases used to be one of his most dangerous attributes. He does not do that anymore because of that knee, and that is a factor. The first player I'm going to highlight that I'm watching is Andy Pages, who, of course, for the vast majority of the season has been the team MVP. As of the last couple series, if you had to pick one, I'd probably go with Freddie Freeman right now. Offensively, he's still handling his business, even if the bat is just a slightly cooler than it was during the beginning of the season. However, defensively, he has not been the superstar at center field in a couple series. Really, in every series post All-Star break, I feel like every other game, there's a moment of, Andy Pages should be able to make that play. There was a home run given up that he should have reached. It went right over his glove. He barely jumped, or he mistimed the jump. It was weird. He's having a difficult job. A ball bounces off the wall. Twice now, just in the past series, he picks up the ball and then drops it again. So something about that transition is getting him. So
the transfer.
Yeah, sorry, not the transition, the transfer. Thank you. So he's playing good baseball. He's not playing most votes of any outfielder and at the All-Star game level of baseball. So looking for Andy Pages. Also, something that's funny right now because it's not really consequential. He is so bad at ABS challenges. He is awful at them. I don't know the last time he had a successful one. And what the broadcast does a good job of now is whenever there's a failed ABS, they cut right to Dave Roberts. And he is so sick of Andy Pages calling. Andy Pages needs to have his ABS rights pulled from him for a little bit, maybe until the playoffs. He has no judgment over what is a strike and what isn't right now. So I will be sure to point it out when he inevitably fails an ABS challenge tonight at some point.
You mentioned Freddie Freeman, who is just red hot right now. He is the hottest bat in the Dodgers lineup, batting .500 over his last 7 games.
That's insane.
So we just need Freddie to keep doing Freddie things. He had 4 consecutive multi-hit games on that road trip. So if Freddie keeps being Freddie, will be great. Roki Sasaki is another name that I'm going to be watching because
Jumbo glove.
I love it so much, you guys. If you have not seen a photo of Roki Sasaki and his new, it almost looks like a clown glove. Like it's just like it got like you put it in a machine and it was like, here you go, here's a giant glove. Blew it up. Because they were concerned that he was tipping pitches. So they got him this giant glove. It's comical big, you guys. It's hilarious.
I thought it was Photoshopped large when I first saw
you thought they stretched it?
Yes, I thought people were trying to be funny.
Yeah, no.
It's actually that big.
No, it's that big. Similar to the big hats that people have that are like the funny joke, but like serious. It's kind of like the glove. I'm all for it. If it's working and he's not tipping pitches, like who cares? Who cares how silly you work? If it's working and you're doing great and he's coming off an insane outing, I want to see Roki continue that. We need the consistency because that's the tough thing is you can't really trust him right now because we had stretches of greatness and then he dipped back down again. We're on the rise of that next stretch of greatness, but if he can continually find that confidence, because with him it all comes down to confidence and then maybe the tipping pitches, which like hopefully the big glove fixes that. But if he can continue pitching with his confidence and, as he said, pitching like himself, that is going to be huge for the Dodgers.
Last thing for me, 4 for 33 with runners in scoring position in this previous series. And entering last series against the Mets, the Dodgers were first in the National League, batting .273 with runners in scoring position. 4 for 33 ain't going to cut it. It was good enough against the Mets because the Mets are terrible and they're going through the ringer trying to figure something out right now. Seattle may be struggling, but they have enough offense to make you pay if you cannot hang runs. They're going to need to put some significant runs up. So those are things that we're looking at for this series. I expect another winning series for our Dodgers. We start tonight.
And I expect another solid outing for Justin Robleski, who will be taking the mound for the Dodgers. 7:10 first pitch. Luis Castillo on for the Mariners. This should be the good one. The first of this 6-game homestand for the Dodgers. We're going to take a quick break here on Brock and Alex. But when we come back, we haven't fully dove into Puka Nacua yet. Do we think the Rams are going to give him that extension? If they do, when's it going to happen? Does he deserve it? We're going to talk about that coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan.
Welcome back in to Brock and Alex on 97.1 The Fan. I am Brock Vereen. Alex Curry will be with us shortly. Breaking down the Dodgers, Justin Robleski is officially announced as the starter. He will be taking the mound tonight. As a reminder, his most recent start was against the Phillies. It was in the rain. They won the game 2-1. 6.1 innings pitched, 5 hits, only 1 run earned. Most importantly, 7 Ks. Actually, most importantly, outdueled Zach Wheeler in the rain. And that'll be a big one, Alex.
Did I miss the comeback? Is that the first time I missed a comeback?
Well, I was going to pretend that you didn't, but you're acknowledging
How
it, so
are
I
you
guess
in
we
there
can
right
talk
now?
about it.
What do you mean?
I just walked outside to find. How are you inside there?
I'm very, very sneaky. Did I miss the welcome back for the first time?
Well, it's not a welcome back until you're here.
Oh,
You
wow.
know.
It didn't even say on air outside either. So I was like, is he just doing a read? Like, should I come in? Do I wait outside?
We're just having fun.
So are we on the air?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you guys. I'm so sorry.
Time to talk about Puka, though.
Oh, okay. We are so back. Good job.
Yeah.
I was watching you just kind of go through. I was like, maybe he's doing a lead-in for something. You crushed that.
Oh, thank you.
I was like, don't interrupt. Just
Thank
slowly
you,
sit
ma'am.
down. I'm just going to stare at Brock doing whatever Reed is doing right now.
Whatever the heck he's doing.
Oh, man. Good work. I'm sorry. That's the first time that's happened, though, in
there's
almost
no need to apologize.
almost 3 months. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Thank you, Brock, for bringing us back there.
Least I could do.
I guess I missed that. Anywho, we've been talking a lot about the Rams training camp, right? And the leadership that we've seen from Matthew Stafford, the star-studded new faces that they have on the team in Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie, who is a Super Bowl winning player. But they also have a lot of young talent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll even put Puka Nacua in that young talent. But he has established himself as one of the top wide receivers in the league. However, he also has had some of the most drama. Not as bad as some we've seen in the past, but pretty bad when it comes.
I would argue it's among the most shocking because we knew so little about him, and now we know too much about him.
We know way too much about him.
Right.
Like what we're seeing now, videos from training camp, is the big smiles from Puka, right? And fans loving him. Like, I was a fan favorite of Puka, and just it felt like it was like kind of this. He was like a fifth round draft pick.
Fifth round pick, yes, he was.
Yeah, and just kind of exploded onto the scene. Like, Cooper Kupp took him under his wing, and he blossomed into a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
And after last season, the numbers are there. Like, this has nothing to do with his on the field performance.
Yes.
But everything that has happened off the field this last season, whether it be the anti-Semitic gesture that he made on the podcast, the tweets about, I think it was the refs right after the game that Sean McVay then had to address in the post-game presser that happened right after, making fun of Sam Darnold, like, on social media right after he won the Super Bowl, clearly wasted as he was like zigzagging into his car. And then now in another lawsuit where he was getting accused of saying anti-Semitic remarks and biting a woman, and she had showed the teeth marks in the photo. So a lot of just gross, weird, off-field behavior. Now, apparently he went to rehab. And again, whether it was like a PR stint or he actually went what he was going for, I don't know. But he is practicing, and the Rams remain focused on the 2026 season right now. I guess both are reportedly having extension talks behind the scene, but Puka's scheduled to become a free agent after this season, making his future one of the biggest decisions that the Rams need to figure out. If they obviously can count on him on the field, but can they count on him off the field?
Yeah, so the fact that Puka has not been extended yet is proof of how disappointed the Rams were and how wary they are of his antics in the back half of the season and early into the offseason. So Jackson Smith-Njigba gets extended with an average annual value of $42 million. And Puka Nacua should be sitting there saying, I was a fifth-round pick in that same draft. Typically, fifth-round picks get They reach the second contract far before first-round picks because first-round picks get an extra year on the deal, and then you got franchise tags that sometimes come with first-round picks, et cetera, et cetera. So Puka should take it very personal that he is the only one to blame as to why that contract that JSN just signed is not one that he just signed. So going into these contract talks, and like you said, it's now being reported that conversations have begun. And the Rams, if they are convinced Puka is going to learn how to act right, and that that 3-month window was just a one-off and something that he's learned from, they are going to pay him because he's an incredible football player. So the leverage that the Rams have is that Puka wants to be there. Puka wants to play in LA. Puka wants to play in a Sean McVay system. And Puka wants to play with Matthew Stafford. And even when Matthew Stafford decides to call it, the Rams will likely go out and get Baker Mayfield or Joe Burrow. Like, Sean McVay will always have a premier quarterback, and that benefits Puka directly. Puka's leverage is teams are going to rush to sign him if he reaches free agency. It's not like half the league wants Puka Nacua. Every single team out there that has the available money will sign Puka Nacua. They're going to roll those dice if the Rams don't. So he has that leverage, knowing someone's going to give me $40 million a year, whether it's you or someone else. The leverage Puka also has is he's willing to do things that most receivers aren't. We broke down last week how
do it again.
How Sean McVay uses Puka Nacua in the run game. He essentially uses him like a fullback. He will motion him in, and he will insert into a B gap and block a safety. He'll block a linebacker. He's not afraid of contact. And wide receivers do not want to do the things that Puka is asked to do. The way that Puka plays wide receiver is the most physical way that any wide receiver in the NFL plays it. He doesn't complain about it. I think he likes it. I think he genuinely likes hitting people, and that is rare for a wide receiver of his caliber. So both sides have their leverage, and if a contract comes before training camp is over, I would expect there to be heavy, heavy, heavy language that allows the Rams to opt out of guaranteed money if there are more transgressions.
So, okay, that makes sense. So ESPN's Adam Schefter said the Rams will eventually want to re-sign Nacua, calling him one of the best players in the NFL. Schefter does not expect the deal to happen early in camp, but he believes an agreement could come together as the regular season gets closer. So I didn't even think about the language that they could put in the contract of, if you do anything again, that can negate guaranteed money, or so it just won't be a lot of guaranteed money.
So what the Rams can do, this is a hypothetical situation just based off previous players who messed up before a contract negotiation. What the Rams can do is say, okay, you want JSN money, fine, we're going to give you $42 million a year. However, if there are any more arrests or things that we consider conduct detrimental to the team, the rest of your guarantees are voided, meaning we no longer owe you any money and you become very easy to trade or release. Puka and his agent, of course, are going to fight heavily against that. So where I see, if this contract talk gets ugly and lengthy, it will be because of that guaranteed money. The Rams are completely within their right to push for those things.
Yeah.
And again, Puka has the leverage saying, well, I could sign a contract that would void a lot of my guarantees, but I could also just go into the offseason and have one of the other teams pay me. So both sides have a lot of leverage. It is beneficial for the Rams as far as an on-field standpoint. What Puka does, no other receiver in the NFL really wants to do, and he's the best at doing it. Puka is a guy you build your entire wide receiver unit around. When Devontae Adams calls it quits, Puka, as a true number one, could carry a wide receiver room by himself. He is that good. However, you have to understand the Rams' hesitance in this situation.
So do you think they need to sign or extend Puka before week 1? Or you kind of take the risk and it's something, because again, how often do the extensions happen mid-season? Is it usually before the start of the season?
Mostly before the season for the NFL, yeah. You see mid-season a little more common now, but typically you want your ducks in a row because the cap is stricter than most sports.
Yeah.
You want your ducks in a row before the season starts. So if Puka is understanding and is willing to say, I will act right, I am not concerned about any more off-the-field stuff, I don't care what's guaranteed and any outs that you may have, he'll probably sign the contract that's presented to him, because it's not going to be in amount of money. The AAV has already been set by JSN. It's a matter of guaranteed money that they're going to have the hang-up. If Puka and his agent, which his agent, it's not his agent's job to control Puka's off the field stuff. It's his job to get him as much money as possible.
So he probably has like a handler though, right? Or manager that's helping with that situation.
It would probably be beneficial. But I say that to say the agent will push back against that because if you're avoiding his guarantees, you're avoiding the money that I can make off of my percentage. I don't want that, so I'm going to tell Puka he doesn't want that. If that is the case, then this is going to take a while, and the longer you go into the season, the longer you have for Puka to say, well, we're almost to the end of the season. I may as well just hit free agency and open up the market to the highest bidder. So that's why the Rams, if they want to keep Puka long term, they can't wait too long, but they also have every right to not have as much money guaranteed as they typically would.
And do you think other teams that are not the Rams won't care about the off-season or the off-field stuff, and they'll just look at the Puka numbers on the field and be like, "Yep, we're willing to deal with it and figure it out"?
Unfortunately, the NFL has a long track record of we don't really care what you do as long as you are not literally in jail. Come play here. So there will be a home for Puka Nacua no matter what he does, as long as he's a free man.
Okay, if you are a betting man, do you bet he is on the Rams next season and they come to an agreement?
Yes. I believe that, again, the number is typically what takes a long time to negotiate because JSN just signed his extension. There's no arguing over the number. That's the number that you got to beat or at least come close to. It's going to be super high 30s or low 40s. It's going to be the guaranteed money, and those conversations can get ugly. And for Puka, you don't want... If you're Puka, you are trying very hard to show that what happened last offseason was just a blip in your story and will never happen again, and you're working really hard to show I've been to rehab and this whole thing is behind me. I'm back to being the best version of me. The last thing you want to hear is a team saying, yeah, but we still don't trust you, even if they shouldn't trust him just yet. It hurts the image that you're trying to present, but then if you're the Rams, you say, well, if you are changed, man, you shouldn't have to worry about it, right? It's the whole, if there's nothing to hide in your phone, why can't I have your password? You know, it's just this back and forth. That's going to take a lot of time.
I've never understood that. My husband has my passwords to everything. I was like, I don't know. Like, here you go. Like, just go through it. How did I do? How funny were my conversations? Tell me how funny I was.
How did I do? Is hilarious. Yeah. So that will be the biggest hang up, and Puka and the Rams both have leverage in this situation. Any team will give. Any team will sign Puka. A handful of teams will give him all the money he wants, regardless of what he's done, and they'll guarantee whatever he wants. The Rams have the leverage in that we know you want to be here. We know that you know that we will always be a Super Bowl contender. And yeah, if you want to go to, sorry Shay, but you're just wearing that Browns jersey, so I'm gonna keep throwing you under the bus. Yeah, you can go to the Browns and they'll probably give you money. But after you buy all the cars and you buy your home, are you sure you want to play in Cleveland? You know, both sides have leverage, and I expect this to take a little bit amount of time.
Where would you rank Puka on like Rams players most valuable, from like a Matthew Stafford to a Miles Garrett? Is he number 3 or is he
okay? So just this season or for the longevity of the team
right now?
Just for this season, I would put he's behind
Stafford,
Miles Garrett. He's behind
Garrett.
Stafford. He is just ahead of Trent McDuffie. So yeah, 3.
You would put him at number 3,
just above Trent McDuffie. Yeah, which is that's why he has leverage,
saying a lot,
because he's so dang good at football. He is so
why
good
did
at
he have to
football.
go and do all those things off
it
the
really
field?
Complicated a lot of things.
Why did you have to go do that, Puka? You were a fan favorite to so many.
And
like, you had it all.
He did.
We wouldn't, like, there was no reason we should be having these conversations about you right now if you didn't do those things. God.
And if I'm
a disappointed, like, big sis.
Right, because he was the lovable guy. And if someone who is really tight in Puka's circle, whether it's his brother, whether it's his agent, his mom, I don't know who his friends and family are, the best thing you can do for him,
keep him inside.
Keep him inside. What? Just delete all of his social media and just write the number 42 and draw a big circle around it and just put it over his bed, put one on his mirror, put one above his TV.
For $42 million?
For $42 million in every single room that he is in.
Where are we going with this? Yeah.
every single room that he is in, he needs to be thinking, I have to act right because I have generational money that is on the line.
Yeah.
Really, the number isn't 42. It's really like 162 because it's going to be 42 over a couple of years. So it's all in his court.
162.
It's all in his court. It's up to him.
162.
And he has to decide.
Figure it out. All right, guys, we're taking a quick break here. When we come back, our homie, our family, our coworker, all the different names we were giving him, Mr. Bill Reiter, had a very interesting take on LeBron James. That's coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you were tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you spending your Tuesday afternoon with us. We've had a fun day. If you've been watching the live stream, thanks for being in the chat. And remember, if you want to just like lament to us or let us know what you think about any topic, you can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. So lament is going to be something that we'll probably bring in come football season.
Yeah,
We're going to figure out a way for you guys to be able to call and leave us messages. I want to hear how emotionally happy or angry you are after games.
When you are walking out of the Coliseum or the Rose Bowl or SoFi and the game did not go the way that you
Raiders,
wanted.
you can call Raider fans.
Raiders as well, and you just wish you had someone to talk to and express
vent.
everything. We're gonna have an avenue for you to just let it all out, and then
LA
when we
vent.
come back in on Monday, we're gonna address it, and you're gonna love it.
And we'll play some of your Levents. Someone else who had a nice little Levent yesterday, a member of our family, Bill Reiter, they were off all last week. So when the LeBron news broke on Friday, yesterday was the first chance that they got to really give their take on it. And Bill had a very interesting conversation surrounding LeBron James' career. Take a listen. Nope, not yet. In just a moment. And we all know Ryder's relationship with LeBron James has kind of been a roller coaster, which is funny. Well, when we did the 2 truths and a lie, one of them was
LeBron beat me up in an elevator.
I got in a fight with LeBron.
And none of us questioned it.
Yeah.
Of course he did. Of course he beat you up.
That feels right. For sure the lie is you interviewed Bill Clinton in a urinal.
At a urinal?
That's the lie. No? Nope, that was true. Anywho, this is what he had to say about LeBron James' career. Take a listen.
The point is, he never loved L.A. How do I know he never loved L.A.? Because he didn't love Cleveland enough to go back to Cleveland when they were good. And he's from Akron. He didn't love Miami enough to go back to Miami when they have Giannis and they have Bam. It just turns out, and it's okay, you can be this thing, he's an absolute mercenary.
Now, I have to disagree with Bill here and say I don't think he did not, when he said he never loved L.A., no. I don't think it ended well, and he wasn't in love with the Lakers situation this past season. And once Jeannie Buss and him started butting heads and she sold the team. But I think he cares about the fans and the franchise and the organization when he's there because it directly affects his image. He is that team. And you know what? I don't think it's a bad thing to be a mercenary. Like, this is a business. You are playing for rings and you are trying to make the most money that you can in these situations. LeBron James was never going to be like a Steph Curry in the Warriors, a Kobe Bryant in the Lakers, a Derek Jeter and the Yankees. Like, he was never going to be one of those lifer kind of players with an organization. So when he was bouncing around from team to team, he did exactly what he came to do every stop that he made, because every organization he's been a part of, every franchise, he has won them a ring.
Being a mercenary is not a negative thing. It is a negative thing if you go about it the way that LeBron did. So there's plenty of mercenaries in the league. Kawhi Leonard started at San Antonio, then he went to Toronto for a year, then he went to the Clippers. Tried a couple different versions of the roster. Now he's back in Toronto. Kevin Durant is the ultimate mercenary. Oklahoma City, then to Golden State, then to Brooklyn, then to Phoenix, then to Houston. He's probably going to get traded from Houston if they don't have a good season, if they don't have a good start to the season this year. Chris Paul played on 7 different teams. If you play long enough at a high enough level, you eventually become a mercenary because teams don't want to give you these lengthy contracts when they don't know how many more years you're going to be able to play. However, where LeBron ran into a problem is he is a mercenary that expected loyalty and favors. That's where he keeps tripping himself up. If you are Jeannie Buss, who of course is no longer the controlling owner, but was for the majority of the time that LeBron was here, you're sitting there saying, I got you Russell Westbrook, I got you Anthony Davis, I got you Carmelo Anthony, I let you and your agent go, or I let your agent go on a podcast and talk about trading one of the players that we want to build this thing around. I drafted your son, and you're expecting us to still keep giving you favors. At what point do we remember that this is a transactional situation? So if LeBron approached this and carried himself like it was transactional, I think more of LA would have actually respected it. Him expecting favors and for the Lakers to reach out to him, even though now there's reports that they did reach out. He just didn't answer their calls and had Rich Paul take him, et cetera, et cetera. When you add on that, when you add on the contradicting stories of Rich Paul, who has just become the mouthpiece for Team LeBron, which is its own problem in its own right, I think that's where it rubs people the wrong way. Anyone is lucky to have LeBron James playing on their basketball team because it immediately opens up a championship window. Any team LeBron has played on starts that year as a championship contending team. It doesn't always work out that way, but it starts that way. And people are grateful for that on the court. It's the antics off the court that I feel will really harm, if he cares about this, which I think he does, that will start to chip away at his legacy years from now.
You mean honored?
Honored, yes. The golden word.
It would just be such an honor.
And we just want to honor LeBron James.
You still have that thing queued up.
And we just want to honor LeBron James.
LeBron James. Yeah.
LeBron James.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just exhausting. It is really exhausting.
So you have LeBron fatigue.
Yeah.
Along with a lot of other LA fans.
And it's frustrating because I am excited to watch the Philadelphia 76ers play basketball.
Yeah.
Because
would love to see them play some football.
I actually wouldn't mind that. Because I love basketball, and as long as you're not playing the Lakers, I can still tap into being objective and just enjoying the sport as a thing. I'm not rooting for them, but I want to see them play basketball because I like seeing high level basketball. But now that he is officially no longer a Laker, I do realize, I love that word you use, just how exhausting the experience is. In what world can an agent of a current player go on a popular podcast and openly recommend trading one of your teammates? Like, you have the freedom to go on and say that, but you can't also act shocked that it rubs people the wrong way. LeBron is very aware of his influence on basketball and on sports media, so I'm always shocked when he comes off shocked that people are annoyed by some of the things that he does. That's where I get tripped up, and that's where I get exhausted.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite side of all of you guys, I think. I am continuing to stand loud and proud on my LeBron James island. I think he deserves and can do anything he wants because of how great he is and what he has done for this league, what he has done for every team that he has been a part of. Whether it was going to Miami and making them that
the
super
most exciting team I've ever seen on a basketball court.
Going back to Cleveland and bringing them their first championship. And really that was like a family style team. We just saw them go on that crazy vacation celebrating the 10-year anniversary of winning that 2016 championship. And you guys, when he came to the Lakers, we were in such a bad place post Kobe Bryant era. Even the last few years of Kobe on the Lakers, like, it wasn't good basketball. And you know what? It was transactional. And you know what? We did rent LeBron James for a little bit. But you also know what? He brought us a championship to LA. And it doesn't matter what year it was. And it doesn't matter that it was, one? There are so many other teams that don't even have that. There are so many other superstars that don't even have that. He has gotten the job done. Every single franchise that he has been a part of. Now, do I believe this is like his fourth franchise in the 76ers, and at 41 years old and with all the injuries that that team has faced in the past, do I think he can do it in Philly? I don't think so. I'm not as confident in like a year or two of them being able to do that and going through the Knicks and getting through the Spurs and OKC. And I think they're going to be exciting and fun to watch. But take as much time as you want. Let the commissioner beg you to make your decision. Like, he deserves every single moment that he's getting. And he is still that popular and that relevant that he is controlling the pulse of the NBA.
If I could say anything to LeBron James, if I could get in a time machine and go back to 18-year-old LeBron, who was already one of the faces of the league upon arrival, I would say you are too good at basketball to care this much about what people think. And I also understand on the other side of that of the same coin, him caring so much about his narrative has led to his legacy and has led to the fame, which leads to the movies he's made and the documentaries and all this stuff. So I get you can't have it both ways, but I think what it boils down to for me is you are unquestionably one of the greatest basketball players who ever touch a court. For many people, you are the greatest basketball player to ever touch a court. I wish there was less effort over the years to control how you think people should feel about you. And if I had one gripe with the career of LeBron James, I don't care how many teams he plays for. I don't care about any of that. The landscape of the NBA is changing, and it's impossible to build teams now, and the contracts are getting too high. It's going to be impossible for a superstar to play on one team for their entire career going forward. I'm not bothered by that. I just think the biggest gripe for me in all of this will be how much he cared about what other people thought, when I feel he is so great at what he does. That should be enough.
But he owns a media company. Of course he's going to see and understand, and that's what's shot him to like billionaire status. Like he just cares about everything a lot.
He does, and I think it's going to be his detriment, not for what he accomplished on the court. No one can take from that, but how he's remembered as a person instead of a basketball player. It will be people's biggest gripe of how much effort he put into trying to control narratives.
I mean, but look at Michael Jordan, how much he cared about what other people said. He would make up stories in his head so he could go out and just have the most insane game ever. What a show, you guys. Thank you for hanging out here on Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter are coming up next.